Okay, well, we are back with part 4 of race day here for the inaugural 24-hour event at OOR at Spa. And we've been going now for just coming up to 18 hours. Welcome in everyone who is in chat, who's watching along. Welcome to the drivers. Welcome in Glenn. Good to have you here. I did see a comment that you put in the part 3 stream that you're good at sleep management, and I know for a fact that that is absolutely true. How many hours of sleep are you on now?
I don't know.
It all starts to blend into one at some point, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does. Not many over the last few days. It's been a big week for all the team at OOR. There's been some people putting in some big hours to get the event underway, and so yeah, very pleased. We've made it through to hour number 18 or hour number 19 as we're into now, and fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed, touch wood and all that sort of thing. Break a leg, and hopefully we'll kick on and get to the finish. What have I missed in the last few hours, George?
Well, so we've had an overnight stint that was relatively dry up until about an hour and 40 ago, where the rain decided to come in again, which was a little bit of fun. And the drivers have been contending with that once again, which is, I'm sure, combined with lack of sleep, is something that they are absolutely eager to be dealing with. So that has happened, and we've had a few sort of incidents around that as well. The 999 car still leading us away and doing well. Chris Cooley now in the 587 car, though, and on an absolute charge. That gap is coming down quite significantly. The silver class lead has changed. Loverink has gone past the number 70. We did have the 191 car, Maloney, that's the Kovacs Purple. They had some... Oh, that is track limits there for Chris Cooley. He's really on the limit. But yes, the 191 car, a couple more spins, unfortunately for them, which has just really hampered their race. Connor Hind was in the car for 600. Fortunately, they had a really bad sequence of events just as the weather was disappearing. They went back out on a wet set of tyres. It then dried up 15 minutes later, but then they also got a drive-through, so they had to do a drive-through and then pit to get onto the rise.
Oh dear.
So that's why they've fallen down as well. So
I just caught the end of that, I think, as I was dragging myself to the booth. I was going to say the car 600. I'm glad you told me that Connor had actually had been in the car, because when I left, Brad Cook was in the car, and when I've come back, Brad Cook is in the car. So
yes,
I was getting a bit worried there that Brad was octuple stinting or something.
Oh
ridiculous.
Yeah, yes, he's done 8 hours in a row or something.
Yes.
Or even 2 or 3 hours. Double stints are hard enough. Triple stint, oh.
Yeah.
That's a no from me, let alone 4 hours in the car. Right.
Here's
4 hours in a car over 24 hours, that's okay.
And the car, and car 70. Tell me how your days or how your evening has gone.
Well, yeah, the full day is quite the story, but we're stoked to be up in P6. We were leading silver class for a while, which was great, but you know we've had no expectation to be up in the top 10. We obviously had hoped. We had a little bit of an interesting start to the race. Some of those viewers who saw the beginning of the race might have seen this car facing backwards at turn 6 on that one. So we've had some incredible things happen, and we've had some great stints from our drivers. And yeah, now it's the last 6 hours, and we're just hoping to, just to keep driving. Really, we've got no real massive expectations out there. We just want to finish this race. So on board now with the 9 car coming on through. We've had
some traffic.
Chat. Yeah, just a little chat saying 909's been leading for a while. Yes, 909's been leading, I think, since, because we had, I don't know how much you saw the first part of the race, I'm sure you saw plenty, the 89 car, which was the BS competition Veloce car. They had a shocker in the first 6 or 7 hours of the race. They were leading for a while. But no, Paul Britt and the Triple Nine car, they've been on it for a number of hours now, probably close to 8 or 9 hours.
It's just astounding, George, because being one of the 2 3-person teams.
Yeah.
We were having a bit of a laugh with Bruno on chat during the week, saying, I don't know whether to tell him he was brave or just stupid or loopy, I think was the word I used. And he deferred to the latter. So
That's fair enough. I mean, we don't see any 2-person teams out there, so that's, it's a. But I agree that it's a 24-hour race. The line between genius and stupidity seems to be rather more closer than we all seem to want to admit.
It blurs, yes, definitely blurs.
I mean, for a 3-person team, that's 8 hours of driving each. I don't really have words, and that's usually a bit of a surprise to me, certainly. But that's just unbelievable. I mean, we've got 6 people in our team, and it's still really difficult. Halving that is just unbelievable. So, to be in the lead, that's just, I'm kind of blown away from it, to be honest with you.
Yes. And they were going to be down a person for a number of hours as well, so I'm just not exactly sure who that is. I'm just actually bringing up Pitbull to see what I can find out about who's been doing the stints. I know all 3 have been on deck in the last few hours, so...
This is the point at which they were all switching around. But I know that Paul Britt has done a lot of hours out there, because he's a name that we've consistently seen against the car. So, I mean, I'd be surprised if they're doing double stints, because it's just going to wear people out too much. But it's interesting to see how teams are transitioning between, what has been the longest endurance race that has happened at OOR has been the 12-hour event. Not to say that all the drivers have been solely doing OOR races, but I think there's a lot of drivers out there that maybe, don't necessarily know how a 24-hour race feels. I mean, I'm certainly in that category. It's the first time I'm doing a 24-hour race, and if I considered doing a double stint out there, we wouldn't be in P7. Let's just put it that way. We would be a fair way further down. That concentration is just 2 hours out there. It's so difficult.
And especially some of these teams where I'm definitely in the rookie category still, and watching some of the top drivers swapping traction control depending on which corner they're in, and having to get into that routine, and I'd end up. I think Neil was on before and saying if he had that many buttons to press, he'd be switching off the car or be visiting Barrier, which is what you mentioned before. It just does my head in that they could not only do the duration of driving that they're doing, but to do it so accurately and to be able to switch traction control and other settings on during the race. It's I guess it all becomes muscle memory after a while, but it's quite an astounding skill.
Oh, I couldn't agree. Couldn't agree more. And then you've got to, then you're balancing, thinking about strategy, and I've talked about this a number of times in the past about how you manage mental bandwidth. It's something that is, I think Megan D's she's quite the advocate of the sort of calculations, the math you have to do, as Paul Britt does find his way past the blue back marker. And how you manage, you've only got 100% of bandwidth to really use while you're racing. So you've got to figure out where you want to spend that at any one time. Whether it's in a corner or clicking a button or looking at track information or thinking about strategy or and all of that comes into play. And then you add exhaustion to that. You're not going to have 100% mental bandwidth to play with all the way through a 24-hour race. Just not. It's not the reality of it. You're going to be, I'm probably about 70% right now. when I get back in the car, I'll have to figure out where I spend that mental bandwidth quite carefully, I think.
And when are you due to be back in the car, George?
I think I'm due to be back in about 2 hours, 45 minutes or so. So I'll be hanging around the commentary box for a while here.
Okay, just having a look and seeing who else we're expecting in the booth soon.
I think we've got a nice quiet hour together right now, though.
Okay. the quiet morning coffee hour.
Exactly. Yes. Welcome to the morning breakfast show, everyone.
Yeah.
Get your coffees out. We're going to be talking about a new Jamaican mountain blend of coffees.
Oh dear. Okay. It's a bit posh for me.
Oh yeah. Well, this is actually the thing that I find with coffees these days. I remember quite literally standing in the aisle of a supermarket for about 15 minutes, looking through all these different flavors of coffee. Not because I'm some fancy person with my coffee. I was just so confused as to how you can infuse apple or different flavors into coffee. I just want coffee.
And why?
And why would you do that exactly? One's saying, oh, it's full-bodied and flavorful and has hints and notes of something. I don't care. Is it coffee or is it not? Am I going to drink this and then taste apple? I don't want that. I just need my coffee. Yeah.
If I wanted that, I'd grab an apple.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
Don't try to make it more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I ended up just defaulting to the old vacuum-sealed Italian plunger blend. They're quite straightforward. It says coffee.
Yes, that's what it does on the label.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, all these fancy flavorings out there, tones and notes. Like, I'm not going to a wine tasting, thank you. I just want my morning coffee. But yes, welcome to the morning show. Riddle time in chat saying, time for dinner. This is actually one of the cool things, Leo. I mean, there's so many drivers from around the world. It's a big melting pot of different areas, which is really, really cool to see. And in addition to that, I have to say, from the technology perspective, everything seems to be holding up really, really nicely, especially for these drivers connecting from all over the world. Because it is, you get people connecting in from the Americas or Europe, and they're not going to have a small lag time to the server. There's going to be some ping involved. But it seems to be pretty stable, I would say.
It seems to have been since we got through that stage in the middle of yesterday afternoon. We had a bad run there for a while where we had some cars jumping around. All I can say is that the server has been at nowhere near capacity. It's been quite stable and strong the whole time. Consistent figures that I've been monitoring as far as processor usage and network bandwidth and all that sort of thing. And not wanting to bore the listeners, but put them back to sleep early in the morning. But the gist of the problem seems to have been outside of our actual server in a network, a networking issue within Amazon yesterday afternoon that caused us to lose some of our bandwidth outside of our own server. So it was out of control there, and everybody responded really well when we asked for those drivers that were, the 100 or so that were spectating to please jump out at the time, just to reduce the bandwidth that we were sending out to the world. And at that point things settled and stabilised, and since then I think it's been quite strong.
Yeah, agreed. And of course, we obviously, both of us in the quiet hour need to avoid going too technical, because both of us can dive pretty deep. No, I think you nailed the right level of information there. I'm notoriously bad at diving much deeper, and I'm sure both of us could talk for many hours about what you just mentioned there. But no, you're absolutely right. It was good that the drivers were able to get that message, and help us to keep the server nice and stable, and yeah, has definitely seemed that way, which is great. Yeah, I mean, actually, I'll take a moment as well just to thank yourself, the broadcast team, stewards, everyone behind the scenes, because as you said just beforehand, there's been days and days, if not weeks, of effort leading up to this to prepare, to find the right server sizes, to find people to step into the shoes all the way through. We've had 3 different race directors so far. A 4th is now in. We've had 3 different broadcasters come in. We've had a number of commentators, stewards in the background, keeping things ticking over, and then of course in the background the big admin team. So, I think on behalf of all the drivers who've been out there enjoying their 24-hour experience, I think a huge thank you to everyone behind the scenes and yourself. So in chat, if anyone wants to send Glenn a big thank you and the team a big thank you, I think that's a very much deserved thing. So yeah, big thank you.
I think we love doing it, and it's on a volunteer basis. So we just want to have a successful event and provide a platform for racers of all levels of skill to enjoy something that we love. So yeah. I'm just looking at Cooley, just jumping back to the race for a minute. You are right. He is cutting into that lead quite a bit. If Pitwall is telling me the truth, that it's 48 seconds or so behind, which seems a lot, but it's not. I'm not sure about the pit strategy.
I think it's been a bit more. So I think go back an hour and a half or so. I think that was nearly a lap. Now I'm not sure if it's just Chris who's cut that time out, but Paul Britt's trying to make an answer at the moment. Last lap was a 2:17.7. Chris's last lap a 2:18. But Chris Cooley has been on a charge. He's really been pushing the car, and he's definitely finding some time out there. Honestly, that they could be bringing themselves back into contention here. Obviously, be great for us in the commentary box and viewing to see a little bit of a battle for P1 going on.
For sure.
I mean, we all know how quick Cooley is. If anyone can bring this race back, it's going to be him. But Paul Britt, no slouch as well in the car.
Sure. And I see Rushmart is a minute behind the leader, so that's in 3rd place. So that's about a 11-second gap between. Oh no, I'm mistaken. Oh no, I'm not. I'm
no,
correct.
Yep, spot on.
11 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Number of pit stops is also interesting, George. That the leaders have had have done 19 versus 20 and 22 respectively for 2nd and 3rd. It's those pit stops and the drive-throughs and things that really start to add up over time.
Exactly. I mean, I'm hoping these stats are correct on my tool here, but from what I can tell, 5 drive-through penalties for the 3rd place car, 818. 5 for Brad Cook's team, 600 car, and 2 for Cooley's team, 587, and none for the Paul Britt and the 999 car.
It's amazing.
Which is, astonishing. Yeah, after how many hours have we been going for now? Quite a few.
We're in the 19th, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
19th hour, yeah. Honestly, that's astonishing. I mean, you're not going to be able to necessarily avoid drive-throughs out there. You're going to get one eventually. But I think that means that the 999 car is the only car out on track with 0. No, I'm immediately corrected because I can see that Bubnow's team, the 91 car, apparently have no drive-throughs either. So 2 cars penalty-free. Possibly the 991 cars. Oh no, they've had a stop go 30. That's correct.
I'm fascinated as to where your figures are coming from, George.
Oh, I've had this tool running for the whole race, and it's been slowly gathering information, which is awesome. And somehow it's doing something with the prediction, I feel. So, like I said, whether these are accurate, I don't know. I get the feeling they're not because penalties are not transmitted through the API, so it doesn't know for sure. But I feel like it's doing some sort of predictive something.
Okay.
So again, that could all be false information as far as
I'm aware. That's fascinating. Again, we don't want to put everyone to sleep. I'll talk to you more about that at another time. I see that we have 34 cars still circulating out of our starting grid of 37, which in itself is quite an achievement. Car 34, 34th on track, car 42, which I'll just flick over to. 22 laps behind the leader, but they are not going to stop, I'm sure. There's a determination there. They've got the bit between the teeth, and and it's we are going to make it to the finish no matter what. And there's a lot of teams, I think, in that situation.
Yeah, of course, this car, the anime-powered car,
Yes.
is getting ever harder to see.
Yes.
But,
It's carrying about.
In the wars.
Sorry, it's carrying about 30, between 30 and 300 kilos of rubber on the sides now.
So, yeah, the LFM Bop's becoming a V8 version quite rapidly, isn't it? Just a self-inflicted ballast.
Yes, yes. It's probably stabilising things through a rouge. So it has its benefits.
Yeah, that's right. It's just giving us a little extra downforce, so the car's getting sucked into the ground a little bit more without weight. So it's always good news. Interesting stat here. They're running last, of course, which and still running, which I think I've said it before as well. So my hats off to the Alliance Gold team here. It's never easy running in last place. They've been in the wars all the way through the race, but they're very clearly in it to finish the race. And from my perspective, in terms of how I view endurance racing, that is a win.
For sure.
So in it to finish and in it to win by finishing the race. And they're currently on 41 pit stops. So it's nearly double the top of the field. So you can just imagine the feeling that they have in the car. They've been in the wars, they've been in the pits, a huge number of times. But they are still going. They're still out there, and man, you've just got to respect it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It'd be a notch on the bedpost for them if they can get there. And the anime livery, I'm sure it looked a lot more enthralling on the start line than it does now.
Certainly would have, yeah. I don't think this is when the having a livery that is maybe a slightly more dirt-coloured livery could come into effect here, because then you won't see how dirty these cars are. But I don't actually. I'm not sure if there's an upper limit of how dirty the cars can get, but it feels like they are all looking a little worse for wear than they were about 6 or 7 hours ago when I last looked at them. So I feel like there may not be an upper threshold for that.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. The car that hides the dirt really well, I think, is this one.
Brand new.
Yeah, it's straight out of the showroom.
Yeah.
Very hard to tell, although the bin chicken on the rear, the side of the door near the rear wheel is certainly getting harder and harder to identify.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the only thing you can really judge by is the silver badge on the side. Just looking a little darker in its silver colour at the moment. 15 car, Herod's in the car at the moment, 645 Ferrari. They're currently in P15. They're only 3.5 seconds behind Vintner in the 90 car, so this is a little interesting battle that's going on. And currently running top 5 in silver class right now is Herod. So they'll be keen to get up there. Vinton has been another very fast contender, as you see a little bit of blue flag traffic getting nicely out of the way. That looks like a Mike Crick livery.
Yes, yeah, car 700.
As always. We do have, I did see, as I mentioned as well, we do have a livery, sort of a livery competition going on as well for best livery. I don't know if we've formalised anything to do with that yet.
You're talking about the Permobil supported prize for the best livery. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. I've not been keeping up with what we've been doing with that.
Okay, so it's whoever it's. I think it's managed by. Well, I'm not sure who's on the review team, but I'm sure. I know that Mull has spoken about it, where the top voted livery will be all the drivers in the team. I'll get my words out in a moment, please excuse me. The top voted team, all members of that team will receive a canvas of their car in action on the track, for them to be able to hang on their walls. It's a framed memento, I guess, of the race. So certainly something to aspire to, and we had a number of excellent liveries to choose from. But I'm not. I can't honestly tell you what the process is for the voting. It's not from my understanding, it's not a publicly available voting decision. I believe it's could be including some of the stewards, etc. But I'm not 100% sure.
That's very cool, though. I mean, yeah, I can absolutely see the appeal of getting a nice printout of the car in an action shot. Obviously, from earlier in the race when the livery's a little cleaner.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Just send you a picture of a brown Ferrari or a McLaren or something.
Yeah, that's what your car looked like at the end. Yeah.
It's more like the raggedy look after you get out of the race, just as you come across the line.
Yes.
Actually, that could say as much though as a clean action shot, though, I would say.
Yeah, lap one before you got spun and hammered in the side 3 or 4 times.
No, I think it's very, very cool, and yeah, of course, Permobil are essentially sponsoring us. Again, I don't know the formal details of exactly that, but this is the Permobil 24 Hours Aspire OOR, and they do amazing work as well. So we've got to take our hats off to those, everyone there at Permobil for what they do. Yeah, honestly, really, really cool to have them as part of this endurance racing series.
Yeah, and it's been great to have Nat from Permobil on in a number of our broadcasts over the series during the year from the UK, and her giving us her, because she's in the real world racing, is getting into sim racing as a result of the partnership that they've got with us, and it's always great to talk to Nat and get her perspective on different tracks. She's driven here at Spa. She gave us some great insights yesterday into the weather patterns and just things, a few details of the track, etc. that we don't experience because we're not out there in the actual weather, and we're not seeing the corners from in general in our spectating view. We're not seeing it from the perspective of a driver. So yeah, we've had some very good chats with her. It's always fun.
Yeah, and yeah, of course it is. Yeah, not entirely different, but there's subtleties, there's nuances, there's things that obviously in sim racing that we can't recreate. And yeah, I can't imagine the feeling of actually driving flat out over the top of Eau Rouge, or any of these corners, to be frank. It's terrifying enough in sim racing.
Yes.
So I can just imagine what it's like in real life. It must be quite the experience.
Yeah, it was the talk of the G-forces and things like that that I've been interested in, and just how that feels when you are coming up through Eau Rouge there. Be an amazing feeling. I guess our friend Michael Pickford, who in the Bentley, if I can find that car, he is the man with the closest setup to reality that I think we have in OOR. He's got a full motion rig.
Wow.
And I was having a chat to him during the week, and he was saying that when he hits a wall, which he's done a few times, he's got it goes in with 2 Gs, and he says he cannot imagine what 40 would be like.
Yeah.
He gets jolted. He's got there's about a 250 mil play in the motion rig, so it can move in any direction around that 6 inches, and the reaction time of the rig is extremely fast, etc. So yeah, he said it's quite something. He says, but it is physically tiring. It's physically tiring to be jolted around and to be thrown around.
Well, it makes me think about the Formula 1 drivers and the necks they have.
Yes.
The training they do, and it's pretty brutal. I mean, even in a real race car, you've got 100 kgs of pressure that you need to be putting on the brake just to slow the things down. So you can just imagine the G-force that they're under. I've been on a roller coaster before, and I'm sure it's absolutely miles away from what it feels like in a real car. But even 5 or 10 minutes in a roller coaster, that's it's pretty heavy duty stuff, let alone being thrown around like it is. And that's awesome though that we've got something with a full motion rig. The haptics are something that's coming, I would say, probably more and more popular. The full motion rig obviously still not the cheapest option out there, put it that way. But that's super, super cool. I'd love to experience that. By the way, I will say we've got a battle on for the silver class lead between the 70 and the 676 car. That gap is right down to 2.3 of a second. So
we'll jump to that right now.
Here we go. So this is a battle that's been raging on all race long, and Livery was in the car just before and setting some incredible lap times to get past the 70 car. And now it's Frizzer is now in the car for the Conflicts and Colonials team. Most of them are the are the American drivers. I was going to say I wasn't sure which I should say, Conflicts or Colonials. But, so I'll digress momentarily from that and take that back. But yeah, it's really on between these two, and this is for the silver class lead.
Well, that's really something. And George, insights. When did Max go into the car? Because it was only recently, wasn't it?
It was only recently. So it looks like Max has been in the car for 28-ish minutes, and Frizzer's been in there for about 26 minutes. So looks like pretty much on the same pit strategy at the moment. Yeah.
You're probably not wanting to let each other out of the sights, I'm sure.
No.
Undercuts, overcuts are not going to be allowed.
No, they don't really work unless something else goes on, a spin or an accident or something that really changes up the dynamics of the schedule. But we're only about an hour out of the period of rain, early morning rain. So the rain is always a reset in terms of the strategy. At some point, you don't have a choice. You have to come into the pits and put wet tyres on. So I suspect that's probably where the reset has happened here. But yes, Frizzer looking pretty stable in the car. Max Fry, though, in the background. He's on a charge. The gap was, I think, a fair bit larger than this, probably somewhere in the order of 5 or 6 seconds. So Max in the 70 car has done very well to reel in Frizzer and this Mercedes. Will he be able to find a way past? I'm sure he will. some point, is definitely running faster out there on track in terms of lap times at the moment. Actually, they're both doing equal lap times right now, both 2:19.3. So both very similar on pace at the end of the day. And it looks like the 676 car had a slightly slow stop as well, 36.3 seconds compared to 33.8 from the 70 car. So that might have been some of the distance that was actually closed up there.
Seems funny to be talking in fractions of seconds over a 24-hour race.
It does.
It's like, yeah, okay, the extra 0.4 in the pits has brought you, yeah.
Yes. When it comes down to 24 hours, how many seconds is that?
Don't.
No, I'm going to have to do it now.
we had race control giving us how many minutes were left in the first split, first section of the race, first 6 hours. So I'm not of that ilk. I really wanted Neil to stop doing that, because it was like, oh my god, we've got. It seems so far away, the finish, when you are telling people that you've got 1,387 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. We did the math before. We've clocked over 3,000 kilometers here. 462 laps, 7-kilometer circuit. I think we're about 3,050 or something now. So it's a lot of kilometers being driven out there. And it looks like we did just have the blue flag, bit of blue flag traffic come through. Is that the 191 car there? 10, I think it is. Coming through and sort of disrupting the battle we've had for Silver Class. So Frizzle will get to breathe a sigh of relief before the Kovacs Purple team comes on through for them too. And I think Max Fryer might have just said, look, they're going to be a lot faster than us. So let's just get out of this one for now. It'll give us a little bit more clean air. We'll cool the tyres down just a little bit, and Frizzle will have to deal with the Kovacs Purple team coming through as well. So I think that was probably the call that was made. 86,400 seconds.
Yes.
So, you know, it's a fair few seconds. If this race comes down to, you know, a few seconds after 24 hours, then that is incredible. I was commentating on a 24-hour race last weekend, and between P1, 2, and 3, they finished within 20 seconds of each other after 24 hours, which was just astonishing.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed. We've had a number of years of the Bathurst 1000 or Mount Panorama 1000, the supercars, and without fail, that last couple of hours, we've always ended up with, well, we often end up with a very, very close, like under a second between first and second. It's always been a race I've really enjoyed since I was a young lad. But yeah, it's weird to think that that's only a 6 to 7 hour race, but if you can have finishes that are that close, it is quite amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, yeah, it brings in the excitement as well. Just not quite as exciting for the drivers of the teams, but that doesn't matter. We're here for the entertainment, right? That's where things happen. So this has been a little interesting few corners here. So
yeah,
Maloney did manage to get past it was into Ravage, did manage to get up the inside just at the end of the Malvern straight, and did get by, and looks like the leader Paul Britt is coming through here too. So that is a slow car. That's a stopped car. Maloney has stopped the car. He's hit the ignition, I think.
I think you're right.
Dear oh dear.
Oh, Tom, I'm so sorry. Tom's. I think Tom's been awake for the whole race, and he's been when he's not been in the car, he's been in the commentary booth. So he's certainly put in the effort, and to see that happen, well, he's recovered it quite quickly, and now he gets to go to catch up with the cars that he's just passed and do it all again.
Yeah, exactly right. So, you know, as someone who's part of the team who's just been overtaken and probably maybe lost a second or so, but I'm like, well, not ideal, but no, honestly, the feels there for the 191 team. They've, you know, they're so quick. The Kovacs Purple team, we know the competitors they've got in there. They've got the Senecas chaps in there, of course, Tom Maloney. I forget the names, unfortunately, I'm sure we'll be able to remember, but they're all extremely fast drivers. It's just the race has not gone their way at any point, whether it's been drive-throughs or penalties they've received or contacts, or in this case, turning off the ignition. I mean, how unlucky is that? That's just really unfortunate for a team that's this fast.
Yeah, it goes back to that swapping of TC and things like that. You just got to lose concentration for a moment, and it bites you. Yeah, because the other members of that team, JC's in there, and Shady.
Oh yeah,
Samuel. So such a strong team.
Yeah, they absolutely deserve to be up there in the top 5, if not top 3, to be honest, with the talent they've got in that team. So yeah, it is honestly it is a shame to see them so far down the grid, but they are making their way back through. After all that's happened to them, they're on lap 458. Sorry, jumping ahead into the future a little bit there. My bad. So they're 6 laps down on the leader at the moment. So, no, sorry, they're on 457. Wow, I'll get numbers right eventually, Glenn.
Oh, no, that's all right. That's all right. I don't think anyone's going to crucify you over reading a wrong number at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And the gap between 17 and 676 is back to very close. It was nearly an overtake there done by 70 car.
Yeah, we will get back to that right now. Here we go, nose to tail again.
There we go. So this is the battle for Silver Class lead at the moment. I was about to say Silver Class win, we're 5.5 hours away from that. So again, jumping the gun a little bit. The temperatures are starting to rise, so there'll be some more grip out there for people as well, which I'm sure the drivers will be absolutely happy about. They'll continue to rise at 6:46 a.m. there. On track, so once we get towards 8 a.m., 9 a.m., track temperature should start to rise. You see the sun is solidly out now, which is nice. Some corners at a bit of an awkward angle.
Yes, there's a beautiful shot there of it rising up over the trees. Always love the graphics in the game that Kunos have put in for all of our grumping and griping about it. There's a lot to love about it.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'll quickly run through a few other updates as we watch this battle, a few updates from around the grid. Paul Britt still out in the car, setting 18.2s at the moment. So a pretty decent pace, I would say. He's coming towards the end of his stint. Rockmart in the 818 car has just jumped into that seat. And has been very quick. The 818 car has been very, very quick out on the track. Chris Cooley has come in and handed the car over to Ben Floyd, and they are now sitting only 1.4 seconds behind the 818 car. So it does look like Rockmart and the 818 car have managed to find a way past Chris Cooley, whether it was done in the pit stop or not, that's to be determined. Whoa, that was very close there. There's a blue flag with the traffic. The Lamborghini getting right out of the way of the battle. Max Fry trying his utmost now to find a way past the 676 car who we're on board with at the moment. Very close at the moment, and that's even deeper. Might work out for him, we'll see.
George, I can feel you clenching.
Yeah, there was a clench there. There was a clench. Well sensed. Yes.
Your teammate nearly disappearing into the weeds or into the rear of another car. It's hard to manage yourself, isn't it? Oh, he's got a good run.
It certainly has. Yeah, it's a unique feeling. Side by side we go into the braking zone. The question is who's going to brake first, who's going to brake latest. They're side by side. Outside line becomes inside line. Looks like the Mercedes is going to be there into Malmedy though. So, oh, Max doing a drift. Whoa. 1,000 points for him right there, I think.
Wow.
But that does let the Mercedes go. So, nearly held it, but just a little bit of a mistake into the first part of Lacoum. Just put him slightly on the back foot for that interaction. And then, of course, the Mercedes had the inside line going into Malmedy, so nothing that Max would have been able to do there. Just shows as well that on the outside of the track, then there's still really next to no grip.
Yeah, for sure. There's not only the wetness that we had about an hour and a half ago, the shower that hit at that point, but also the build-up of junk and rubber and whatever that gathers out there. You don't, once you get offline, I'm sure that grip just floats away.
Yeah. Actually, interesting little thing there. Max was just ahead at the sector 1-2 boundary. That the game has considered him ahead throughout the whole of sector 2. So he wasn't. We can claim we were briefly back into P5 for a third of a lap there, according to the timing tables. But on board with Max right now, he's just had to let the P2 car go. That's Rock Martin in the 818 car. I'm sorry, that's the 587 car, sorry. The line we had Chris Cooley in P2. Behind him is another fast car, that is Kovac's Purple. So it's not really worked out particularly well for Max, unfortunately. He's just getting blue flag traffic come through at unfortunate time. This is not technically not a blue flag behind them, but we obviously know that the Kovac's Purple team will be running quicker than the 70 car at the moment. They should really be up there in the top 5, top 3 positions. Looks like the 787, 767, 677, 676. I'll get there eventually, going.
Numbers
Mercedes
are hard.
in front. Yeah, it's just Frizzer now letting the blue flag pass, so through on goes the 587 car, and now let's see what Kovac's Purple is going to bring into this fight, because he'll be trying to unlap himself and get past, but Max is right back on the rear bumper of the 676 car, so here we go again. Deja vu?
Normal service has been resumed.
Certainly has been. Of course, we do know that Tom Maloney is an incredibly safe pair of hands in the car, so I don't expect him to be doing anything too dangerous. He'll find his opportunity. That is what you have to do if you are unlapping yourself. It is not the obligation of the car ahead, who's got the track position, to give way in any way at all. So that you'll have to find an opportunity and then go on past. And it looks like Max will actually be obliging here. Yes. So. Not something that Max has to do that, but at the end of the day, this is part of good endurance racing, in my opinion, is knowing the pace of the car that is behind you, and if they are trying to unlap themselves, it's usually just a better idea to get that done and let it happen, instead of fighting the position, because at the end of the day, the fewer accidents, the fewer penalties, the faster you are in overall race pace.
Yes, keeping the big picture in mind is something that is a skill in itself to be experienced within these endurance races. It's a different mindset, isn't it, than the sprint race of between 30 and 60 minutes. You really do need to bide your time and keep the big picture in mind. But as racing drivers, you just, when you see a gap or see deep again, when you see an opportunity, you are obliged, in part of your psyche, you are obliged to have a go.
Yeah.
And the big picture tends to fly out the window.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the context of humanity, we shouldn't maybe be so surprised that objectivity is usually thrown out the window fairly quickly, and it's usually the subjectivity that takes over. But yeah, this is certainly an example of where this is so important. I mean, if this was 6 drivers in a team for a 2-hour race, well, you would be taking those opportunities, because when they come around, you have to take them, and you do have to be much more aggressive. And I think the vast majority of drivers here are predominantly from a sprint series sort of perspective for the most part. I think that's just the natural way it is. You don't usually have your first time in a sim racing experience just go straight into a 24-hour race. That's not usually the way it works out. So just being able to keep cool in the car is really key. Being level-headed, and we were talking about mental bandwidth earlier on. If you just keep 5 or 10% in there for the objective stuff, for the big picture stuff, you might be a little bit slower out on the track. But if you can reduce those penalties, you're in a much better spot over the race. It's going to be absolutely key for the drivers. Reading through chat as well. We've got a question here. How much coffee has been consumed during this race in milliliters? I think my guess is probably as good as anyone's, but
those big oil tankers.
Yeah.
We've gone through a couple of those.
Yeah, that's right. We had to bring a couple into the country, and
Express from Jamaica. Oh no!
Yeah, exactly. Oh no! Okay, so unfortunately, there Max has gone a little bit too fast into the back of Livery. Sorry, not Frizzer, who was fairly slow through that last part. Looks like they went pretty deep into the corner. Frizzer in the 676 has recovered, so no worries there. Is looking a little bit worse for wear for some reason or another. I'm not sure if he's maybe just running out of tyres or something, but either way, that was absolutely on Max there. Just got it all wrong and spun Frizzer around. Looks like
that's what I was just about to raise with you. That I believe that's a track limits drive through. As I'm not seeing anything pop up, which makes me think I must check if race control is running properly, so that we can get those messages through.
That's absolutely key. So yes, a drive-through for the 676, and then unfortunately being turned around by the 70 car. 70 car has gone ahead, and I'm putting my best unbiased hat on that I possibly can here as being part of the... that is a very red screen.
Excuse the red screen for a moment.
I'm awake now. Right, so I'm sure we're visually woken up by that, so everyone enjoy. These things do happen. But, yes, so the battle for the 676 and 70 car,
testing
the
the
lead, unfortunately came to a rather unfortunate conclusion there, with Max Fry unfortunately going into the back of Frizzer out on track, and that has switched around the positions, and a drive-through unfortunately as well for the 676 car, so they're definitely going to be ruining their luck in this hour of racing. It's not really gone their way. They did very well to hold on for a number of laps against Max, and Frizzer has been driving the car very well, so very unfortunate. We've got a comment in the chat, Ferrari alert.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, accurate. BG also asking if anyone with an outstanding / unexpected drive so far. Well, there's a lot of people in the places that you'd expect. I'm having a little think. A lot of the silver class drivers being up there in the top 10, I think all three, doing very well. I do know that 70 car here did qualify top of silver class, and then it was the 676 car. Both of them were, I think, P12, P13 at the start of this race. So in a way, an unexpected performance from both of those cars. They've both done very, very well in this race. I have to speak from personal experience from the 70 car, because I am part of that team. So again, I'm trying to remain as unbiased as possible, but I would say that because we got spun around, unfortunately, on lap 1, and we ended up dead last by turn 6 on lap 1. We fought all the way back up to P6, so I would say that was fairly unexpected from us, as we do see Frizzer coming to the pit to serve the drive-through, so that is going to clear them of that. We've got the 999 car, Paul Britt is in the pits as well, probably doing a driver swap there. in the 470th lap of this race. Scalina in the number 8 Porsche, they've actually been doing very well too. So maybe a bit of a surprise there from them. And Price in the 800 car in the Porsche. So 2 Porsche cars, the 8 and the 800, both doing very well out on track so far. So I would say that those 2 cars have had a bit of a unexpected / outstanding performance there. VG, something no question, I appreciate it.
This is our other. Sorry, George. This is our other 3-person team.
Right.
And it's been a great effort from them to move up the grid and be quite really competitive for so long. Great effort.
Yeah, good point. And actually, that's another good point there, and it's been reiterated in chat as well. Bruno Gallo now in the 999 car. There's only 3 drivers in that team, and they are leading the race. So that is definitely an outstanding performance. But yeah, for any team out there that's running 3 drivers that, and still out on track and still in this race, that is a very impressive and definitely worthy of an outstanding mention. In fact, to be honest, I mean, like I said, I was trying to be as unbiased as possible, then ended up talking about the 70 car for a minute. But honestly, I'd say outstanding effort from everyone on the grid, regardless of their position or positions gained or lost. It's just to be still in the race after 19 hours is an outstanding and in some ways, I guess, unexpected performance. So I would just say well done to everyone out there. Honestly, it's been absolutely spectacular to watch.
Just going to jump to the 700 car for a minute, and we've got somebody who has been working flat out for the event in doing all the graphics, the intro, the video that was created for the beginning of the event, and then has also been the creator of liveries for many of the people on the grid. Mike Crick was in the broadcasting seat yesterday. He's now 19 into the 20th hour. We are seeing him back in the car. I want to get his DNA tested because I think that he's actually an android of some sort, because he's not slept for the last 5 days, I would think. Every time I've been in Discord and had a question for him, or we needed a livery put into the system, he's always been there.
That's astonishing. Yeah, hats off to Mike Rick. That's just, I mean, I was I think I was 10 hours in, and I'm just going, right, I've got to sleep, I've got to do other things, and I've only just been driving. Didn't even do a commentary stint then. So to be, broadcasting, in the team as well, and then all the work that's gone in to make the stream look amazing, and of course he's been trying his hand out at broadcasting as well. So, Mike, mate, hats off to you. Absolutely astonishing.
Yes, I would vote Mike the MVP of the 24 hour.
And it's getting mentions in chat as well. Yes, Mike Cricket. A valiant effort. He should be knighted. Crick, sorry. There we go. Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
that
very
sounds like
good.
an autocorrect going on.
Valiant Knight being his handle, yes.
Absolutely. And we do now get to welcome in another commentator into the commentary box, Connor Hind, joining us in the commentary box now. Welcome in, sir. How are you doing this morning?
Good day, fellas. Yeah, good. How are we?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. Have you? You're here to cause trouble, are you, Connor, as normal?
Oh, nah, no trouble ever. I don't slander anyone or run my jaw or anything. Nah, just trying to keep on this second win just to finish the race out.
When I left at midnight Australian time last night, it had all run off the rails a little bit, and there were about 6 people in the booth, and including Mull, and it was the, I don't know, happy hour wasn't really the right thing. It was more like all of the weirdos had come out to play. No offense, guys. I'm not calling you all weirdos, but it was just like a combination of everybody. The tiredness, the excitement, the adrenaline, everything sort of came to the fore, and we had it was madness. I had to just get out of there.
You had to run away. You had to leave.
I did.
Going high.
I did. Poor Nick walked into that, and he'd just woken up, so it was like getting slammed in the face with an elephant.
So we handle it well, yeah. But that's part of it, isn't it? Yeah, the commentary box does get a little bit mad at certain hours, especially if everyone's not had sleep.
Yeah, the midnight frenzy really kicked in.
Yeah, you knew it was going to happen though, where like everyone got a bit zany in the early hours.
Yeah,
they did. Yeah, there was talk about naked volleyball and all sorts of things going on. So it was the OOR OnlyFans.
I wonder if there was a chat about Brad Cook's mum. He could probably enlighten us too a bit on his mum. The saint, as you would.
There was this threat hanging over him or something, wasn't there? About you were going to.
I was gonna delve some information at 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
All I'd just like to say is, Brad, if you're out there watching, I know you are. Awesome job on the race today, but also can you please DM me a photo of your mum? Thanks.
Okay.
What a show, folks, we've been putting on for you at Online Octane Racing, the midnight shift. Up to some tricks. Gotta love to see it though. I mean, gotta have fun with it, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you felt like, I don't know about you guys, but you got to the end of 12 hours, like when you get to the end of the 12-hour event normally, you're chuffed, you're cooked, you're kind of entering that wind down mode, and then you realise you got another whole 12 to go.
That's right. Yeah, 12 hours after 12 hours seems like 24 hours, and then when we're at this point now, the 5 hours doesn't seem like that long, but the toll that it's taken mentally starts to become a bit more apparent. But yeah,
it's starting to drag too, because like, I don't know, like some cars are still in battles, which is mega after 19 hours of racing. Some cars are still in battles, but like for us in 600, we're kind of just in no man's land, just like chilling and trying to bring the car home in one piece.
Yeah, well, that does end up being the case, isn't it? I mean, there's not going to be a huge number of battles out on track. There's going to be kind of far and few between, but yeah, at the end of the day, that's kind of what it's about, isn't it? Really, it's to bring the car home, and whatever happens, during the 24 hours is sort of what happens. You can't do a huge amount about it, as we do go on board with the 600 car. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I mean, you guys are running up in P4 at the moment, so it's a good position to be in. You guys have been absolutely rapid out on track. A few laps down. It's not too bad after 19 hours of racing.
We realistically wanted to be battling for P3 or even P2, but we had a bit of when the screen freezing and the lag issues were happening with the connection server, whatever, upstream, whatever it was. And we got a couple of DTs like straight up due to screen freezes and whatnot. So, and then we got a DT for ignoring the stint timer on top of that, because we were serving a DT as the stint timer went off.
Oh,
so, kind of put us a little lap or two behind.
Yeah, because the luck will swing one of two ways, right? I mean, it just seems you guys have been on the unfortunate end of that for the most part, which has just been, pretty unlucky overall. I mean, you had the when the wet conditions were sorting themselves out there, we were watching you run around on the wet tyres, and then I'm trying to remember the exact sequence of what happened. You'll probably be able to correct me on this, but it's you guys came into the pits, I think, to switch on dry tyres and then back out, and then immediately a drive-through penalty. And then Brad Cook jumped into the car after that. There was some sort of, there was a couple of pit stops in a row for you guys at the end of the morning wet period.
Was it the one just most recently gone?
I think so, yes, the one that most recently got, yeah.
Yeah, so we didn't know what to do, so we just gambled by staying out on the wets that we were on and just filled the car.
Oh, I see.
And going around Blanchimont, we've been running on 3 track limit warnings for quite a few hours. And the car just wouldn't turn. And I was like, righto, sick. And I fully let off the throttle pedal, and the game was just like, nah, mate, you're going through. And I was like, okay, sure, no worries. It was lucky.
Really
It was lucky it was near the pit lane, so it didn't sting that much. But still, like, I don't know what it is with how it registers with the game, because like I was fully off. There was no input whatsoever, and it was just like, nah.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess that comes back to the point I made before, just slightly on the unluck side of the balance sheet there, really, for you guys. But, I mean, P4 still, it's obviously not where you want to be in the track, but nothing necessarily to scoff at, I suppose. But
No, it's still a good day.
It's
It's still a good day. Like,
yeah,
we realistically would have wanted to look at the podium, but I mean, like P4, if that's still a good race, I think, all around.
yeah. I mean, it's like the what ifs after a 12-hour race, pretty hard to deal with. What the what ifs after a 24-hour race. I guess we'll all find out what that feels like in about 5 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see you guys. You're in car 70, right?
Yeah, we are.
P5. You guys been
Wow.
trucking along.
We're still sort of a little unsure about how it's all worked out. We were spun turn 6 lap 1, went to the back of the field, and we've made our way all the way back. And yeah, some really amazing stints from the team. Graham Hill, Leo Dreher, just absolutely rapid out on track, super consistent. And shout outs to Ashley Johnson and Matt Fry, who've been putting in some late stints. Jim Stoddard as well did the night shift for us. He's a Kiwi too, so it really was a late shift for him. Managed to get us through the night, which was great. But yeah, thank you. We're a bit surprised ourselves, to be honest. Running up with all these fast contenders, so we'll just have to see if we can hold on for another 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 35 seconds.
Yeah, it'll be a good result to take out the class if you can hold on.
Certainly would be, yeah. We qualified top of silver class, but yeah, at the end of the day, we were not necessarily expecting to stay there all the way through the race, and we kind of said before the race, we said, look, top 20 finish for us would be stoked with at the end of the day. So to be running up in the top 10 and actually in the top 5 is just unbelievable. We're very happy with things at the moment. So we've been on the other side of that balance sheet we just talked of there. We've been on the lucky side. Things coming our way. But yeah, it's only a few disconnects throughout this whole race. 34 cars still on the grid, which you absolutely love to see it. We're just flicking through a few cars on the grid here. Here's the AM class leader, and Wenzel is now in the car, the number 2 car. They've been in the wars as well. Who hasn't been in the wars, actually? I can't keep saying that about cars. Everyone's had their issues out on track, right?
Yeah, I don't think one of the cars could put their hand up and say they haven't had at least a few issues. Whether it's like, track related, hardware related, like what you see on the screen, servery related, because there was a point earlier in the race where our spotters, like it was nearly like watching the screen was just like watching like cars shoot off into space kind of thing. So, but yeah, no, it's all good. It's a mega effort by everyone involved, including stewards, commentators, organisers, Mull, Glenn, streamers, drivers to put on the show. It's been a great race as an inaugural 24.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Yeah, as a spotter to see cars flying off along the track. Meteoroid incoming from the left. Oh no, it's disappeared. Just that'd be very, very difficult.
Yeah, well, we had Meg D was in the car earlier, and she had burst behind her, and he was like behind on the straight. Yep, no worries. He disappeared, and then he just appeared on the inside of the corner.
Oh,
Like
my goodness.
how are you? And like there was nothing like when you went on board with his car, like he didn't teleport or anything. But that's what we seen,
That's
and that's
scary.
what Meg's seen. Like yeah, so it's like things like that, and it's like oh okay.
Yeah, that's not much you can do in that situation. We do get to welcome in another commentator into the commentary box, Connor and Glenn. It is the one and only Sean Muller. Sean, lovely to have you in here. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning. Well, I don't know if that good.
Oh, fair enough.
It's clearly I haven't slept, but it's been a ripper. Absolutely had a ball, and I've just been listening into you guys having a chat. And I thought, well, it's that time in the morning, I'm trying to stay awake, trying to finish out the day, as Connor said. So got to come and sit in this nice warm box.
Absolutely. We'll have to get Glenn. Maybe you can flash up that Ferrari alert again, and that helped me wake up. So we'll see. But no, good to have you in here, Sean. How's things been going in your race overall? Obviously, you're enjoying the 24 hours. I think we all are. Like, I think everyone's been having a blast. I think that just goes to show by the fact we have 34 cars still on the grid.
Yeah, look, it's been epic. I mean, something I've always wanted to tick off on the bucket list when it comes to sim racing, and still got 4 hours 51 to go, so, you know, touching wood. But, yeah, just enjoyed the whole camaraderie and being in a team, and the stream's been awesome as well. Yeah, it's just been a lot of fun. Really, there's not many other superlatives you can use, really.
Yeah, it's rare for commentators to run out of
I know.
superlatives. So yeah, too right. And your stints themselves driving, obviously been a bit of fun. Had any wet stints out there?
Well, yeah, we got a bit lucky with sort of our stints. So Damiano was in the car when the rain hit the first time. So we timed us. Hi, Jan. Hope you're well. Good morning. Yeah, we timed the stint really well. He ran a bit longer on the wets, and then I jumped in on that sort of damp track where it takes ages to dry. Speaking of the 800s, Sean jumps in. So yeah, and the track at that time of the night as well took ages to dry out. Like it felt like forever. It just constantly damp, and then all of a sudden it switched to optimum like in the space of a lap and a half, which is really strange. Yeah, we got lucky twice, and then poor Daviado jumped back in for a stint, and get 20 minutes into his stint, rained again. So, but he drove unbelievable. I can't take my hat off enough to him. He was epic during the night, so put us in a really good position, and yeah, we worked really well during the evening, and now it's on to Sean and our super fresh Riley, who's raced drill cars yesterday and woke up this morning and jumped in the 800 Porsche, and he's just done an epic double stint.
Excellent. So it's the whole MRT crew. So I'm here with two of you chaps, I believe now, right? Is that, am I making mistakes here? Am I just the MRT cars, or am I just making things up?
You're right.
You are correct. You are outnumbered.
Yes, so just case.
Yeah, that's I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about being outnumbered, but at least I got the information right. I'm happy. I'll take that. Slowly learning the ropes here. No, that's fantastic though, mate. Yeah, excellent. Of course, leading Pro-Am class at the moment in the 800 car. So that's got to feel pretty good after 19 hours and 10 minutes. We are now in the 20th hour of this race. Something like 3,200 kilometers out there by the leader. So everyone's clocked over that 3,000 kilometer mark, 1,864 miles, which I had to do the math on that for Nick earlier. Of course, anyway, I won't get into the reasons why. Yeah, exactly. But what a race.
I mean, I was just touching on what Connor was saying before. Like everyone's had their issues, and yeah, like we start on pads 1. Thanks Sean for that one, who's currently on screen at the moment. So chat, if you want to dive in there and tell him how awesome that was. All part of the strategy though. So yeah, then we had to switch to pads 2 on the front, 3 on the rear, and then we drove for ages basically, and then yeah, put a fresh set on. But yeah, as Colin was saying, everyone's had their issues. A couple of close moments. I had a real scary moment through Blanchimont where I just touched a little bit too much of that inside curb when I was sort of drying, and a bit of a tank like a Porsche moment, but you survive.
I usually give it the phrase here, the Porsche doing Porsche things at this stage. But yeah, I mean, especially in the wet as well. And when the concentration starts to go a little bit, which it has for everyone, then it's so easy to make a mistake like that. I've been lucky so far not to have to do anything in the wet, so I'm quite happy with that. But I've seen every driver out there. As soon as you get out there, it's just the nerves start to go, stress starts to get up a little bit, and mistakes just easy to make, and especially the track like Spa as well. So much easing on of the throttle slowly, so when you do get damp conditions, or even when the tires start to wear out, or you get slightly worn brake pads and things like that, it just really amplifies the difficulty of the circuit.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think also what I found is the actual mixed conditions help the concentration.
Oh, got a
So,
car off the back.
yeah, saw that.
Yeah, too right. I saw that briefly flash. I was like, wait, there's a car on the side there. I'm not sure who that was, but they've had an issue. That's the 111 car.
It is.
So that's Gale's in behind the 111 car, and they have just gone for a huge slam into the barrier out of Pouon, it looks like. Replay, but oh yeah, they're in trouble territory right now, trying to keep out of the way of everyone. So I think they're holding a whole bunch of damage. Here's a replay. Let's take a little look.
No replay. Sorry,
Oh.
wrong button.
Wrong button. Okay.
Wanted to look at the. Wanted to look at the steering here, which is looking interesting.
Oh.
Yep, that steering is one way.
It's good old right hand out.
That is not the direction you want to see a steering wheel facing. Oh, look at that. Yes. Can't turn right.
To touch on what Sean was saying before as well, the interchanging conditions did kind of, even if you were tired or whatever, did kind of keep you on your toes, keep you thinking and stuff like that. Because like I wonder if it was dry, just completely bone dry, if we'd see more relaxation, which could lead to more like spins, bins, all that kind of stuff.
I was thinking the same thing, because when it's dry at Spa, it's one of those tracks, it's very metronome, and especially at night as well, at 4 o'clock in the morning when you're running on, well, who knows what people are running on. I'm running on more caffeine than I've had in the last 3 months, it feels like. Yeah, you just get into that place where you're not concentrating at all, you're almost just driving almost robotically. But the mixed conditions, yeah, bang, you wake straight away, it's raining, oh, hang on, I'm sideways through the world's scariest curve, which is, of course, Speaker Corner. And straight away you're awake, oh, hang on, switch on. So, I know, that's what I found.
Yeah. Fair enough. Just keeping the concentration up is just different, right?
I mean, how also, let's just comment while we're watching this wounded McLaren walk down here. How garbage is the pit lane? The pit lane is absolute trash.
For starters, the pit entry is stupid, because you come into the bus stop and like full tilt and you're turning, but then you got to turn the wheel more to remember, and then you got to turn again. You got to make sure you don't clip that outside wall, because there's no space at all. And then and just before you get comfortable again, bang, slaps in the face with the pit entry. But drive what feels like for 20 minutes, and then the best part is it fires you out of the pit exit, especially in the wet conditions, right into the river of death.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's really rough on exit, and just the way that it's angled as well. If you're coming through Eau Rouge and there's a driver exiting, the way that the car sort of comes back on track, even though you know that they're going to, for the most part, going to stay within the white lines, you do get a real sense. Oh, replay, here we go. Oh, okay. So actually, the 111 car did not get that damage from what happened at Pouon. In fact, oh, crikey, that's some movement. there for the exiting car. Oh, so they've gone around the whole lap. Look at that. That
He's
sucks.
absolutely tanks like that. Yeah, you're seeing some people up there, and it's happened. We've had a couple of moments up the top where it's just like the car's just got like a wind underneath it, and bam, it's just tried to launch you.
Yeah.
It's that nasty little bump.
Yeah, well, you
you hit it
either
wrong.
run over it or, if you run over it smoothly, then it's all good. But if you just tag it, the car just unsettles. And there's a few there, isn't there? Because you've got to go, of course, to the left first, and there's a little nasty bump there. Yeah, there we go. A little fast forward on the replay. So the car just, the car just too damaged to do anything meaningful and stay on the track at all. But there's that first bump on the left-hand part as you enter Eau Rouge, and then another bump as you go through up the middle section where it starts to get the really big incline, and then yet another bump as you hit that left-hander again to go up onto the Kemmel Straight. And look at that pedantry there. Yep. Ooh dear. Back to live images, yeah. But yeah, no, I have to agree. The pedantry is troublesome, is the way I would say it, using non-swear words. In a number of situations as well, right? Like there's the situation where you get a car that is, you're blue flagged to a car behind. They go past you. Bus stop is a great place to let blue flags through. You can mitigate time loss and all sorts of stuff down there. And then they cut right across and go straight into the pit lane. Or you get cars in front that are, that you want to get out of the way or are trying to overtake. And if they run deep into the bus stop and then they cut back because they need to come into the pits, it can create some pretty dangerous situations really quickly. Though I would agree it's a pretty dangerous part of the track.
I think we've been awake long enough and raced long enough today that we can use some pretty gruesome swear words to describe that pit entry. We won't, but we
Plain
can.
putrid
You're
garbage,
thinking them. Yeah.
trash.
Now I'm gonna throw this out there for everyone watching as well, everyone in chat and whatever, and you lovely gentlemen. Will we see rain again?
Wow, that's a
Just one more spicy bit of rain.
You know what? I mean, do I want to see rain? No, I'd be happy with 4 hours, 40 minutes of dry weather right now, especially as it gets warmer and warmer throughout the morning. Will we see rain, though, is a slightly different question. I think we will see more rain.
It's been like so far been about every 5 hours.
Calling it now. We're going to get a spicy 35, 40 minutes at the end of this race.
To finish off.
Yep.
Oh,
Heavy,
I'm so glad I'm not on the last one.
heavy downpour. It's absolute monsoonal weather now.
I've already told the 800 crew my racing boots are off, so I'm done.
There you go. So you're not affected by the call you've just made. Whether we've cursed the weather or not, well, I guess we'll have to find out. I mean, whenever I've called weather in commentary stints, it's always gone the opposite way. So I'm hoping by saying there will be rain, there won't be rain. But I think Bender's got some experience. Whenever he jumps in the comms box, there's rain. So he's not in for another stint, is he?
I don't think so.
Okay, so we might have dry track. I guess we'll have to wait and see. What does everyone in the chat think? Do let us know.
Matt, with the downpour with 20 minutes to go to see who tries to stick it out. Oh, that's spicy.
That is spicy. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I don't know. Look, I think at the end of the day, with the way that I think about endurance racing, I think what most people think about endurance racing, it's it is at the end of the day the journey. It's completing. It's a nice overtake going over there into the bus stop. Very nice and clean, very respectful. I think at the end of the day, victory in an endurance race is finishing the race, and I think we're all out here to have a whole bunch of fun. So while in the seat of the car, rain maybe not the most fun thing, but I think overall it creates some great racing. I think towards the end of the race, no one's going to promote a better range to mix things up and add that spice. I think that'd be a great way to finish off that race here at Spa.
Whoa!
Everyone in unison. Whoa, that was a massive hit. That was huge. 217. Who is that? What team is that?
The 217 car. They have been in. They have been in a tough spot all race down at P30. Norman in the car, and another big shunt for them. Unfortunately, in this race, it's unfortunately added to a rather long list of crashes they've had out there. That was a huge one, though. Wow, we will get a replay of that at some point.
That was a big one.
That's I reckon that's a meatball flag come in and repair the car. By the looks of it, yeah, look, it just, it's struggling to turn.
Struggling to turn, it's got nothing, it's going to have huge front lift, because that was 90 degrees into the wall.
Yeah,
so
it was just a full face plant.
Yeah, it looks like as they come up the hill past the right-hand turning section of Eau Rouge, they might have just clipped the inside curb there, just unsettled the car, and then, yeah, that was kind of all over at that point, really, just a passenger into the barrier.
You see that a lot with sort of 3 or 4 car train as well. That sort of third, fourth car always clips that inside bump and off you go.
Well, it's a hard balance, isn't it, because of the dirty air.
Yeah, it's probably all the aero wash, and just because it washes some of the cars out, something fierce.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, the only way to account for that, or to adjust for it, I should say, is to, you know, lean in on the mechanical grip and the steering a little bit more. And if, you know, there's a real fine balance between what the aero wash is doing to your car and how much extra you need to turn in. And if you turn in a little bit too much, yeah, you can end up in a situation that maybe the 217 cars ended up in there. It's a really tricky one to follow through Eau Rouge. So that's really unlucky for this team. 4 people in the team as well, so it's one of those teams running a smaller number of people out there in the race. And,
Come on, Isaac, get to the pits, buddy. You get to this stage of the race, so you're just willing to put the cars home now.
Yeah.
But, come on, you can do it. Get over.
Well, we've found in our car that the here we go as we fire up Eau Rouge. He's clipped the middle. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Bang. Mixture of hitting the inside curb, which the Ferrari doesn't like, and then just aero wash just sent it.
Yeah. That is unfortunate for them. And that'll be a pretty significant amount of time they'll have to spend in the pits as well to get that all repaired. Oh no, sorry. That's the first part of the pit lane. Now onto the second. Sorry, that briefly I thought he was driving through. But no, that is the first part of the pit lane. For those unfamiliar, very long pit lane here. Very, very long. Basically 2 pit lanes essentially, right?
Oh, yeah. The old GT pits and the F1 pits. Because everyone's too fancy to use other people's pits.
I reckon they should bring back the old chicane. This chicane currently. Don't like it. Bring back the old flowy one.
And this is all for position, so we've got a bit of a rip snorter here with 4 hours 34 remaining, and these drivers thought, well, you know what, let's get into a bit of a scrap. Why not?
Yeah, love to see it. 711 car. Zuhaili in the cockpit at the moment, and trying to hold off the 676 car. Mercedes behind, so Ferrari versus Mercedes. That's a battle you do love to see. We'll hold the inside line at the bus stop we go. Who's going to brake latest? Mercedes good on the brakes. Going to try around the outside. A little bit of paint scraping. 711 is almost stopped dead in the first part of the bus stop there, and through goes the 676. The GSR esports team there for 711. They've actually been having a pretty good race. They've been recovering quite well in this race. Can't remember the exact issues they had earlier on, but it's been a bit tricky for them. I do like their livery on that Ferrari. It is cool. I think there's a 24-hour word on the side of it, and it's also sort of artistically done, which is very cool.
It's the actual Le Mans 24-hour logo.
Oh, yes it is. Yes, that's the point. Did not see that.
Stick to the culture says about 3 years of repairs in his 24-hour race.
That would be an interesting statistic
I was-
together, wouldn't it?
I was just going to say that myself, actually. It'd be really interesting to find out exactly how many penalties, repairs, drive-throughs, total them all up into one number.
I could probably do an average amount of time spent in the pit stop. Let me do a little bit of math for a second and try and bring up an interesting number for everyone.
I reckon it would be lots of dollars. Just not a single amount, just lots of dollars.
How many zeros? Yes.
So what's the balance? Yes. Yes, there is balance.
How have you gone with drive-throughs, Connor? 600.
Well, as I was just saying to George and Glenn before, we had the unfortunate one of when the stutters and stuff were happening earlier on in the race. We got one as a team, which made us go over the stint timer limit, so we got another one on top of that. Straight up, bang bang, thanks for coming. And then we got one more drive-through in the wet just before because the cars didn't want to turn. So it is what it is. So we've had a couple. What about you guys?
We got two. Yeah, so we got a 15-second penalty, which copped our fair whack. And then yeah, we got one, and then we sat on 3 warnings during the night for 4 hours, which was pretty intense. And then yeah, we got another one, and now we're plain sailing. Haven't got any marks as of yet in the last 3 hours.
Yeah, nice. I was surprised. I thought the night running, especially your like 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock, I thought would have got more track limits and more incidents than what it had. Like there was a few. There was bound to be a few because people get sleepy, tired, whatever. But there actually wasn't as many as I thought. So that's good to see. Everyone's racecraft still kept up.
Yeah, I think once a few teams as well got a 2 or 3, they realised, oh, this is a pretty severe penalty. We might just back it off a little bit and respect those track limits. But Spa has that uncanny ability to give you track warnings when you least expect it. So you're always on edge.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's been a tricky one. We actually, in the 70 car, we ran. I think you probably have 1 or 2 now, I suspect, but after the night stint, even more difficult. But for the first 12 or so hours of this race, we had 0 track limit warnings at all. 0. Slow and steady. Yeah, we were kind of been the tortoise in this race, it feels like. Which has been great, so the team's performing well. I did a little bit of math here, so what I've done is I've added up all the pit stops that have been happening across the grid, and I've sort of multiplied it by the time spent in the pits, and that includes driving through, so about 70 seconds. So if I did all that math, it's about a total of just under 16 hours worth of slow or stopped time in the pit lane across all the cars. Quite a lot.
It's a big number.
Hopefully my math is right. If not, then
I will go with it. 7:43 in the morning, mate. It sounds right to me.
yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
It absolutely sounds correct. No more thought process thinking or anything needs to be done. Whatever George says goes. So,
Yep.
Here we go.
I don't think anyone's going to argue with you.
No one else is going to bother with that math. Yeah.
If someone is going to argue, that's it. They have to do a triple stint to finish it off.
Yeah, too right. 4 hours, 30 minutes remaining in this race, and the track has heated up a little bit. We're up to 16 degrees. I think that's going to increase a fair amount more in the next hour or so. What are we thinking? Is it going to get as hot as it did earlier on in this race? Because we did at one point get to 31 degrees Celsius out on track.
I don't think it will.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, probably not, I think. Yeah. It's going to stay probably pretty average out there for the most part. Let's go back and forward at 600 car. Hamilton doing some fine laps out there. Last lap was a 2:18.1. So actually pretty good pace at the moment.
He's being powered along by Jessica Rabbit, so and also if you go to the rear quarter panel, Brad Cook is on the rear quarter panel of our car, so very, very nice.
That's excellent.
No, I was just about to say before and bring to their attention, so the 999 car that's leading the race, the fact that they are leading a 24-hour race and are still doing super well with only 3 drivers is astonishing. That is a mega team effort.
We actually brought that up it was about 3 o'clock this morning when we were driving. They passed us. I'm like, yeah, 3 drivers. Yeah, incredible. Quite frankly, superhuman.
If you're thinking about it, like if they probably haven't done this, like, but each of them could potentially drive 8 hours. So you do an 8-hour enduro solo by yourself. Let's say that they haven't broke it up evenly. Say Gallo here, for instance, has done 10 stints, 10 hours. Like, it's an insane effort by all 3 of them.
That's just massive. I mean, the only I've run a 12-hour charity event solo myself with breaks, and it was, I mean, trying to find the right word here without swearing again. It was really, really, really difficult and totally exhausting and draining. And it was in a game that was much, much simpler and easier to drive in. Sean will know exactly what I'm talking about. And to do 8 hours of driving in ACC across 24 hours, and you've got to bear in mind as well that you're going to be spotting for those as well. So you're in the team environment for at least 16 hours. That's a big day, regardless. And then you've got to take into account all the exhaustion associated with the actual driving component of that as well. It boggles the mind, the effort put in, and you've got to hand it to the 999 team, just handling it super well.
And they got a cracking livery. I'm a big fan of that as well.
Yeah. Good livery livery does go a long way. I think I was going
There it is.
Yeah, I think someone was going to call me out on that eventually. Yeah. Right, what happened to the I'm completely right? No one can. I'm just.
It's a one-time offer.
Yeah.
Oh no, Jessica Rabbit's dirty. Jessica Rabbit's dirty.
Where's that rain? We need a shower down here.
You need to go towards the back of the car, Glenn, like the back, just that back corner there. That back corner there. There he is, Mr. Cook. Right on the corner there. Just look at him. He's having a good time. Ah, there he is, doing a shoey.
Oh, look at that.
That's fantastic.
I mean, it depends which way you look at it. It does look like a couple of other suggestive things.
No, not at all. It's just Mr. Cook. That's all it is.
And into the pits.
Liam coming into the pits. Brad will actually jump in the car again for his final stint. So, and yes, we have a Nissan badge and a Pit Viper sign on the car too.
Oh man, I have to admit, you've got all the right elements there on a livery. It's entertaining. It's good to look at. Got to take my hat off. That's good stuff. So, a few things from around the grid. Of course, we do still have the 999 car leading us away, and yes, Bruno Gallo is now in the car. He has been for a little while. In P2, it is Ruckmart in the 818 car, and then Ben Floyd in the 587 car, P3. So that's the top 3 at the moment in the pro category and overall in this race. And then we've got in the silver class, 70 car, and they are in a battle with the 676 car. Landry taking over the helm, another fast contender for the American outfit, convicts and colonials. And then third in the overall silver class is Skulina there in the Porsche 992 for the number 8, who are on a bit of a recovery drive as well. Let's be honest, everyone's on a recovery drive at this stage. And then over in the Pro-Am class, it is the 800 car, the Porsche. Sean Muller, who's in the commentary box with us, has been driving along with them. And then the 91 car, the Bentley, who doing pretty well too, down at P16 at the moment. And then the 666 car, the BMW, with Christensen at the helm at the moment. And then looking around towards the AM class, we'll put that up shortly. I think it might be the number 2 car that is still leading us away in the AM class currently. Where there was a little bit of battle going on between them and the 40. No, the we'll see if we can bring up the AM class results as it is in a second. No worries, Glenn. That's good. I see. Scroll button is not working. Game. Good to see it. But I would
Even
say
the game wants a break.
Yeah, exactly. The game's saying no, thank you. We're taking a break. Yeah. So we'll get the AM class results soon. There we go. Wenzel, number 2, still leading us away. 22. There we go. So 22 Brickley in the car for the Ferrari, and then the 959 car, Brooker, taking a pretty good position there. P29 overall, 3rd in AM class. So we may see a few battles evolving towards the end of this race. I'm excited to see what's going to go on. Any predictions from you guys in the commentary box? Anyone in chat as well? Do you go ahead with predictions?
With 4 hours to go on a 24-hour race, I pretty much reckon every single team, if you spoke to them what they want to do, finish. I reckon if you get in a battle though, I don't know. Depends what driver you have in the car as well at the time you have the battle. If you've got someone fresh in the car, awesome, great. You can really have a fight. You've got both really tired drivers. It's got to be more who can just dig deep, I suppose.
Yeah.
Survival, luck.
That's pretty much the name of the game, isn't it?
And you are right. That I reckon.
I reckon that with exactly 41 minutes to go, there will be a downpour that'll finish the race and will just cause chaos and anarchy. We're going this route now.
Wow.
There we go. We're doubling down on this prediction.
Yep.
We'll see what happens in the last 40 minutes of the race. I mean, if I'm out there driving, no, thank you. If I'm in here commentating or watching,
yes,
I think I'll be in a different frame of mind there for that. Because we want some excitement. Not to say we haven't had excitement, just to be absolutely clear. It's been great to watch what's going out on track. But some rain just thrown in at the end would just, kind of magical, I think.
I'd have to agree. Yeah, I think it'd be a great way to finish it. What is this? Flooded track for the end. Oh, wow, you really are satis.
Yeah. Trust chaps to have that opinion. That's for sure.
flooded track. P13 has to win, and everyone has to go 3 wide every corner. It was coming up with all the recipes right now.
Connor, I think you're a conspiracy theorist from way back. You weren't in America on January 6th, were you?
No comment. I'll take that to the grave.
We were discussing a while back the potential conspiracy of the commentator's curse as well, and I'm not gonna go too deep on that. I'm focus on the 70 car, but Nick, the broadcaster who did the overnight stint from the North America region, was very convinced that it's a real thing, whereas I still remain probably eternally optimistic that it's totally a conspiracy, just a coincidence. Although I do seem to prove myself wrong more often than not on that. I don't know what you guys think about it. Coincidence or not? That is the question.
I did a overnight stint in the comms with Nick, and yeah, just every single time he said just like anything that was gonna happen the exact opposite like happened to it, or like he just cursed the car into existence.
The man's got the touch.
he had the magic touch.
A suggestion from Zach Graham here. I think everyone should stop and let the 42 unlap themselves.
Have you noticed? Have you noticed something though, Connor? That Cookie's just changed the subject. The whole time a certain car's been on screen, and there you go. Look
There
at
we
that.
go. Okay. Oh, we got through it. I can breathe again. I was gonna start
That's
whispering to Glenn, so switch the camera really quick.
Oh. Another one from chat. At the risk of causing chaos, no penalties for the last hour and a half, other than track limits.
That could be spicy.
Well,
Suggestions.
I got a good one. Okay, so this is why the racing is going on as John Bob with 42. So there's the wet PSI trick. What if you jack up the dry PSI for the final 4 hours?
Ooh.
Must run at 35 PSI. I love it.
Must. It's a new OR rule. Go check it in the sporting regs. Mull's got it in there.
And throw pad 3 on for just extra measurement.
Yeah, it's like playing roulette with who's going to pop a tyre first, really, isn't it? If so much effort hadn't gone in the past 20 hours, I'd be all for that idea.
The past 20 hours was nothing but a fever dream. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got another suggestion in here about letting the 42 unlap themselves. They're currently on lap 437. Leaders are on lap 492. So that'd be a fairly... might not even be able to unlap themselves by the races everyone did really. Probably could at the end of the day, but it's a lot of laps to catch up. Let's just put it that way.
But still trucking along. You can tell some cars just want to get to the finish, just the way they've been driven as well. That's what I've sort of...
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Straight,
And just like... It's like the care factor's there. Like the care factor's there. You're so close to the finish. But there's just some cars who are just like, please let it be done. I want to see this through to the end.
Yeah, exactly right. Speaking of which, I am coming towards the end of my commentary stint in the box, so I will begin to wrap things up on my side here. That is to leave you, amazing gentlemen, in the comms box to continue the live coverage of this race. And yeah, I'll be out there for another final stint in an hour or so. So hopefully we do well. No curses, please. But honestly, yeah, it's been great jumping in here. So big thanks to you both. Thank you, Glenn, as well, for all that you're doing in the background. What an absolute legend you are. So thank you to yourself and all the team in the background. Yeah, happy commentating, everyone. Thank you, everyone in chat, for all the comments too. Enjoy the remainder of this amazing event, and I will hopefully talk to you all soon in the comment box at some point at another event.
Thank you, good sir.
Thanks. Sorry, I just realised I was muted for the stream. George, thank you, and we wish you well for the remainder of the race, and we will do our utmost to not curse you, but I can't guarantee when you've got these rat bags in here with me that it won't. I can't guarantee that it won't happen.
Good. I'll probably deserve that. Probably handed out a few curses myself, so we'll just see which way the karma lands. Yes, thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Have a good rest of your time here in the comms box. Enjoy the last part of the 24-hour race. It's been a blast so far, so we'll catch you next time.
Thank you. So, where are we at? We're at 4 minutes. I'll try again. 4 hours and 13 minutes ago. You're watching the Permobil Spa 24-hour live on Octane Online Racing. It's been an epic night, but we are coming to the final stretch as we do buy ourselves a ticket to that final 3 or 4 hours. But of course, 4 hours is a long time around Spa, and who knows what's going to happen. The weather curse has already been placed in effect, so we are expecting torrential rain with 40 minutes to go. Calling it now.
Yes, excellent. As Ethan joins into the box.
Hello.
Good day, Ethan.
How's it
How are
going?
you?
Not bad, yourself?
Yeah, good. I'm going to take my leave because I'm about to go jump in the car and do some laps. Who would have thunk it? Thanks for having me, Glenn. Good as always, Sean. Thanks, chat. And
Good luck, mate.
have a good rest of the comps. I might do a sick drift round pool on or something.
Yeah, nice.
Keep an eye
Light
out
them
for you.
tyres up.
Good luck, Connor.
All right, catch us.
See you, mate.
How's your night been there, Ethan?
Not good. No, I personally didn't sleep very well, and then woke up to find that Nate Wilson, and it was on the stream, has given Eau Rouge a mighty whack. Nathan Wilson, there we go. We'll just give him another shout out because they've all been giving me crap for putting on dries during the wet stint last night.
Oh, you went that way.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to go that way. It was a complete mistake, and we dropped from 5th to 13th or something. As Cam, the man I put on dry tyres, has entered the comms box. Hello, how you going?
Hello.
Yeah, we're doing all right. I came in we were 19th, I think, and we're coming back up to 15th. Bit of a tough night though. I think we were there for 6 or 7 minutes in the pits, but still going, still enjoying the race, which is the main thing.
That's it.
How about yourself? How's the is it the 700?
800.
800.
Yep. Yeah, look, well, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'll try not to... Oh, as the 42 goes, that was a bit of a half spin. Yeah, look, we're pretty chuffed where we're at the moment. We've had a good night run. We got the strategies right, coming at the right time, put the right tyres on. We did start off with brake pads 1. Yeah, other Sean wanted to try something new. Yep, that's what he's going with. So yeah, we had to come in and do an early pad change, but other than that, it's actually been really good. I can't complain too much.
Yeah, it seems like you're doing well. I mean, you found yourself leading the Pro-Am class, so...
Has other Sean been relegated to a water boy now because of his decision to start at once?
Well, no, he's just going to do these morning stints, and if it does rain, pretty much everyone says, yeah, Sean, you're getting in the car, so that's his sort of punishment, but he's definitely made up for it. His stint was around that 7, 8 o'clock mark was very, very good. High quality, not a lot of track cuts, really clean. So he definitely made up for his mistake. He was kicking himself, but it's 24-hour racing. Mistakes are going to happen. It's just how you sort of minimalise them and keep trucking moving forward.
100%. Just got to keep it on track and keep the car straight. It's the key to endurance racing.
There's Mr. Brimblecombe at the moment, or young Sean as we call him. Got to spelt Sean the right way as well. Good lad. Oh, look at that. There's 3 Seans on track, 2 Seans on track, and 1 in the box at the moment, and they're all spelt the right way. How good is that? Oh, you can tell this. I don't know if you used to watch a lot of endurance racing, but I always found this hour between 8 and 10 is my actual favourite in any endurance race. It's normally when you get the commentary that's you can tell people are tired. They've had a long night. You also just get cars that are looking really battle worn, and everyone's just trucking around, driving really safe. But I just enjoy it. I think it's the best time to enjoy that, or happy hour, which is sort of 3 to 4 in the morning.
It can be a real mix of drivers who are kind of towards the end on the latter stints, and also fresh drivers are getting up to do the end.
Yeah, I think the sunrise definitely. You kind of know you need the end when it comes up to, so everyone's just kind of trying to put in that last shift, that last push to wrap up the event.
I think what's also been cool is having the game time. It's sort of match or Melbourne time as well. But even a couple of the guys from New Zealand, they were saying, the summer's, they're out and track and the summer's coming up, and the summer's coming up there as well, and just adds that another layer of experience. And
it's like a 4D,
immersion is the word they like to use these days. Oh, hang on. It is that time of the morning, though, gentlemen. We've got breakfast chat in chat.
Breakfast chat in chat.
Yep.
Got to open up the chat. Totally forgot about
Breakfast
it.
chat is dangerous if you've not had breakfast.
No, once I'm finishing this box, I'll be going to get some crumpets.
What are you having on them? What are you having on them?
Oh, definitely marmalade and golden syrup. It's the two best ways to go about it. Oh, yeah.
I'd have strawberry. I'd go for strawberry jam first.
Strawberry jam.
I'm just a butter kind of guy.
Butter? Yeah.
Butter work.
But I douse it in butter, so it's like not healthy.
It's got any topping you put on a crumpet, it's got to drip through the bottom.
It has to, yeah.
If it doesn't, you haven't put enough on. Rusty Shackleton's going for the fresh omelette with mushrooms, onions, and capsicum and ham. It's got us covered.
Well, some of us are a bit more highbrow than others, to say the least. Put it that way.
Bailey's and the coffee. Oh wow, he's really living it up.
Preparing for the next stint by the looks.
Paddy Owen's got a coffee and bacon and egg bagel. It's almost a classic enduro sort of meal there.
Wouldn't mind a bacon and egg sandwich at the moment.
I was actually thinking the same thing as well.
Yeah.
How do you have your eggs? Are you a runny egg person? Hard boiled?
I like mine
runny.
scrambled or omelettes. I'm not very adventurous.
I'm a poached egg person, definitely.
Nah, the runny egg runs down your finger. It's adds flavour.
I always like to add lots of black pepper with my scrambled,
Yep, agreed.
and there's not much egg left to a degree.
Oh, so you'd like some egg with your pepper?
Yes. Yes. Ooh, that was a bit of a moment. The Mercedes behind. I was going to say, there's been a lot of near misses. Like, even if you don't have an accident, you're never that far away from this track.
Yeah, you always feel like you're on the edge. Couldn't agree more.
Especially on the last stints. If you've done like 4 or 5, either exhaustion can get the better, focus is depleting.
Depleted. We're just going to go depleted.
Yeah.
I think we're all depleted about 6 hours ago.
What drinks did you guys have when you were doing your stints? If you had any.
Red Bull at about 10 o'clock last night. Got me through the second half.
So I've been going since 10 o'clock yesterday. So during the day I had just a dare iced coffee and then some water, of course, and then a couple of nice lattes. Then about 10, 11, I started to hit the water. Had my first Red Bull can at 12. Then had another one at 2:30. And then another coffee at about 4:30. And now I'm on my second dare iced coffee. So
That's a commitment. I thought I was going hard with my Red Bulls. Like, unfortunately, I had only the big ones, and I feel like that's a bit more than I should have drank, to be honest. But I had a bit of a Powerade as well. I like to have those on hand for driving. That's not a very healthy looking Ferrari.
But not overly healthy, but it seems like they've got a bit of pace still.
It could be
as their-
that glitch thing.
let me have a look in my game. They are a second off of Landry in P6, as the leader comes into the pits for what I'd presume to be another scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, the 676 Mercedes is kind of, I feel like I've seen that up and down the grids all throughout the race, but they've been holding that sort of P6, P7 position for the last 6 hours or so they've done a very good job in that regards.
Yeah, and on my screen as well, it seems as though the 101 Ferrari of Eaton Chen is pretty banged up. Not too sure where they've hit a wall, but that hood is definitely up. That's not a visual glitch.
I was going to say, they're still carrying a decent amount of speed, despite obviously a front aero loss.
Yeah, Chen's quite an established driver. Did SRO as well. So knows his way around the car. I believe he was in the Ferrari 4.2. Could be wrong.
No citation needed on that one. Oh well, looks like we got Bruno Gallo in the pits. A potential driver change, and not far away from the 500 lap marker.
Yeah, that was brought up. How many laps we were going to do? Just to answer a quick question in chat there. I believe 34 cars are still running there, Mr. Oliver. Which is a humongous effort.
Out of 37 starters, I believe.
Yep,
which is pretty good ratios.
Definitely.
We had the 777 BMW retired after some connectivity problems.
Number 89 Lamborghini.
The one that I thought was going to win the BS competition car.
Yeah, Pip to be favourites.
And the third one, I'm not too sure who the third one is, unfortunately. But lost 3.
I'm going to look at the spotters guy. I'm trying to remember what car I've not seen in the last 24 hours because I feel like I've seen all of them many times.
Wow. Thank you there, Glenn. Car 86.
Yep.
There you go.
Red Rebel Racing of Mags, Hurley, Kumar, and Aki. Unfortunate, but these things happen. Kudos to everyone who's still going, trucking on, whether you're leading or 40 laps behind.
Yeah, we did hear that, J-Mac, in chat. Yeah, there was some severe weather going on. I'm not too sure where. I think it's Queensland or New Zealand. I'm not too 100% sure where, but I was just sort of reading random feeds and that. And yeah, there was some definite weather going on, which was causing a lot of issues as well. So
I believe even Kale can speak to that.
We've had some pretty ordinary weather in SA. I don't know. Someone was chatting with Hobbsy last night about it as I was laying in bed meant to be sleeping. Yeah, I don't think it's stopped raining for the last 24 hours or so. So that could be a part here. I know it's hot in Sydney with Crick's computer going down.
Very hot in Sydney.
Obviously, with the rain that we've had, it's going to be moving over to Victoria and everything as well.
of course,
Storms and stuff.
Of course it is. We've had just standard Melbourne weather. So it was 34 on Thursday, and I was thinking, oh boy, here we go. I was getting ready for a hot one, and then today I woke up this morning, went outside for a bit, get some fresh air, and I had to put a jacket on.
Yep, sounds pretty, from what I've heard from Melbourne, it's very topsy-turvy. I will say Sydney can be a little bit similar at certain times of the year. This Chen is really putting Landry under pressure right now.
Keeping an eye on that sort of while I've been chatting, and yeah, he's not letting him go. Landry runs a little wide there. That might give this Ferrari Chen a bit of an opportunity to head down now towards Eau Rouge and up towards Radion. Always a hot spot. This is over 220 kilometres an hour as they chuck it down the hill, then over the top. One of the most famous parts of motorsport in the world. I could call Eau Rouge all day. It's a brilliant bit of road. But
Good run through Eau Rouge from Landry's. Expecting him to get caught up a bit.
that aero's got to be affecting a Ferrari though, top speed wise, surely.
That's a very good point, 100%.
Looks like it'd be affecting the car in most places around the track.
Yeah.
Plus the aero wash from the Mercedes, would be very nice to drive at the moment.
At the very least, it'll be affecting Silver's wallet in real life.
Oh, that looks a little bit weird there.
I'm trying to tell if his steering's actually straight when he straightens up or
Yeah,
not.
it looks like it is.
Oh no, a bit of down.
Yeah.
Oh no, straight maybe.
Looks
Yeah,
like it's pulling to the right a tinge.
it's a bit hard to tell on the spectator view as you don't get the full animation range from the driver's hands. But yeah, kudos to Chen. Despite the damage, he's not slowing up at all.
I'm just having a little think. So anyone after the 3 hour and 20 minute mark will only have 2 stops remaining. Am I right in saying that?
Well, it depends on their strategy and how they're working it.
Well, it's we're more looking at driver stint time.
Yeah.
So I think 3
yes.
hours, 20 minutes, you're cutting out a pit stop. I reckon a lot of teams are going to be in the position where they're going to be 5 or 10 minutes over that driver stint time. I think we are not very far over. So Landry just coming into the pits now. They're looking at 3 more stops as well. So the leaders in the 999 Laundry House crew will be needing to do 3 more. I'd be interested to see when the 818 Alpha Venturi car last pit, just to see if they have 3 stops or 2 stops remaining. Because if they're saving 1 pit stop, that's it's a minute 40,
Yeah.
and that's enough to skyrocket them into the lead. So I guess we're kind of getting into the strategy crunch time now.
Yep, and we are on our 500 lap for the leader. Just under 4 hours to go.
I can tell you that the 818 pitted 11 laps ago. Sean Madison in the seat now. So that was...
It's got to be around 4 hours 20 minutes to go. 11 laps ago. So yeah, they might, as Philippa in chat says, yeah, they might be in trouble.
I reckon it's going to be tight. So it's 11 laps ago.
Yep.
As Glenn has informed us. So that would be 20, we'll go 25 minutes on the safe side. So we're looking at another 40 minutes, 35 again on the safe side. They're going to be close. Very close. They need to make sure that they're getting that extra lap at the end of the stint as well. Pitting with around 30 to 40 seconds left on their stint to maximise this time. But I reckon in a couple of hours they could be a real shoe-in. And we need to take into account that lap at the end of the race. If Terry Rayton crosses the line with 4 seconds to go, that could push him over. With an extra 2.5 minutes added onto the stint at the end.
Yeah, you got to be careful with the stint time. You can leave it very marginal. I was leaving it till the last second and left it with 10 seconds to go, which was not ideal, but a calculated risk. And a few calculated risks over the 24 hours can definitely put you in good standing for the end. And it's these little 1% that all add up, which is helps the leaders.
Now, I'm not too sure if it was the 818 or the 919 from Suzuka, I believe. They took an intentional drive-through. They intentionally went over the stint timer because it was shorter to take a drive-through and the penalty than to stop the car and take a pit stop. So that's something that they could look at here, taking a drive-through at the end of the race. But because they're not going to be stopping for tyres or fuel, that might save them 15, 20 seconds and bring them again right back into this race. Which no doubt they're not out of it, but Just thinking out loud.
I feel like the top 4 McLarens, to be honest, this whole race have been remarkably consistent. I think everyone else has had their own dramas, whether it's accidents, drive-throughs, resets, disconnects, but that top 4 have been nearly faultless, and that's why they're all still relatively close together in comparison to the rest of the pack. So it really does show the level of speed that we do have across all drivers in this race.
Well, I just think that I must be because I was listening to all that and my head just went, numbers, meow. I don't do strat, so that's why I have smarter people in my team. So what you'll say, just to try to understand it so more clearly, you're talking about getting to that final stint and making sure that you don't tick that 75-minute mark before you cross for the final lap.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's exactly right, and it'll depend.
Yes.
I mean, I did say the intentional drive-through. Unfortunately, that was my bad. I'm tired. That won't work because they're trying to cut down on that one stop. So even if they take the drive-through, it'll still put them 1 minute 40 behind, 1 minute 50 behind. So their aim at the moment is to pit 2 more times, the 818 crew, and just it's all about driver time. So if we can somehow find out how much time they've got left in their stint, we'll be able to calculate it from there and see if they're actually a chance or not. But I reckon they're going to be a minute or 2 or 3, you know, either in the window or out the window.
I'm right there with you, Sean, though. Mass at 8 o'clock in the morning is not something I enjoy, especially having driven through the night.
I will be back in 1 second, sorry. Just got a problem with a teammate.
Speaking of mass, though, I will happily counter 2 hash browns if I am for breakfast. We can see if we can reignite breakfast chat, see if there's any more suggestions or recommendations from people, because that's how I'm staying awake right now, put it that way.
And for those watching, you are watching a serious operator at work. This is Sean Madison at the moment. I want to give a little shout out to Sean. One, he spells his name right, which is always a tick. But when I first joined OOR, he did a truck lap guide around Bathurst. And literally, ever since that lap guide, I love driving around Bathurst a lot more, especially on ACC, just because of certain things he's taught and how to take the track and everything like that. And it's sort of the great thing about OOR, and that was a little wide there, is he's changed the TC on the fly as well, which is another thing that I added. But yeah, it's basically that's the great thing about OOR. You know, if you even brand new to sim racing or ACC, rookies right through to sprints, there's 818 has been in the stint for 31 minutes. There we go. There's always plenty of learnings, and especially from our really fast pros. So they're always willing to help. You know, you ask them a question, yep, no problem. So definitely think it's one of the great things, and this is sort of a culmination of all that. We're seeing drivers of all different skills and class out there, all on track at the same time, and hopefully all 34 that are still out there at the moment, cars and all the drivers in those teams, bring them all home, and that's enough to stop you from me.
100% echo the same sentiment, though. Like, OOR has been a great place. A lot of very fast people, but also a lot of people willing to share the knowledge to anyone who's got questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question, that's for damn sure. And we've got our lovely setup channels towards the bottom of the Discord as well, which are very useful.
Alrighty, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to bounce. One of our teammates' wheelbase is just broken, so I'm going to have to jump in, so our other driver doesn't have to race pretty much for the rest of the race. So thank you for the short time having me. I might be able to come back a little bit afterwards. We'll see how we go.
But, go smash
go
it.
hard, mate.
Yeah,
go
all
hard.
the best, guys. All the best, Sean, for the rest of the race. Hopefully you guys stay there and win your class. That'd be great. That'll be a great result.
Hopefully. Have a good run, mate.
Thank you. See you later.
Okay. The curse of 555 unfortunately continues.
Right there, though, that's the 24-hour for me, right there in a nutshell. Right there. That was a teammate realising, yep, there's a problem. Straight away in the car. That's the great thing about it. 100%. If you could snapshot the 24-hour, if someone said, oh, what'd you do on the weekend? Literally that comment right there is what we did.
Absolutely. Like, you know, for me, I'm sure a lot of people can also echo this. You know, the result is one thing, but the journey getting there is definitely, I feel like, is the most rewarding part. Even if it goes, even if the number at the end isn't what you originally planned for. I do hope, unfortunately, 555, you know, wheelbase going, you know, hardware failures. Sadly, it can be a thing. You know, it's never. Hopefully, it didn't happen instant. Hopefully, it's just one of our drivers in waiting who's discovered that. So if that happens on track, unfortunately, I feel like we've seen that even with Chris Curley in the sprint season at Watkins Glen only a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, had a wheel failure, if I remember. Unfortunately, leading at the time, and just like that, it can all unravel.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and when you're dealing with technology and that, you know, when it wants to go, nothing you can do. You just got to ride with the punches. Here is the 555 at the moment on the screen. Currently running in 5th position with Jamie Kozer behind the wheel. And they've definitely have it up, and they've had a big spag. We'll put it that way.
Oh yes, yes. As I did the overnight stints. I'm not sure if you're aware, Sean, but
Yeah.
I'm in this car.
I saw you out there.
Yep. It's been very interesting. It's been a great learning experience. Dries, not good in wet. Can confirm that, but yeah, you know, I think, but like many others, unfortunately, you know, we've had our fair share of pain, and you know, motorsport can be cruel. It can be great, but it can also be very cruel.
Yeah, it's one of those sort of things. It's the highest of highs and can be the lowest of lows sometimes. But I'm always a big believer. How you bounce back from adversity defines it, especially in a sporting environment. And the fact he's still trucking out there, massive effort.
Still tracking out there, and I have to say, like, you know, shout out to Ethan and Jamie as well, because, you know, we had a rough night stint, but they've come at it fresh in the morning, woken up, and they're right up there doing pace as well, slowly getting us back. You know, we looked, we were a lap behind the car ahead and a lap behind the car behind. You know, that whole conundrum, and you just gotta slowly dig away and move forward.
That's it. And you're running a twist on a martini livery, so that's always a tick in my book.
Yeah, it's a funny little livery. I think, unfortunately, Mr. Wilson did a great job with the livery. I think, unfortunately, he painted the German flag on the engine cover and not the Belgian flag, as originally intended. But he's done a very good job, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, it looks like we don't have too many pit stops. We're only number 700, McIver. I believe I probably got that name wrong, but you know, that's part of commentary. That's just breaking the duck.
Exactly.
I know my name has definitely tripped up a few commentators, as I unfortunately have caught them out. They go to, like,
it's the rite of passage of a commentator. You must first curse someone and then butcher someone's name. Until you've done those two things, you haven't walked through the doors yet. But you've done both, you're on your way.
Absolutely. And I only found that out all too well with Mr. Neil Alexander in one. I think the first time I did race in the sprint season, he said "yeeters deleters," and I got rear-ended 2 seconds after he said that. And forever, Mr. Alexander has just you know, implanted that PTSD in my head now. That was a long time ago, actually, in season 7, and it was also, yeah, back then we had Sean Madison, as you mentioned before, racing. You know, there's a lot of people that still hung around, a lot of quick people now. Jamie Conboy, you know. Unfortunately, I feel like they've all gotten quicker and I've stayed the same, sadly.
Yeah, look, I get the feel. I can't remember any scenes. been around for a little while now, and yeah, some of the guys I race rookies with, they've gone on to much quicker things, and I've sort of stayed at the same level. But I
It's
just
all
put it
part of the fun.
I just blame old age, man.
Yeah.
It's easier that way.
The curse of the youth coming in, taking our positions.
All these quick reflexes and stuff. Seriously.
Yeah, as someone who likes to do a livery, I'd say it's better to look good than to be fast, in my opinion.
Yeah. The biggest key, the biggest takeaway, and this sort of whole event's been around, in my opinion as well, is having fun. And that's, the world's a bit rough at the moment. There's a lot going on, but if we can all come together for 24 hours, have a bit of fun, and all enjoy our favourite hobby, which is sim racing, being in this wonderful community, I think the event's been an absolute success. So hats off to, once again, we've been saying it all stream, but truly to all the people behind the scenes that have done an incredible amount of work. It's quite frankly ridiculous to put this event on. Yeah, definitely tip my hats off. Raise a beer, raise a milk, whatever you drink. That definitely for me is sort of a success, 100%. And
yeah, big pats on the back all around.
Definitely.
Unfortunately, probably too many people to list off. Commentators, people who just help, people who do graphics, people who set up whitelists, servers, everyone, thank you very much. People who give up their time to do stewarding, commentating. Yeah, we all do appreciate it. Sometimes, things rear to a head, sometimes we say the wrong things in the heat of the moment, because we're all fierce competitors and we all like to, have fun behind the wheel, but, I think ultimately we all should be very grateful that we have these great environments that we can come to do racing at the cost of nothing as well. But if you would like to join the Patreon, it would be most welcome.
And you receive a 5% discount off at simrooms.com. Who's a sponsor of our fantastic sprint series as well.
Like it.
Look at that. Look at us go.
Yeah.
As we're actually, this is a bit spicy on track here at the moment. This is for a position. So we've got
Absolutely.
Frizzer and Shazwan going at it here. So they go through the Rouge, and they've got the 800 car just sitting in behind as well. Just stated that there, please, Kate. Just get involved in that, Maliki. Thank you.
Bit of a cut over a Rouge, over Radion from the 7-Eleven. You don't want to be doing that too many times.
Don't call that Eau Rouge, mate. We'll chat down Facebook chat a lot up. He's going to go up the inside here at Lecom. They're going to go side by side. I've seen that move tried quite a few times there on the 676 Mercedes, and for some reason they just have the ability to hang it around that line. So they've definitely worked something out with the big Merc. Looking beautiful in its Belgian flag livery, but the 7-Eleven here is very much on the charge and wants to get past that Merc, but that Merc has proven to be a very difficult car to get past.
Indeed, I'm surprised. I was quite pleasantly surprised at how many Mercedes we have enter the race. I thought it was always a bit of a tricky car to get on top of, but they really have done a very good job, particularly the 676. But like you said, you can send it up the inside, but if you've got a driver smart enough to hold the speed around the outside, they can't disappear when it comes to the inside for the next corner, and the attacking driver just has to deal with it and concede.
Yeah.
It's
definitely a section of track that you see a lot of mistakes. We also see some brilliant overtaking as well. It really does reward really good drivers with great technique. So heading in now to the best corner on the track, in my opinion. I'm a big fan of Pillon.
I was just going to jump in, Cam. You mentioned before that it was better to look good than to be fast. What do you suggest for someone who's got none of those things?
Personality? You could always outsource and get a group made from someone else, but yeah, personality, that's what they always fall back on. They say that's what matters. I've yet to see it.
Like to fool ourselves. Some of us just like to fool ourselves.
Absolutely. It's the early morning giggles right now. It's all a bit giddy.
This
We're all
battle's
fucking away.
this battle's been off and on and off and on for a number of hours.
Yeah, and he went jink left and then jink right, gave Selden the dummy, and he might have it done here. And he might be able to close the door off. Very good job.
Nice move.
From the Christmas tree Ferrari, that's what I see that livery as personally. I mean, it's seasonal.
Yeah, it's very seasonal. Now I've got this thing in my head. Yeah, the Ferrari's got that stupid antenna thing on the top of his roof.
I only just noticed it like 10 minutes ago when I watched the stream. I've been driving the car the whole time. This massive pitot tube that's sticking off the roof.
What it needs is like a Christmas stocking off it or something, you know, flapping in the wind. That would really set that livery off.
Maybe it's like one of those, you know, the Dodge car like antenna things. So you just like you can hook it up to the rail and probably get another 60 horsepower on a car that doesn't need any more power. That's what I'm sure.
On that now, Pip, I will check that for you. We are checking. We are checking.
We'll see if Frizzet can stay with Salvic and maybe be able to at least leech off his draft for a bit and gain a little bit of time, save a little bit of fuel. Although I think everyone is generally got more than enough fuel to get to the end unless they underfuel it. It's more so kind of being stint limited than fuel limited in this race.
So the current stint timer on the 818 is 44 minutes and 54 seconds. Rusty says it's an antenna to get those Italian weather channels live in the car. Never watched Italian weather. Oh, might have to check that out.
I swear, I never noticed it before. I don't know how. I can't unsee it now. That's the thing.
Yeah, once you see it, yeah, you can't. Exactly.
I think like the Corvette, the C8, definitely's got like a big pitot tube as well on the front, and I think like surely that'd be if it was a road car, that would be made illegal because it's like those old Jaguar bonnet emblems, which I think they made illegal because unfortunately, if you hit a passenger with one, it's a bad day for the passenger. Put it that way.
Yeah, the Ferrari does have, for a multi-million-dollar GT3 car, it's got a couple of features which definitely look very, what's the word? Afterthoughts, we'll go with that. One is that stupid antenna on the roof, and the other one, I've banged on this about it before, its rear view camera looks like a bloody iPhone.
It does now, yeah. Can concede, but as someone who's raced a lot of cars that didn't have a rear view camera, I'm quite grateful for it. Because I haven't driven a car that's had one and always relied on the old-fashioned rear view mirror, which is not really a mirror, it's more of a HUD element to say the least. I think if this game actually simulated what you could see through the rear view mirrors, there'd be very little of what you can actually see in game.
Racing drivers use mirrors?
Oh yes.
Where?
Well, I'm pretty certain if my car was modeled correctly, I think I knocked my right-hand sidewalls off several times going through turn 1 and going down to Eau Rouge. As your car, I believe, is definitely hanging on to the back of Frizz's Mercedes and might have a think about unlapping himself if he's got enough pace to do so. It's definitely all part of the strategy. I know we had to do it a few times in the race. You know, sometimes you're quicker than the car ahead, but you're a lap behind, so you have to safely unlap yourself. Thankfully, in the Ferrari, we had lots of lovely straight line speed to do that safely, for the most part.
It's a real balancing act, that unlapping yourself, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And sometimes, you know, you might get blue flags, but you have just enough pace to pull away, in case someone comes out of the pits. And you kind of have to maximize it at the time, do a bit of weighing up, but yeah, definitely don't want to impede anyone, ideally. just a shout out to the 91 Bentley. We only Bentley in the field, and they've been plugging away nice and steady in the mid-teens part of the field, in the wastelands, as I like to call it, because that's where we are.
They were actually very quick during the night session. Pickford was doing some real big stints during that sort of night session as well. So we're sort of keeping an eye on them because we're sort of racing them in class. And yeah, a couple of these night stints were mega, absolutely mega.
Yeah, it's a tidy little crew in there. We've got Mr. Bob now in there. He's a tidy operator. I assume that he's fixed his wheel because I think he had a pin broke a few seasons ago, if I recall. Which is unfortunately part of the case on some Fanatec products from what I understand. Thankfully, mine has remained intact. But it's good to see cars like the Bentley, like the only Bentley. I swear we had more than one BMW start the race, but
yeah, we had two, but I believe one DNF.
Yes, and it's always good to, even with the BOP. It's nice to get these cars, and also to include the Aston Martin towards unfortunately towards the bottom of the field, but they've been plugging away, not throwing in the towel. That's the biggest part, in my opinion. Like, just keep going, no matter how bad it gets. It's not fun, but finishing the race is a victory in itself, in my opinion.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Just catching up here on chat. Look, yep, got the driver in chat, so they can answer that question. That wasn't monumental crash, but that's one of the biggest I've ever seen on AC. It's huge.
Seems like big crashes on ACC, so yeah, it takes some. Which is scary to think that we're going to go to one of the most narrow and tight racetracks in the near future up in the forests of Nuremberg.
Yeah, it's always intimidating when you go into a racetrack and they call it the Green Hell.
Yeah, kind of maybe unnerving. I've obviously never visited. It's on the bucket list, like a lot of the endurance races, to be honest, around the world. But, I have a few friends in Europe who go over there to do the N24, and it looks like a right old good time.
Oh, spectating! It looks like an absolute riot.
Yeah.
Driving it? Yeah, no, it doesn't fill me with excitement.
I think it has definitely has its own charm, and I think it is. I think especially in the cars at these speeds as well, it does feel like a sort of a crazy roller coaster, especially going down to the flats.
Oh no, driving it in a sim completely. Oh, I'm all down for that, 100%. Driving it in real life? Yeah, no.
Yeah, not. I'll be driving it very gently, or I'll get one of those ring taxis, put it that way. Although I feel like in those ring taxis, like, I don't know about you, but I'm not a good passenger, so I feel like you just part the seat, you part the car.
Those ring taxis aren't exactly. They don't. The same speed limit ring taxi style. Like, they are fully tilted.
Yeah, definitely.
Mace with the big question: who's going to do the walkthrough for rookies when Nordschleifer gets released?
How many people we're going to need, I think is the question. But maybe we could get 3 pros to split it up into 3 different sections.
Yeah, like they do on the supercars. You'd have 3 of them sort of driving around at different parts of the track, chatting with each other, and
well,
5-part series.
Potentially. Although, if I remember in the past, Mr. Greg Murphy was driving around with Scott McLaughlin in the passenger seat, and Mr. McLaughlin decided to pull the handbrake all of a sudden, so I'm not sure. I think those boys, unfortunately, struggled to focus on the tutorial part, to say the least. But
it's 24-hour Nordschleife walkthrough.
Absolutely.
Oh, Rusty, just go with the good luck rookies.
Good luck, rookies.
85 incidents dealt with this race so far by race control. Fun fact.
Only 85.
I was just thinking that.
85,000.
Do the math. Yeah, Cookie's not here now. Now I've got to do math. Yeah, this isn't going to go well.
Oh,
Let's do rough math. I don't know. So it's average 2, maybe just over 2 per car. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
yeah, it's honestly not too bad. Yeah, over 24 hours. Like, I definitely think we've had more than 2 per hour. maybe there's some cars which are collecting all the incidents, and maybe some cars. I wonder if there's anyone who's actually had 0.
I'd be shocked if there's one that's actually at 0.
Or if anyone's had 0 track limits, which I think is a definite safe bet that that's not.
A leader might have. I don't remember seeing anything next to the 999.
Yeah, it's a very good job. Laundry house as ever. Play on the old Leighton House team in Formula 1. Hopefully whoever runs it is more reputable than Leighton House as well.
No.
Fun fact, because that guy got busted for fraud.
That was the era that speed they carried through there. That was the era though, that sort of late 90s, early 90s, late 80s period. There were a lot of how are we going to put it? Shady operators in the motoring and motorsport arena.
At all levels as well.
Yeah. A couple of really great documentaries about it. NASCAR, especially, there's a couple of NASCAR drivers were really on the
Yes, certain BMW 3 Series and British touring cars, if I remember as well. It's a fun. They make great motorsport stories when they all come out into the public. Put it that way. Yeah, just watch for those whatever's in those tanks for that team. Fun fact. As we have car 600 in the pits. And looks like they're just going again, changing from what I believe is Brad Cook to Liam Hamilton. You always have to do a little bit of a double texting and L Hamilton on the timing boards, but rest assured, he's not that one from Formula 1, as he's going to have Dreyer come up right alongside and might just get ahead, even though he is a lap behind, even though he is only P6, which shows you the gaps between the top 10, to say the least.
Just got word through, a bit of damage for the 818 after a bit of unfortunate contact with the blue flag. Just catching up on chat here. This is Scalina. Just finished my stint. I'm available for a little chat if you want a driver that's cooling down after 2 hard stints. Well, mate, if you're up for it,
Jump in.
you can jump in the box, certainly. Mate, well, there's a test of the commentator curse if I've ever heard one. Don't think I've seen anything next to the 999. Oh, great.
I didn't even register that. You're 100% right. 3 hours, 24 minutes ago. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I've gone early. There is the 818 currently. We did get that update about a little damage there.
You couldn't tell from their pace, put it that way, these damn aliens.
See, people's all part of the strategy. You've got it right. The damage repairs will help make 818 make the stint schedule.
Yes. It was planned.
Just nick the nose here of this McLaren. Yep. Beautiful. We're on schedule. Love it.
Sorry, didn't see you there, buddy. Yeah. There's always plenty of walls around to hit if you're feeling it, but, you know.
No, but see, that's not fun.
No.
It's not strategic, you see. You hit the wall, that's pretty easy.
I don't think you can hit a wall gently in ACC as well.
That's true.
Not when, in my multiple attempts, none have been successful. Although I will say Mr. JC in our 555 car came so close to. He had a glancing bow with the tyre bundle at Radion, which I feel like any other instance would have been spat off and upside down.
Well,
Did very well to recover it.
do get those lucky scrapes sometimes in ACC where you look at your damage and like, no damage. All right, I'll take it. Yep, cool. But you put it in the memory bank very quickly. Okay, that's the line right there.
Yep, absolutely. It's just like it's so impressive to watch, particularly these fast guys, particularly through Sector 2. I know in the qualifying servers, like I feel like I did a fairly decent time, but it was always in the second sector that the aliens would find nearly up to 7 or 8 attempts, and you just look and go, what? But you have to bear in mind it's also about 7 or 8 corners, and it only takes a 10th corner to build up that delta.
To welcome one Daniel Schil. I'm going to butcher your name.
It's all good.
Daniel,
Cicluna.
how are you?
Oh, good, Sean. How about you?
Welcome.
Good. How's your morning been?
Well, my morning started at around about 5 a.m. So I've been in the car for the last 2 hours. So yeah, a little bit rusty, but get a Red Bull in me, and then I can do the last 2 hours, and everything will be fine.
I believe you're one of the few teams running with only 3 drivers. Is that correct?
That sure is. It's a bit of a tough ask. Like, I mean, you got I think it's the Brit cars, the 999, the laundry house car. That's right.
Aliens. They're not real people. They don't worry about that.
they're just aliens. They don't need sleep.
They're just robots.
But no, doing it with 2 other drivers is it's a tough ask. But we've all done a couple of 24-hour races together before, so we're well versed in this, and having a lot of fun.
Indeed. Do like the flags on your end plates, one German, one I believe Australian flag.
Yep.
No, it's further than that. Daniel knows why I'm a big fan. Because he drives the right car, he is a fan of the right manufacturer, and he respects the right manufacturer, and he loves the right
It's
manufacturer.
your Porsche propaganda segment?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Sean
I'm
on the hour.
I'm wholeheartedly in with this Porsche. Okay, so the one good thing about driving the Porsche, I will say, I put this in the endurance chat room, but the Porsche knows when you're getting tired. So like when you're starting to drift off a little bit, you'll just get a massive tank slap or a bit of oversteer, and it will wake you right up. So
Yep. I think that it lets you know. It's saying, hey, come on, you need to sharpen up here a little bit, and it cares for you. Unlike
that's
some
it.
cars like the Audi, where it just spits you off the track because it wants to.
Yeah. Hey, actually, why are there no Audis in this race? I just noticed that actually.
A lot smarter people in chat will probably answer this, but I believe it's because it's been nerfed into oblivion, or you've got to be super skilled to get the most out of it.
Yeah, because I remember that Audi. I remember the Audi being really good here, or I think it was Spa anyway.
Yes, personally, I have not driven the Audi this track, but I did drive it in sprints a few seasons ago, I believe in season 13, and it was a very good car when I feel like it wasn't laden down lead ballast.
Yeah, it's a probably way more qualified than all of us, sorry. Pip has just said, because 40 kilos, Audi drives horrible, and it's extremely difficult to drive.
Oh my god. Okay.
In human speak, it's a bucket of crap.
Yeah, I didn't realize they had that much ballast on for Spa.
Yeah, it's I think even at the best of times, even regardless of ballast, it can be a very tricky car. Towards the end of the stint, it does chew through its tires, if I recall. It used to be a rocket ship in a straight line, but I'm not sure if that's still the case.
Yeah, I've never got my head around it. I just don't like the way it feels.
And also
Okay.
questionable, well, not questionable, but not as up to date. I think electronics as well, which is hence why all the aliens run it with TC off. I think, which is okay if you're a robot.
It's Ashley Johnson, driver since all done in the number 70 for me. Happy I've done all I can and stayed super clean in my hours, but sad because the car is such a pleasure to drive. Aww,
A++. That's
that's
the
top
best thing
quality.
you can ask for.
How wholesome.
That's, again, another snippet. If we're going to put snippets up of how great this event's been, there you go. There's another one right there.
Yeah, quite along.
And credit to the 70 car. They're running beautifully at the moment. 6th position. First in silver class. Leo Dreyer behind the wheel at the moment. They've had a beautiful run.
Yep, and the FPS Evolve Racing Yellow. Done a very good job. Leo is a very quick driver from what I recall. Like to say again, from back from sprints. Yep, always was right up towards the top. And as well as definitely a flurry of very capable drivers in that car.
Oh, absolutely. Like, as soon as I saw that lineup, like, with all the silver class teams that I was paired up against, I was just like, yeah, these guys are going to be at the front. Simply because of, like, you got guys like Dreyer, Johnston, who else have they got?
Dreyer, Johnston, Hill, Cook.
Hill, yep.
Goddard.
Cook as well.
Goddard. Fry, there you go.
Literally all of them are, like, borderline pro. So, yeah, we can only do so much.
Let's not just say things about them.
Credit to you.
We won't open that 5-ton bucket of worms.
I was going to say that Pandora's box.
Oh, come on, it's only 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, we got 3 hours left, you know.
Yeah, and I've still got 2 more hours of driving to do, so yippee.
Coming in to do comms, we still got to join it. This is the reason why I came into comms, because I got nothing left. It's like, how am I going to stay awake to the end? Because it's no fun if you don't stay awake to the end. Like, you come all this way.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had the goal, 1, to finish, 2, to get a decent result, 3, it's a 24-hour race, whether it's real life or sim, I stay awake 24 hours.
Oh,
yeah, 100%.
You've been awake the whole time from start to finish.
Yep.
Bloody hell, I thought I was nuts. I started at 8 PM. Well, to be fair, I only slept about 4 hours before my stint because I was frantically putting my new PC together for this race.
But I think driving helps as well. I mean,
oh yeah,
massive credit to the broadcast team that haven't drove and are doing broadcasting. You know, Cricky's doing multiple jobs. I heard Glenn's piece before saying about Cricky. That bloke's on another level when it comes to putting in work.
100%.
I don't know how he does it.
Firefighting half the time with his PC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's sort of, I like, that's the favourite part of endurance racing. It's one of the few motorsports I truly believe that there's still romance attached to it. Everything's so commercialised and every day, but a proper endurance race still has that great sort of old school feel about it.
Couldn't agree more. I've really thrown myself. I've always liked endurance. Really threw myself in this year. I watched Daytona, Spa, Le Mans, and the N24 this year, which I think is the first time I've ever done. And I will say, personally, endurance season's a bit stacked in the first half of the year. The rest of the year has nothing really left, in my opinion.
It's true. So out of the big endurance races that we have around the world, so we've got the Bathurst 12-hour, let's say Spa 24, Daytona 24, Le Mans, of course, the Ring 24. Favourite?
I've been to Bathurst 12-hour twice now, and I haven't been to the rest, so there is bias, but I think I'd still go to the Bathurst 12-hour again. I had a fortunate position to go in 2020, which turned out to be a golden year just before the big thing happened, the big flu. Also when the country was also half burning down, unfortunately. It was a bit of a very tumultuous year, 2020, that's for damn sure. I also went this year in 2023, and it's a cracking event, you know, not too like busy and overpacked, so you get lots of nice coverage, walk around, beautiful beautiful part of Australia as well.
What about yourself, Daniel? What are your thoughts on the big endurance races?
Oh, honestly, like I couldn't agree more with the sentiment that you were saying earlier about like there's just so much camaraderie and so much get that old school feel, like, you know, everyone's just there to have a good time, and especially like you'll see like drivers just waiting in the pits, or like crewmen just waiting in the pits, and they'll be like, I don't know, they'll be all like stacked up just sleeping, all in like just fold out chairs. I always love those images where you just see them all just like passed out.
All our chairs are dangerous when you're, say, a pit member in an endurance crew, because a few zip ties are usually not too far away from locking you down. So who remembers AF Corsa did that to one of their mechanics a few years ago as he was sleeping. It's all part and parcel. 100%. The coverage you get, you know, I said I was at Bathurst, and you got to say hi to Mr. Jules Gounon as he exited the car. He's right there, you know. He's right there, very approachable, nice
Very
and friendly.
jealous.
It's I love that actually coverage. Mr. Rossi unfortunately was swamped. I couldn't even get a picture of him. Couldn't see him for well, but
See, some famous person, is he?
Yeah, I don't know. I heard he's a pretty damn good motorbike rider. I don't know. Just casually, 7-time or 9-time MotoGP champion.
Something like that.
I'm four wheels man. Yeah, let's say I've heard of Mr. Rossi, Mr. Stoner. Not much more than that, unfortunately. I will
Actually,
say.
Felly's stepping up this year up to the. Doing a European Le Mans? I'm pretty sure he's doing a European Le Mans.
I think so. Yeah, and
European Le Mans series.
he
With,
recently won a race. I can't remember what event it was. Might have
He
been
won Misano in the
That's
GT
it,
World
Misano,
Challenge
yeah.
Europe, which is effectively it's like hunting ground from what I recall from what I've heard from his MotoGP days. That place blew up because I watched that race live, and it was he was pat on the back all day after that race, put it that way. Couldn't get anywhere near the man. But I believe he is also going to be doing Le Mans this year in the WRT WM4 GT3 in the new LMGT3 class for WEC. And we really are entering a new golden age, in my opinion, for endurance racing. Yeah, I love the Bathurst 12 hour, but seeing, you know, my mate went to Sebring 12 hour this year as well, and seeing the new 296 and the 499 Ferraris up close. Yeah, I think I also need to hear that Cadillac live in person.
I was gonna say, literally, like just thinking about the hypercars, and like I'm a sucker for a massive V8. Like just hearing that caddy just like switch from electric to combustion to ICE. It's just awesome.
Cross-plane V8 specifically as well.
God.
I think what it also does now is it gives a real career pathway now for these young aspiring drivers that don't go down the single-seater path now. You know, they can go through your GT4s, through your GT3s, and if they're lucky enough to get involved with the factory, Matt Campbell, for example, you know, get that big hypercar drive now because so many manufacturers are getting involved with it. So I feel like it's going to give GT3 a boost, which in turn is going to give hypercar a boost, which in turn is going to get endurance racing back to where it should be, and that's on top of the pie.
100%, and what a success story Mr. Matt Campbell is. Young boy from I believe Queensland. You know, by trade he's learned to be a tradie, but obviously went and made his name for in the Carrera Cup Series, and went on to be a Porsche young factory driver, then pro driver, and now races in a bloody great hypercar, the top class. And 100%, like a lot of these GT drivers, like Marcello, Vanderlinde, are all getting massive opportunities now in the hypercar class, which, you know, unfortunately, if you're a Mercedes and don't have a hypercar, it means you're losing all your factory drivers, for example.
Yeah, like, who was it? Was it Mick Schumacher? He's at Alpine now. for the
doing.
hypercar
That's
team.
that was
very
very
close. Gets out of the way. Nicely for Mr. Floyd goes past. That was a bit too close for comfort, to say the least.
See how my boy's doing. He's in P7 right now. Go on, Chris.
Yes, I will say, I think I'm very familiar with one of your teammates. I think Lee LaBelle and me had lots of scraps in sprint seasons in the past, and very capable driver as well at Team Iris.
Oh, 100%. Like, Leia is, I've known her for many years now. She actually got me into Team Iris. And, I've just been doing, like, little events here and there for this little esports team. And, yeah, we always have the best time. And, Chris has come along. I believe he's been with Team Iris for a little bit. And he's just always driving. Like, and the thing with Chris, he doesn't just do like 2-hour stints and all that. He can literally drive for 4 hours and like not make a mistake. It's like, I don't know how he does it. It's like 4 hours straight.
Yeah, I did that once. I couldn't move for several days after that.
Yeah.
I am too old to do that such thing. Well, that's why I was telling myself I'll probably do it, maybe. But you'd have to have a great big back to breakfast chat. I'd need a full English breakfast afterwards.
Full English. Oh,
I haven't had one of those for a very long time.
we're talking the whole hash browns, mushrooms, sausages, black pudding, with
Absolutely.
like, bacon, the full works.
Well, I am a bit of a picky eater, so if it's just sausages and scrambled eggs, I'll be very happy. As we got someone new in the booth, what did you have for breakfast? Most importantly, this is the only reason why we invited you into the comms channel. Breakfast chat.
Yes.
Brekkie chat. I've had nothing as of yet. Like, I mean, as I said, I got up at 5 a.m. and I haven't eaten. But, so I'm still going off of what I had last night. So, yeah, I don't know. I might do like a massive batch of pancakes or whatever the hell. Or just have leftovers from last night or whatever, something like that. Or I would have like what is it, chocolate chip ice cream with my pancakes, and I like infuse chocolate chips into the batter. But I don't have any chocolate like ice cream at the moment, so yeah. But it's tempting.
Day ruined, frankly.
Yeah.
Bloody, I wish I had pancakes on
Oh, no,
ready to go. Like, I'm just waiting for I think one of the local food places to open so I can order something in, because I've got some stuff, but I think I'm gonna treat myself after this 24 hour.
Oh, 100%. Like, I think everyone deserves a treat. Like, especially those who have, especially all the drivers who have stuck out the 24-hour, whether they've had deep, like, stop-go 30s or massive bits of damage, like 4 minutes worth of damage or anything like that, and they're still gonna finish. They 100% deserve all the cheat meals, all the treats, everything, because it's a
mammoth
huge,
effort.
huge. Yeah, it's a
Cannot
huge
be
effort to actually
understated.
finish.
Well,
Yeah.
not just the effort for the 24 hours as well, it's the weeks of preparation that's gone into it. Qualifying, setting up cars, chatting on Discord chat, who's going to do this stint, working out your stints.
Excel sheets, yeah.
Excel sheet.
Yeah,
We're
all the
over looking
boring,
at-
grindy stuff, like, yeah.
I'd be happy if I don't see another Excel sheet for the next 15, 20 weeks. Like, seriously. I'm sick of looking at numbers.
The only Excel sheet I like is the one where I fill in all my model cars I've got on foot, which is, it should that should tell you that I have a problem. One that I need a sheet to document how many I've got. But yes, that's sheets can be fun, but yeah, after this race I'm not looking at hours from it. Put it that way. Vegemite on toast, Mr. Stick Def 980 says.
Oh, old school. Classic.
Vegemite, I mean, yeah, it's literally as Australian I think you can get, or stereotypical to say the least. But Strawberry on toast. I want peanut butter now. I want something to eat. Anything right now, I think.
Crunchy or smooth is the big question.
I like crunchy personally, even though you spend 30 minutes unsticking, getting the peanuts out your teeth and putting afterwards. But I prefer crunchy.
Yeah, I'd have to say super crunchy. Remember the super crunch? I don't know if you can still get it.
Well, I think I do remember. Yeah, like the Kraft.
The red label. Yeah, the Kraft over the red label, the super that stuff.
Yeah, because crunchy was always the red label, and smooth is the blue one, like solid smooth.
Are we talking about peanut butter?
Oh yes. Oh, I'm really hungry. Oh, this
You're making me hungry, Cam.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are.
Exactly.
Listening
Glenn's
to
right there.
Yeah.
We're drooling onto the keyboard, the stream's gonna go down, and then that's our excuse to go and actually get some breakfast.
Go and get a good feed.
Yeah, I think I might get a big pizza.
Menu logo Uber Eats is about to get a spike in business in the next 20 minutes, I reckon.
It's Sunday, it's fun day.
Yeah, it was.
Tick under, I think we're at nearly the 3-hour mark to go. So we are getting to the final stretch now.
It's that lull before the splash dash sprint to the end, when it all matters. Send.
Exactly. So for those just tuning in, you are watching the Permobil Spa 24-hour brought to you by Octane Online Racing. It's been an amazing night. Just going to run through our 10 right now. So leading the way is the 999 of Raisin, who have had a quite simply amazing race. Sean Madison there in second in the 818. Floyd in the 587. Hamilton in the 600. Our car on screen at the moment is the 70 with Leo Dreyer behind the wheel, currently leading the silver class. In sixth position is Frizzer in the 676 Mercedes, which has been like a bit of a roadblock, really. I think it's been impossible to get past. We've got Davis there in the 8. We've got Sanikas in the 191, Zahali in the 711, and Hasu in the 101. They are your top 10 at the moment. It is Riley Price leading the way for Pro-Am in the 800 Porsche, and our AM category, I'm sure we'll get down to that, is Shawnee Bub now, currently in the 91, who was second in Pro-Am, and Christensen in the 666 BMW. And then looking at our AM class, it is Williams in the number 2. They've been pretty strong the whole race, really, the number 2. They've slowly been building on that lead. And Slade, who we're looking at on screen, currently in the 22 in second position. And it is Lewis in the 959 who is wrapping up the podium in our AM class. And we are currently just about 3 hours to go. And it's been an interesting chat this morning. I've really enjoyed it. We've had all sorts of weird conversations.
It's all part and parcel of the fun.
Oh,
nice, tight, crisp summary from Mr. Muller there. Thank you. And I will say, Mr. Slade on track that we're looking at right now has been actually quite quick across that car. It's, it's like, oh, WAM car, but the varying levels of abilities, in any of these teams, you can't take any of these cars at face value for whatever category they're in. There's some very rapid people in lower cars and some, not so rapid people in other cars, but, it's all part of the fun, isn't it?
Well, exactly. I think the biggest key to these races is consistency, and that was literally our motto. As soon as qualifying started, we did enough to qualify, that was it. And we just focused on consistency. That was sort of our main sort of goal. We got some more breakfast chat. Bacon cooked with maple syrup equals amazebox.
That does sound good. What bacon? Is it shortcut bacon or what the Americans call bacon?
The cooked or the young cooked version, as John Sneaks in the 191 pops into the pit lane.
Yep, this is Sneakers. It's definitely this car has, I think, been through the ringer a few times. Unfortunately, they had a power issue and one of their drivers at the start. I believe they also had an incident in the last rain shower, because I believe they were knocking on the top 5, I think, before then. So, yeah, maybe they're just playing musical chairs and put down the grid. They want to be in every position.
Yeah, well, we've got to try them all, as they say. Oh, sizzled
Absolutely.
onion and ham bits, then scrambled eggs with... It's interesting. Oh, Chris
Oh,
Cooley.
no.
Oh, wow.
Bannable offence.
Wow. Bacon
Controversial
is extremely
steak.
overrated. Now.
No.
Bacon is its own food group for starters.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
And as I'd like to quote, I don't know if anyone remembers this video from back in the day, but bacon is good for me. No, okay.
No, sorry. I don't know if that was an early.
Here we
I'm guessing
go.
it's an early TV advert. Thank you. Yep. Admins getting the naysayer out of the chat.
Yep, it's coming in thick and fast now.
It might be a bit more. I'm not sure whether it's more of a British thing, like grabbing like bacon on just 2 pieces of white bread, tomato ketchup. I'm in heaven with just that. Personally.
Ben is a moat too.
It's getting personal now. When you're talking about banning the emote, that's when you know it's serious.
Wipe everything clean.
As we have Terry Rayton 999 coming into the stop, they were just getting a little bit of attention from one of the other cars just now, from the 587, I believe. But, yeah, we're thinking about stops. Like, I wonder if this is going to be a full stop for Rayton. At this rate, you know, it should be just this one and one more stop to take them to the end. Bearing in mind they have no dramas toward the end. 2 hours and 56 minutes of potential dramas left. So can't count your chickens.
Just been keeping an eye on that weather as well. Haven't seen sun in a while.
A little bit of cloud
Very
cover
good
at the
point.
moment.
Weather is now
We'll make
saying
it-
full cloud instead of just sunny cloud. It was
Yeah.
before, and up to 19 degrees on track, and 11k on the wind as well, which means that it's going to be moving whatever weather is around fairly rapidly.
Also, as we were watching earlier this morning, you would have heard Connor Hines' epic prediction. Thunderstorms at 40 minutes to go.
That sounds scripted. It sounds like he's got inside information. We need to do that. Your integrity team, check out Mr. Hines.
I've just got Toto Wolff in my ear now.
I mean, if it rains for my stint, I'm not complaining at all. This thing's wrapped in the wet.
Has anyone seen Bender lately? Mr. May said he might be rain dancing. He might be, Mr. Bender. It's always lurking around.
Oh, well, Chris has added to the bacon argument here. If you've added the option between a nice piece of steak or a bit of wobbly pork fat that's usually cooked the crisp out of, you'll go with that, you would take the steak every day.
Well, the thing is though, like, bacon is like a complement to like a meal. You don't have bacon by itself. Like, you have bacon and eggs, or
Speak for
like
yourself.
it's like sausage and bacon and stuff like that. You know, you can have a steak by itself, like maybe complement with like some gravy or some mash on the side or whatever. But having bacon by itself, yeah, it's not. I can see where he's coming from. It's not great, but it usually complements when it's complemented with something else like eggs. Hell, you can even put bloody baked beans if you want to, or sausage. It's 10 out of 10.
It's when it becomes more than just a meal.
That's it. You can have bacon by itself, 100%, Sam. You can have bacon by itself. I
hate
prefer
fun.
it. Yeah, I prefer it on a I prefer it on a muffin.
It's too
Bit of
dry by
egg.
itself.
Yeah.
I need some sauce.
Yeah, like bit of egg, bit of tomato and barbecue sauce, bit of sausage, maybe a chorizo if you're feeling a bit fancy, and send it on the way.
Gee. I was just thinking of good old-fashioned bacon sarnie.
Yeah,
HB, job done.
just meat, bread, sauce, done.
Fun.
And then indigestion tablet. This is how you get chat fired up.
Yeah, exactly.
Bacon and opinions on bacon.
Like, Chris, thank you, commentators, for making my case. Like, I can see where he's coming from, like, with how bacon is just, like, you know, by itself, it can be a bit, I don't know.
Yeah, you're on your own, Daniel. I can't see where he's coming from. Sorry. Yeah.
Blend,
I think Chris deserves a drive-through.
yeah, I've got the ejection lever ready, primed and ready to eat you out of this call right now. If I
Next
had
thing you'll
to
tell us is a well-done steak is good, Chris.
I will say, bacon versus sausages. I'd rather have sausages personally.
Oh. It depends on the sausage, I think.
Pork all day.
Like one of those, you know, 20-cent. Well, that's 20-cent Bunnings jobs. Not so much. I think we all like Bunnings sausage though, because where we go to get it, that's what makes it that better.
Special branded, even though
Yeah.
it's all coming from the
Yeah.
local supermarkets.
But a really good, well-made sausage, yeah, definitely.
I'm a bit lowbrow. I'll eat the cheap packs even from. Especially right now when I haven't eaten barely since my stints. I am not someone who is shying away from anything currently.
But see, how you have the sausage in bread is important as well. It's the sausage to onion to sauce ratio. You've got to get right, and you've got to get the layering right as well.
I hear a story about apparently how some man tripped on onions at a Bunnings sausage sizzle, and so therefore they put the onions now underneath the sausage, and there's obviously massive uproars, riots in the streets.
That's right, yeah. Because he tried to like sue Bunnings for like slipping on a piece of onion or something like that.
I don't doubt a grilled onion can be slick.
Yeah, but it's changed the whole feel of the snag and bread now.
I mean, yeah, I hope it's worth it. He's made himself enemy of the state. But absolutely.
Now we're getting.
I like the onions, but I'm happy to go without them as well.
Oh no, I don't know. I think like the caramelized onion, like with the Bunnings snag, is just like it just adds.
That's where it's at.
Adds another
If
dimension.
it's there, I'll have it for sure.
Yeah.
Bacon is just ruined ham. Oh come on,
Oh,
man. Nah.
he just wants to get a rise.
Nah.
Doomsayer.
And plus he says he's like, tell us your thoughts on pineapple on pizza. Always a classic.
Sorry, what, blasphemy on pizza?
Chris is gonna get shot.
Just going to welcome Carlo to the chat room as well to join in the breakfast show.
Welcome. Breakfast.
Carlo?
First question, what did you have?
The breakfast podcast.
I'm sorry, it's 11 p.m. for me.
You can have 11 p.m. breakfast.
Yeah.
I've had cereal at 11 p.m.
We all have.
Oh,
Okay, then.
100%. Yeah.
Well, right now I'm having a beer, so you know.
Oh, that's
Breakfast of champions, right there,
very
ladies and
acceptable
gentlemen.
in Australian standards.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. I unironically said 20 to 8 in the morning the other day, and I was wondering why people were laughing, because they were like Europeans and they thought I was doing the Mr. BB long neck thing. At
20 to 8 in the morning. Get that up, yeah.
I can't really form sentences at 28 in the morning. I'm surprised I'm even here, frankly.
Oh. Yeah, this sounds fun.
Absolutely, as Mr. Madison just makes his way past triple 11, not Tom's Castrol McLaren. Definitely not a registered trademark. Thank you. Please don't sue.
Please don't sue. Please don't sue us, Castrol. Please don't sue us, Tom.
That's
Please don't
okay.
sue
We
us,
used the
Toyota.
original good logo, not the Fairy Liquid one that they have now. So he also gets out of the way for one of the MRT cars. That was the 400.
100. Yep.
Oh, Mr. Madison giving it a bit of
He's been actually,
oppo.
yeah, I was just saying he's been on screen for the last couple of laps there, and he's he wants. It's almost like he's like, I've got to get to the finish thing, so I'm going to drive it as fast as I can.
Absolutely. If you pay for all the track, use all the track.
Certainly one of the words that can be said about his driving.
I think we've all been on the receiving end, seeing that particular AVR car in the mirrors, coming up, flash, flash, get out of the way, beep, beep. If they had horns, I'm sure this would be an awful addition to ACC. Thank God they don't have them. But, I believe also Shawn Madison is definitely on it, because he does have Mr. Floyd, I believe, fronting relative, only 7 seconds behind him, so he can't afford to hang about.
Yeah, I can just see. Sorry, Carlo. I just saw.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I just saw Floyd just now coming up through Radion. So yeah, Madison does have to keep the pace on, otherwise he's going to be in a bit of a kerfuffle for the next 2 hours.
Definitely a handy operator as Mr. Floyd. I've seen him make a GTR look like a missile, so he can definitely drive the wheels off a McLaren. I thought Al Ferrari was fast in the straight line, but my God, those McLarens accelerate quick.
Yeah, true.
Surely can't be homologated.
I was just gonna make mention another driver in the 587 entry is that makes the Nissans go absolutely bonkers quick is Lucas Burse as well.
Oh yes, Mr. Verse, who, you know, is such an alien that he only did one valid lap in qualification, and it was like a mid-16s lap.
I saw that too. I actually saw that. I was like, what the hell?
Just complete disrespect to the rest of us, frankly. It's, you know, that's unacceptable, Mr. Burrs, if he is watching, which he's probably not. He's probably spurring his teammates on.
And we've just been upgraded, gentlemen. We're a super show now.
Super show?
Oh, yeah.
I think it meant to say supper show.
Supper.
Very good.
Because it's like the breakfast show and then the supper show for it's an EU supper show.
Oh yeah. Certainly a supper show, you know, had a kebab, had a beer, you know, very happy. 6 hours of driving, not happy. Yeah. Question, have you seen me on track?
I have. You're in the BMW, correct?
Holy fuck, couldn't be more wrong.
No, I believe you were in... Oh, I knew what you were in, and I've just blanked. I apologize. But unfortunately, I think I did see your car backwards at the Kemble at this point right now, which I struggled to comprehend how you got there. You must have lost it quite late on, if I recall.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I lost it in Rouge, right? And it slid like fucking 100. Oh, there I am. Yeah, that's my car.
Number 42.
Yeah.
Kudos to you guys. I know you obviously Big's probably not gone that smoothly, but you're still in it. You're still here, still racing. 2 hours 44. You're gonna hopefully see the end. And that's more than some could say.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I was not there for the first 12 hours, but let me tell you what I heard. One of our drivers has had some kind of issue with his connection, right? And he disconnected 5 times.
That's
Holy cow.
I think there's a problem there. Yeah, I'm not a technician. But
Have they tried turning it on and off again?
Trust me, they have. It has not helped. After the first disconnect, they were like, alright, you know, reconnect, keep driving. Then he disconnected again, reconnect, keep driving. Again, then okay, restart the fucking PC. Go again, And yeah, then he disconnected, and we decided, you know what, you're not driving anymore.
I mean, he stuck at it. He definitely
I mean, he
was
put in an
refusing
effort.
to throw in the towel and had to be
He,
relegated.
he really did put in an effort, but yeah. It put us, it put us 35th. Well, now we are 33rd, and I have to say, right, we are ahead of BS Plus competition on skills alone.
On skill.
That's one way to look at it.
Skill, skill. So are we. So are we, and so are you guys as well.
Exactly. I'm putting that on my resume.
Well done. The spirit is very much alive, as you can tell. As
During the night, I was absolutely suffering, but you know, got through it. You remember during the night when it rained? Yes or no?
yes, I very much
Oh, yeah.
remember.
I remember
Oh
it.
yeah, yeah. Can you guess which tires I was on?
Oh, 100% probably the dries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the dry tires.
What a lucky guess.
Don't worry, I did this. I was unfortunately on the same strategy as I found out.
Yeah.
As people are like suddenly 1 second, 10 seconds behind you, and then appear in your mirror in your boot. And,
Yeah, exactly.
And all you can
And
try to
I
do
stuck
is
it
just
out.
keep it in a straight line.
Yeah, I stuck it out an entire stint on the dry tires. It was very awful, but
Yes. Unfortunately, I've been saying the track. Unfortunately, at that time of night, once it cools down, there's no sun, there's barely any ambient temperature. The track stays wet for a very long time.
Sorry to interrupt there, gentlemen. Looks like this is a battle on track at the moment between Vintner and Callum Gibbons, or aka Gibbo.
Give it.
The
Really under
thing-
pressure from KL now. I might have to step back as personal biases might be in 12 minutes.
This is actually a really rip move to come through the pit path now. And down towards Stavilo. No Stavilo 1 and 2. It's just Stavilo as he goes flying up the straight up the inside, does Ethan Kale and gets the job done. Nice
Very-
move.
Very
no longer
decisive
go
there.
for the gap.
Absolutely just saw the gap and went straight for the kill.
It's decisive that whilst overtaking moves are can be a little bit sketchy.
Oh.
If,
No! What's going on there?
Mr. Brimbleko unfortunately has got himself a drive through.
Oh. I say it's
Sean.
for track limits.
We already got us with pads 1 and now you're doing us with the drive-through, buddy. What's going on, mate? That's another 6-pack on you now. They're building up pretty quickly. But no, look, we kind of knew this was coming, just the way that Sean and Riley both are really attacking this final stint. We got a little goal in mind, and we kind of have to really drive the wheels off it to sort of get where we want to get. But that's all right. Got our medicine. We'll
That's
be
just
fine.
Porsche things, I think, isn't it? Yeah, you
exactly.
gotta drive the wheels of it because you're effectively a
Mate,
parachute on the straight, aren't you?
Yeah, look, she's not great in the straight line, let's be honest. But it does feel epic in the right conditions, though. Sort of.
I bet you love the middle section.
Yes and no. It's all right. Again, it's like most corners though in the middle sector. Like there's a couple of absolute beauties, then there's a couple of absolute plain shockers.
No name.
Oh, that's I'm glad it's got no name, because if it had a name, I probably wouldn't be able to repeat it. And pop in now, please. Yep, don't hit the wall. Thank you. Make sure you break for the line. Yep, perfect. Okay, Glenn, you can look at the sat now sound, please. Thank you.
And just to note, and obviously, I think there were
There we
some stern warnings on what would happen to our precious 50-cent pit board if it was knocked over. But thankfully, it's still there currently with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, and hasn't been. I don't think anyone's even breathed on it, thankfully.
Yeah, well, It's
Hasn't
not like the
stopped
one.
people getting
it's not like the,
speeding penalties though. It hasn't worked in that regards.
I mean, nothing will beat the good old 150 bullet at Bathurst. I swear that thing has a shelf life of 5 minutes.
Well, it's, if it doesn't get hit by a car, then a fan usually hits it home anyway.
Yeah.
Usually, exits
Really true.
exits the track with it's on its head.
Sounds fun.
Yes, if it's not nailed down at racetracks, unfortunately, it does tend to get stolen.
Alright.
Borrowed, yeah. Souvenirs. In front of Mr. Floyd, still around 7-second gap to Sean Madison. Tit for tat, rolled away, an absolute, nothing between them. And I do say I love this livery, even though it's BMW colours almost on a not a BMW. Just semi-blasphemy, in my opinion.
Well, no, more importantly, it's got Porsche colours on it.
Well, Martini
Yeah, that
is not
is true.
exclusively Porsche.
Yeah, but it's most famous.
Well,
It
Martini
is.
was basically on everything,
I
It
prefer
was in F1.
the hippie.
It was in
Martini.
F1. It was on Porsches. It was on BMWs.
It was on Lancias.
Yes.
True.
Mm.
Ford Focus, the Ford Focus rally car.
Yes.
Alfa Romeos and the touring cars.
Mm-hmm. A lot of cars, actually.
Most recently,
Yeah.
Williams and F1 for a few years.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Porsches, I will say the GPX racing cars.
Oh,
Yes, I have 4 of those models. I need help.
Help is not on the way.
No. Yes, Floyd slightly eating into Madison. It's
Just slightly, yeah. It's about a 7-second gap, I think. Let's see what it updates.
absolutely.
Yeah, 7.5. Actually lost 2 tenths since I last looked.
Also, it looks
Tragic.
like Shady Samuel is in the 191, is slowly catching up to Ben Keogh in 676. Should be a good little battle. Down to 2.8 seconds now, so Mr. Samuel is on it like a bonnet. Which, I don't know, if you use the word bonnet in Australia, or you guys use the
Bonnet like a car
American
bonnet.
term hood?
Yeah.
it's a bonnet, mate. Yeah, he's a bonnet.
Yeah.
Bonnet?
On it like a car bonnet, mate.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a bonnet, what else would it be?
A
Well,
hood.
the hood. Yeah. To be fair, I
That's
think
just
Australia
wrong.
borrows a lot of American terms, but frankly, maybe that is one of them.
True.
Kinda.
I mean,
Like instead of saying they Americans say sidewalk, we call it footpath.
Yeah.
Obviously we drive on the left, the correct side, I should say. Not on the right.
The whole
what do you mean? No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
This is not a democracy.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is straight up. Oh my god. I'm having a blank. Zip. God.
It's early. It's 9:35 in the morning, at least for me, on the East Coast. East Coast? Why am I saying East Coast?
Ah, yes.
America.
Chris comes up with the word aluminum.
Aluminum. Yep.
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
aluminum.
And the whole jello argument. Like,
Spelling colour without a U in it. And labor.
Yeah.
Yeah. The free world.
well, it is Pip when you've been awake for, what am I sitting at now? 23 hours and
Yeah, I got up at
14 minutes?
8:15 p.m. Actually, this is like a normal Saturday for me, to be
Yeah.
honest. I'd be playing games otherwise.
oh, true.
I mean, my usual wake up for work is around about 5:30ish. I mean, like the last few weeks has been
Why so
5
late?
o'clock. Why so late?
I wake up at 4.
God damn.
Or people who wake up at that time, bakers and stuff like that.
Nah, I just go
they're
to
more
school.
Yeah, they're more like
More like-
bakers are more like 2 o'clock, 2:30. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're all through the morning, just like, getting
Many
stock
professions
ready.
are just not built for humans, like hospitality.
100%.
So the track is now up to 21 Celsius, creeping up ever slowly. Might get into the mid-20s by the end of the race. The sun is very much up and bearing down on all parts of the track. No real shade covering any parts of it left, despite the many trees in the Ardennes forest.
Really, it's a quirky place when it comes to climate.
Microclimate is very much a term that's used around
Definitely.
here. And, not too far away from the Nürburgring, which we're all looking forward to. Well, maybe not so much the Mullers.
Oh no, I'm very much up keen. Can't wait.
I didn't think it would happen personally. I was a bit of a naysayer. I didn't believe it until I saw it, and then I saw it.
Well, I sort of started to have a thinking. So when the SRO, so 24 Hour now is part of the SRO, that's when I started to get a think, well, hang on,
It could happen.
maybe we could get it. But then I thought AC2 straight away. I thought, oh, no,
Yeah.
I'll put it on AC2.
I reckon it is the. I reckon they've done it because they've probably got a new scan for AC2. I'm like, yeah, let's put it in ACC while we're at it.
Yeah, may as well try it out.
Yeah, might as well. With the weather in this game, where the puddles are gonna be, it's gonna be cool. You know, the Flugplatz as it go down the hill into the foxhole, the puddle that's down there. I can imagine it might need it.
Through YouTube corner, through Whipperman, over the hump.
I'm worried about the BOP concerning the back straight because I think some cars are gonna be rapid through there. But you know, hopefully we can recreate. In my opinion, I think one of the best overtakes in endurance racing was Kevin Estra's pass on the grass, as commentated by John Heinhoff. It was a glorious moment on Mauro Engel's AMG 2019 N24.
Yep.
And my memory is good for some things and not for other things like penguins.
I was just thinking that because I remember seeing a clip of like a Kevin Estra on board at the Nürburgring where part of the track was wet, part of the track was dry, and you could just see him. Yeah, you could see him just sending it the whole time. Like, I don't think they qualified very well, and he was just...
Yeah, they never qualify very well, and then he just, like, takes 2 laps, and he's first. Like,
Literally,
it's insane.
Yeah.
So
Supreme confidence.
I have no problem. I'm a massive Kevin S fan. I'm probably his biggest fan. I'm a huge fan. So I was saying, Death Taxes and Kevin S doing epic opening 24-hour stints, whether it's Spa, whether it's at Nürburgring, whether it's his local track in France, doesn't matter where it is. The bloke at the start of races and endurance races just does things that other drivers can't do.
I was amazed when it came down to do the supercar. It was very weird to see him plastered in Australian sponsorship, as opposed to the all the usual stuff that he normally wears in the European scene.
And just the commentators would constantly be saying like Kevin Ashtray.
Yes,
ashtray. No. I'm just like no.
Kevin Ashtray.
Yes, as Chris Curley also recognized. Yeah, an epic. I mean, shit's rest in peace.
Yeah.
Video overtaking everyone. Also had Mr. David Pittard's BMW M6 overtake montage as well. I'm very excited for M24. BMW M6, the best BMW. I don't care for the 6-cylinder version. That was a good car on the N24, the old M6.
Yeah.
If you can see over the dash.
And then the M8 comes along and makes everything look like a meme.
Absolutely.
Now here's a topic of discussion. What is your favorite corner on Spa? Or let's say, let me rephrase. What is the best corner on Spa?
For me, it had to be Eau Rouge. Just Eau Rouge through to Radion. Like, I absolutely love that section. You're literally flat out. You have to make, and like, you have to get the timing right. You have to get the turning point just right, and then you'll basically, the car just bottoms out, gets really loose. But you do that, like, for a solid hour, and you're just like you're on edge constantly going up that corner, especially if you're in a Ferrari, from what I've seen.
It's very nice in our
I have-
Ferraris if you get it right.
Yeah, I've got experience of getting it wrong in the Ferrari. Not fun.
Yeah.
But
Definitely not.
in my opinion, my favorite, or well, the best corner on Spa for me, it's gonna be the Lecombe chicane. Because you go from such a high speed, and then you have to hit it just right, and if you get the weight transfer correctly, it just feels so good.
Yeah, the transition from the left to the right.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, I'm not saying not saying you're wrong regarding Rouge, but I think it's obviously going to be a very popular choice. Personally, I quite enjoy Puon. It's a very technical corner that's I think a lot of people don't give credit for. But I also do like Campus, which is the right and left after Puon, because
That's
you
a
can
bit
carry
fast.
some Campus. Oh well, what I'm looking at, it could be wrong.
In the Porsche, that corner that you're talking about, just after Puon, or the sequence of corners is
You're carrying lots of speed out of Puon if you've got it right, and then you brake super late at the gantry, carry the speed into the right-hander in third gear. In second gear, just shift up.
You can short shift to third if you want in the Ferrari.
Short shift to third for the left-hander, keep it muted, a little bit of, get a bit of a four-wheel drip onto the exit curve. Yeah, really enjoy it.
Bring it out to the left, down to second, and then keep it on the curb, make the car flat, and then just flat out until the bus stop.
that's it.
Agree with Puon, challenging corner. But in terms of, I like history and I like corner names, it will always be Rivage to me. For those that don't know, Rivage is Bruxelles, but the original name is Rivage. Just love the corner, especially with the sun coming up over the top of the circuit. It's just a beautiful corner. And then it leads on to the worst corner of the track, so isn't it crazy how that works?
Okay, so
No Name is not great, and like when you get to the midpoint of the stint in the Porsche, like Puon does become very challenging.
now here's something unpopular that I'm gonna say.
Don't
The
mention
worst
bacon.
corner. Wow.
Bacon is banned.
Or well, something unpopular. The worst corner on Spa is a Rouge.
I can understand.
It's not as unpopular as you think.
It is, especially in real life, where it much translates into the game, but it is a corner that dictates your entire setup. So
That is true, yeah.
And it dictates your entire lap to be there. Hence why.
Yeah, if you get it wrong, you're dead. So sometimes you can interpret it as it dictates your entire race.
Agree with the bus stop as well, just there in chat, Curly. The old bus stop was amazing. Connor was brought that up before. The old bus stop's awesome, but the new one, they can just get the bid.
I don't mind the old bus stop. I don't like the little weird, like, sort of one-line thing that they had after it, though, which meant no one could ever really go too wide, if I recall. Because it was like a right and then a left bus stop. Sorry, a left and then a right. And then it kind of, like, funneled into this, like, weird... I think they tried to do another chicane, but drivers would just straight line it otherwise. But that's a long time ago now, the old version of Spa.
Stick of Death. Indy is the best track for me in ACC.
Indy. That's
Old Indy GP.
That's
which
I
didn't
love
have
how
the-
we all just went.
that's an interesting choice.
Very polite.
I would-
We're very polite here.
I would have to say Bathurst is my favorite. Because you are on edge the entire lap, and then you have like three or four corners to chill out, and then you're back to being on edge.
Yeah, I like the little gaps that you get at Bathurst. I mean, like coming from someone who's basically done a lot of my background is like V8 supercars. Like I do a bit of like Assetto Corsa V8 supercar driving and all that, and obviously Bathurst 1000 is just kind of part and parcel of the series. I've just grown to like basically I've done more laps of Bathurst than I've had hot dinners. Not gonna lie, and yeah, it.
They're probably saying
Might
that.
put social services. But yes, I'm right there with you. I think I kind of mainly got into this game once the ICGT DLC came out, and we got Bathurst just before the 12 hour as well, which only fed my love and desire to watch GT3 racing anywhere it is shown.
Well,
Yeah, I completely agree.
definitely completely agree. Except I don't. For me,
Oh,
best racetrack at ACC, it's Brands Hatch. It's not even close. Brands Hatch is just because
Actually, far.
it just punches you in the face every lap. That's what I love about it. It's relentless. It just doesn't let up. And my second favourite track, and I agree with Pip, is Suzuka. 100%. Suzuka is just epic to drive.
Love Suzuka.
Suzuka
Yeah.
is
I
great.
really like Suzuka, yeah.
And being a Porsche lover, the Porsche around Suzuka just feels bloody good.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, Suzuka
Yeah.
is
The
great.
first sector around Suzuka is the best.
When you get it right, it is a tough nut to crack. The first
Oh, when you get it right,
Well-
you feel like a hero. When you get it wrong, you just bleed time.
Especially, particularly, I think I really like the last corner of the first sector at Suzuka, the long left uphill, because if you get really early on the throttle and you just get it right up to the edge, but not succumbing to the gravel trap, it's a lovely, rewarding feeling. So Mr.
Very
Samuel is
true.
now 0.8 within Kyo. It's really coming down a little bit by bit. You should be getting himself a nice draft from the Mercedes now.
And this is definitely a good fight here. This is actually not a bad recovery drive from the 191. They've it's been well documented. They've had their struggles. I was going to say this evening, this morning. They've had their struggles. We'll just go with that one.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're still on track and they're still in the top 10, massive effort. Great team as well. Great, some real quick operators in there as well.
Sneakers,
the two
Convoy.
Sneakers boys, Convoy. Names that we've known around the OOR traps for quite a while. The Kovacs people, 191, one of the staples in the endurance calendar.
And Tom
also-
Maloney. Not to forget.
Oh, how could we forget young Tom? Oh, dear. Do you know he told me the other day how many hours he has on ACC?
How much?
Actually, I think everyone needs to answer this question.
Let's see if you can all guess. Everyone in
You
comment.
two,
Okay,
chat. Tell us in chat.
I'm gonna make a guess without watching chat. Around 1,500.
No.
No, more.
I'm gonna guess 5,500.
Oh wow.
It's Nils Niox accounts you're thinking of.
Yeah. Okay, I guess that's not it. Okay.
We're getting
Okay,
warm,
you
Sean.
only get one
Warmer,
guess.
colder?
Come on.
You're all way off. It is under 500.
Oh, that's no.
What the?
Oh, I realized it as you were kind of saying it. Like, no, it's gonna be nothing, isn't it?
Wow. I have more than that. Jesus.
And he's so quick. It's unfair.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and already pull out the excuse. I drive on a keyboard.
Everyone's just uninstalling now. Yep, that's it. I'm done.
No. I have my excuse. I drive on a keyboard. It's limiting me, you know. What else do I say?
Paraplegic, blind.
Old
Yeah.
always.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have 2,600 hours, and I think 2,000 of them are just having the game open, making liveries. To be honest.
Yeah. Okay. I just
I've
checked
got-
my hours. Sorry, I'm just gonna butt in. I just checked my hours. I'm not too far off Maloney. I'm on 424 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I've got 770.
Have you even done the track medals yet?
No.
Wow.
I mean, like, it's just basically I do like 5 laps, and then I'm able to get into like the public lobbies and stuff like that. That's about it.
You do public lobbies? Wow.
Sometimes. Like, there's Fruit Bowl is one that happens quite a bit, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll go in for like one race maybe, and then just get destroyed.
In my opinion, public lobbies, I'd rather do something more productive, like counting clouds in the sky.
Yeah.
Or watching paint dry.
Yeah, I actually want to get
dry.
I'd love to get to turn 1, so yeah, that rules out public lobbies for me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Pip, oh my god, Pip's numbers are just, holy shit. 4,270, I can believe it. Oh my god.
Jesus.
What?
I mean, that's why she is one of the fastest ACC drivers in the world.
Wow.
There's a good line
Insane.
from Samuel. It's caught up a little bit to Kia. I do apologize, Ben. Yeah, I'm not proficient.
Wow.
And yeah, doing a really good job in the Mercedes. Not an easy car to drive
I've been
in any mind.
saying with these guys, this car has proven very difficult to get past.
I'd always assume the Mercedes would be a bit of a bit draggy on the straights, and that's how the McLaren get it. But he's been
Well, the driving of the
nailing
car
for
as
it.
well. Yeah, they've just really placed the car in really good positions, and it's just I haven't seen it really overtaken yet, but he's going to get a thorough test here because the bloke behind that 191 McLaren is a serious operator. Shady Samuel.
Absolutely.
The bloke can steer.
Fortunately, I had him in. Well, unfortunately, he's ever present in your. If he is behind you in your mirror, and will not concede at all. So he's getting really close. You might have to lift a little bit through Blanchimont, as he might be looking to get a nose up the inside. Is he going to brake late? Yes, he is. He's going to send it. Oh, tentative. He kind of backed out, and Mr. Ben Keogh is definitely given enough space. And it's a little bit of an indecisive overtake, but an overtake nonetheless. Well done.
Really good. Really good.
So Pip's come back with more facts. Sir Foch has driven 4 laps of the Earth on LFN. Wow.
God.
Wow.
He does it for a living.
Wow.
That's a cheat.
So So what's that actually? 160,000 kilometers? Something like that?
Lots.
Mass. Are we
Loads.
really doing mass? No. No, thank you.
Loads.
Yes, I am. I
Loads.
love maths. Come on. It's fun. You gotta admit.
It's fun
No.
when you don't have a brain that's sleep.
Severely lacking oxygen.
Wow.
I think I used
Well,
less
that
of my
sounds like a
energy.
medical issue.
Yeah,
Really
all
sounds
the
like
brain,
a medical issue there.
No, it's a spa issue.
all the brain rot just comes out because our brains are just fried from all the driving we've done.
Oh yeah. How much driving have all of you done?
I have done about almost 6 hours.
Yeah, I did 6 hours, and I'm dead.
Yeah,
How about you, Cameron?
I feel like I've barely done anything. I've only done 4 hours, but it was two back-to-backs. So
Yeah,
it was
that's
it was
never
alright. I
fun.
kind of wanted to do more, but there's 5 of us in the car. We had ample drivers, even though Ethan unfortunately had to jump in case of one of our drivers
Yeah,
having
and you,
a
Sean?
base failure.
The amount of hours kind of blurred after I first jumped in the car at 6 o'clock yesterday evening. Other than that,
Huh.
it's just been, yep, you're sent, radio, jump in, yep, cool. I think I've done, 5 or 6 hours, top of my head. But,
Yeah, okay.
again, it's the race engineering as well that you do. That's also,
A lot of
Again.
fun.
yeah, that takes it out of you.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, I agree. Luckily, my teammates did not need me during their stint, so I just ate and exercised during when I wasn't driving, so felt actually pretty good.
Now,
when
what
I
kind of drivers are you guys? Are you guys sort of like, just leave me to it, no comms, just let me do my job? Or are you guys
Well,
going to have the
okay, wait.
information always coming in?
Okay,
Always
I
need
get
to hear about the gap
both,
ahead, gap
honestly.
behind.
okay.
bit of both.
Yeah, I like hearing about gaps ahead, behind, or that stuff, but that is only when I'm not 50 laps down on the leader,
Yeah.
which has
Yeah.
been the
Yeah.
case
And,
in this race.
Crew chief doesn't have a great sense of perspective at times. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We are coming up to 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Of course, our race timer is set to that, but it is 4 minutes behind, but you get the picture. So we're pretty much at the 2-hour mark to go. I am going to step out of the box, but I'm pretty sure that the wonderful people that we have in the box will keep you entertained. I'm sure we'll have a couple of people pop in. It's been an absolute pleasure. I just want to say massive thank you to all the viewers that have watched, especially throughout the evening. The guys in chat, you have been incredible. It's been popping off pretty much the whole stream, which is amazing. Huge thank you does go to all the hardworking crew behind the scenes as well, from the stewards, from the graphics makers, from the people who just put up Discord messages, from the livery makers, from the drivers, from the teams, from your local fish and chip shop that sold you chips yesterday to keep going. Whoever has helped, huge thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of it. Once again, thank you to the Mel for OOR and being part of an amazing community, and a little special thank you just to my amazing team, because boys, we're looking good. We're going to bring it home. But other than that, our pit crews as well. Yeah, thank you to the pit crews. Thank you to the bloke who mowed the grass yesterday. Other than that, enjoy the rest of the call. Everyone enjoy the rest of the race, and we'll see you in 2 hours when we all finish.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Yeah,
Been a real
it was
trip
lovely.
throughout this commentating podcast. Excellent co-host, you could say, of the breakfast show here at OOR.
Well, did anybody else notice that he forgot to thank one and only Glenn Germain?
Oh, I'm sure
God.
he did it in spirit at the very least. Maybe Glenn was the guy who mowed the grass. Maybe that's who he was referring to. It's Glenn. Glenn Howard
Maybe.
is a ride-on lawnmower. Glenn's mowing.
No. I cooked the chips.
Ah,
I was,
fish and chip
I was
shop.
gonna say, like, he's probably
That's
a
the
bit more
most
of a
important.
cook.
Yeah, no worries.
The catering.
Yep.
Oh, fish and chips, like food again.
I do like some fish and chips, but today I only had kebab for lunch, and then I had it for dinner. So, yeah.
Could be worse. You're not going hungry.
I mean, okay, I love me some kebab, so,
Yes.
I'm
Sean
happy.
Madison is now boxing in the pits with only 2 hours and 10 minutes. That's just
Gonna make it.
really tight.
Yeah,
Yeah, if they,
because
unless they get unlucky with the lap timing, then that's not a lot of margin to leave.
it's not.
Yeah.
That's why I switched
that.
to them, because I was looking at the timer and I thought, okay, if this is the second last stop, then they're right on the timer.
I'd say
They should have 20 seconds left by the end of the race.
Unless
But if
there's
the
another
leader-
lap.
yeah, I was gonna say if the leader takes the the last lap with only a few seconds left. then it
Yeah,
might be
then they
really
have a
hard.
problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
So I need to
As
find a
now
lap somewhere.
Ryan Houlihan is in the AVR car. Hooly dooly, as I always say it in my head.
Wow.
Just that time in the morning, just those things. But yeah, Mr. Houlihan.
Hooly Dooly is nothing compared to one of the drivers that we've been competing with in silver, Keo. I just keep putting like an N after the E in his name and just say Kenough.
Oh, what? What?
He's
Really?
Kenough.
What? Alright, well, Mr. Kenneth is in P8.
He's just Ken.
As Daniel has said
Wow.
that he does not represent the rest of the commentating team. File all
is Ken
complaints to car number 8. As Mr.
He's very
Floyd
much
is
Ken
now in the garage as well. Definitely gonna be a lot safer than the ABR car in terms of driver stint. Anything
Very
could
true.
happen still in 2 hours and 8 minutes. And I
Yes,
think
that
by the
is
time they
very
come out
true.
of the pits, it'll be around 7
2:07.
minute mark. Yep,
Yeah.
indeed. So I think they're much safer. They got a 3-minute margin at the very most.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Daniel, when are you going to do your stints?
I'm planning to get back in the car in about half an hour's time, maybe. So, I think around the 2-hour mark, I'll start getting ready for my final 2 stints.
Alright. Oh well. So, well, I wish you luck. What car are you in? Number 8?
Yes, I'm in the number 8 Team
Oh.
Iris Porsche, and we're tracking really nicely. Actually, there it is on screen. Chris is doing a fantastic job as always.
Very
the
brave
stint-
man to come in and commentate and curse your own team
Nah,
before
wow.
your own stints as well. That's
it's all right.
pro
It's
game.
all right. We've
pro
been cursed.
move.
We've been cursed that many times this race. We've had, I think, 2 drive-throughs, 2 like track cut drive-throughs. We've had a drive-through purely on, well, like the crew chief basically saying that we were clear, like clear left, and we went straight into someone else, and then ended like
Yes, I did.
somewhat ended their
fortunately
race.
see that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the 101 Ferrari. Sorry, 100%. Sorry guys for doing that so early in the race. It's not great, but blame it all on the crew chief. That's all I can say. So we've had 3 drive-throughs, a 10-second penalty, and that's about it. But yeah, other than
Those
that,
are rookie numbers.
Collecting your cards there a little bit, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna race cars, you're gonna. Unfortunately, sometimes they might come together. That's all part and parcel. It's all a bit of a learning exercise. It just happens.
Indeed.
Also, your fun
Oh,
fact, Philippa, out of context quote is, "Just don't drive faster."
for the good of P2. If the irony is, is if Alpha Venturi Racing was going faster, they'd be in trouble. Yeah, straight up.
Don't provide context.
There's the context for you. But
You
yeah,
don't
no, he's
need
going
context. You don't
yeah, no
need
worries.
context, Delty, now. Come on.
No context.
Don't ruin
yeah.
the fun.
As now, Corey Sweet is also now in the 5.87, 12 seconds behind Houlihan. All very fast operators. But we'll say Mr. Ryan Houlihan is definitely right up there at the pointy, tippity top end.
I'm sorry, I think I have to say this. I think that Curry Sweet is currently in a sweet position.
Ban this man.
Yeah.
Nah.
Dad hour has been and gone. Puns. Yeah.
Damn, I missed out.
Ban him.
Ban this man.
Come on. Come on. Come on. You all love me. You love me, you know it.
I'm not sure it's worth it for that kind of those
Get
kind
his
of
code.
puns.
Get his mic.
Too many beers.
Nah.
Too many
Like,
credits.
thankfully, we do not have a donation button to ban contents.
Wow, come on. You know what's actually funny is I've made the same joke in 6 Hour of Valencia about Corey Sweet. So now I do it the second time, and you gotta suffer.
Did anyone laugh then?
Appreciate it.
I'm pretty sure they
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the Corey Sweet is sweet.
Bad dad joke hour. And welcome back to Bad Dad Joke Hour with your host, Carlo Babic.
Oh hell, come on! Please pronounce my last name correctly.
Babic? Babic?
Nah. Okay, who can pronounce my name correctly? Let's go.
Wait,
I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing.
Ah, there you go.
I remember one of my high school teachers was Mr. Babbage.
Really? Was he?
Yeah.
Sounds like
Yeah.
a hard
Nice.
name.
Good.
Oh, Chris Keeley has donated $2. Please let me
Make it stop.
Make it stop. Thank you very much for your donation. Unfortunately, I do not have new controls. They'll have to be higher powers to come and
Nah.
enforce that.
It's never
Thank you
going
for
to
the
stop.
$2. No refunds.
Yeah. No refunds. We are not going to stop. But thanks for your money. We'll take it.
Thanks for your money. We still don't support your views of bacon.
I do not know about his views of bacon.
Oh, you won't.
Somebody make
Money
me aware. Somebody make me aware.
SG30. Carlo Babic. It's yeah,
Man.
fearing the wrath of the officials, the chat, everyone, drivers on track, making many enemies and not taking much bubble gum.
Yeah.
As we have
Well.
car 400 in the pits. Jay Brown, I apologize for not knowing your first name. Let's consult the excellent spotters guide, which I want to hazard a guess was put together by Mr. Mike Crick and maybe some other people as well. Thank you very much for that. It's insanely handy. I'm also looking at the spotters guide, which is completely useless because it doesn't have the first names on there either. So that was a waste of time.
Jacob Brown, maybe?
Potentially. Is that your final answer?
I am going to say Jonathan.
Jermaine.
It's Jake.
Jerome.
I prefer
Okay.
Jermaine.
Nah.
I think we
I
might
think
have
he's a
him.
Jerome Brown.
As interestingly, Mr. Houlihan, who gets very close to one of the MRT cars, is slowly catching Mr. Paul Britt, I believe, and might look to unlap himself with 2 hours to go. You know, it's a long way off the lead, but it's the first step to get them on the same lap at the very least. Mr. Hooley is on it, letting carb on it.
Interesting. Just before I head off my stint, driver of the day votes.
Obviously me. Come on. There is no doubt. I have driven the best race anybody has ever seen.
That
Come
on
on.
the day, bro. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Most, I think, we'll say your car does deserve its own reward. Perseverance in despite all your issues, the disconnects, the 5 disconnects I think you said from one of your team members.
Yeah.
You're still going, I believe, at the end.
We are.
Still going. Got to get to the end, which
Yes.
yeah,
Because-
everyone's a winner when they get it to the end. It's like a school sports day.
Exactly. A participation award for everyone.
Exactly. And
Apart
I
from the
think
robots at the front. They're, you know,
I think
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, that finishing is a victory in itself.
exactly. When it comes to these 24-hour races, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, making it to the finish in these races, like just persevering, no matter what, like drive-throughs, stop-go 30s, or any kind of damage you've got, as long as you make it to the end of the 24 hours, that's a win in anyone's book.
Exactly.
And a special mention, Pip, to just put in the chat, like her team got 18 positions in 6 hours, so that's definitely a contender. But I would have to say the leading team at Laundry House, basically being the class of the field with only 3 drivers, is just something to be. Wow.
I was expecting you to say car, right? No reason.
For no reason, yeah. I mean, if I'm definitely taking myself out of it because I got bloody a couple of penalties and all that. So yeah, I'm definitely taking my name out of the hat.
Indeed, but yeah, to echo the sentiment, 999 Laundry House Racing at the front, a lap on the field. Everyone, all other 33 cars lapped down on the leader. So that's been exceptional. This is your prime leader curse for the last 2 hours, where it will all be for naught. I do apologise.
Okay. So now...
BG36 can get in a bit as well with that.
No. Okay. I have to say what BG36 has just said, okay?
Do you know? Glenn.
I do.
Do him,
Look,
please.
I do. Look, I do. That is the best joke I have ever seen. Let's go. I got petrol the other day and spilled petrol on my sleeve and then drove off and lit a cigarette. My arm caught on fire and I got charged with firearms offense.
I just saw that. I was just like, stop this man.
Carlo's been
shaking
muted.
my head.
Carlo's been muted.
Get it? Because he's got a fire on his arm, so he's got a firearm. Yeah, shut up.
I muted him.
I'm to stop. Houlihan is really closing in the draft as they clear one of the left cars.
Can I get the worst
I
joke
wouldn't
award?
fight this too hard, but also bear in mind if I can hold him up, then that's literally the fight. Gonna hamper Houlihan's fight for the lead. But if it ends up with both cars backwards, it can be all for naught.
Isn't there a lap gap between them?
There is. So if you can keep him a lap behind, not saying that it's guaranteed that if Houlihan laps himself, he can speed up and get a lap back. But,
Well, that's
it's 2 hours to go. It's a
optimistic.
long time to make up time still, or to lose time, to say the least.
Yeah, certainly optimistic, but 2 hours is a long way to go, so a lot can still happen.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna leave you guys be because I have about 26 minutes until I hop in the car for my final 2 stints. So crossing all the fingers there that everything goes smoothly.
Always good luck. I promise not to comment. I can't even say.
Comments not to curse.
Nah. Oh, I do actually have to try and say your last name because I've always just. I'm just gonna
give it a go. Give it have a go.
Yep. Well, goodbye, Daniel. Yep. Goodbye, Daniel. You were really nice to me. Now I'm gonna have fun with Cameron and Kevin Parody. Hello. How are you?
Thank you.
It's Cicluna.
Cicluna. Say it 3 times. Banked in the middle.
Okay.
Cicluna.
Okay, my best attempt at pronouncing your last name was Skikluna.
Close. That is close. I'm not. That's really close. I got a lot of that when I was, when I was younger. but I was just like,
Did Mr. Babbage say that?
Babbage, yeah, Babbage like rolls off the tongue nicely, so I was like, Babbage.
Yeah.
No worries, go and enjoy yourself. Happy hunting in your stints as Launch House now coming into the pit lane. They're well safe from driver stints. Goes to plan. Welcome to the box, Kevin. How was your race been so far?
My race has been exceptionally relaxing because I'm not driving in this one. But I have had the unique pleasure. I got to announce the very start of it, and I'm going to be here now until the end. So I'm sort of the bookmarks, if you will.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Delighted.
We all need some
Bookends.
bookmarks.
Book ends. That's what I meant. Started with a misspeak. That's the way to go. I'm a professional now. A lap clear, you say? A full lap.
A lap clear, but they are now in the pits. But I believe Mr. Houlihan. When did Houlihan pit? Actually, no, they pitted on around 2 hours and 10 minutes. So
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
there's more into this. I do apologise.
gonna have-
Factor in Paul Britt's stint time left. I wonder if Mr. Britt will stay in for the last 2 stints.
I think
might,
they're going to
he
be
might not.
forced to do that because otherwise, the chances of finishing the lap at exactly the moment they had 10 seconds to spare.
Yes.
20.
They would 20 seconds. It would have to be exceptionally narrow window. But if they are doing both stints, then it's just a matter of stopping on the right lap.
Yeah, that car is playing it all in, everything on the table, to say the very least. I see chat has now descended into a pun forum. My day has been ruined. My disappointment is immeasurable. Please tell me, Kevin, you're not going to join the bad pun brigade.
No, I'm over actually in the Twitch chat trying to get penalties applied to Carlo's car, actually, for the bad jokes that have been coming out. I've applied for a 10-second penalty for the first one and a stop-go 30 for that last one. We're pending. Penalties pending, I'm telling you.
Oh, come on. You are just really jealous. You are just
Yes.
really jealous
Yeah.
of me.
I am in the
no.
privileged position of not having to be on the track, so I get to speak ill of everyone. No one can crash me.
Indeed,
Are
do
you sure about
apologise
that?
for negating the Twitch chat, although it
Are
is
you
a
sure
superior
about
chat right
that?
now.
The superior
we are-
chat, obviously YouTube, because we have some of the best jokes here that you will ever see in your life.
So this is
So
heading
go in the
into-
YouTube chat and just read. You are going to be happy. I guarantee you.
We're heading into survival time in this race, right? I mean, you guys are drivers. I'm sure your teammates, whoever's in the car right now, has got to be feeling it. The equivalent of everything in the car is creaking, everything in the body's creaking. You're just waiting for something to break, right?
Indeed, my joints are definitely creaking after my stint. Gonna be.
My legs are... I was almost gonna say something, but I'm gonna say another thing. My legs are not feeling well. Like, not at all. I've been sat down for the last 12 hours or so. And yeah.
Indeed.
What?
And that is a good point onto anyone who's sitting down, has been sitting down for a while. Have a nice stretch, have a nice drink.
Oh yeah, I've
hydrate.
been having I've been having stretches
Everyone, 'cause
after
we don't do it
after
enough
every
in our
hour.
gaming chairs, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, after every hour I've had a stretch and a little workout, and still I am not feeling well.
As someone who regularly cramps in stints, I'm very happy that I didn't get any.
60-minute, 70-minute sprint race, and I need to get up and have a walk after. I literally have to go for a walk after, but that's because I'm ancient, like dirt. But it looks like we are going to get really, really close to 600 laps. The kind of ideal, perfect no stops was 625, so that is impressive.
especially as we've had quite a long spell of dry running now with the tires coming down. I think I believe we were into the 30s when the rain was at its hardest. So yeah, definitely we might see that 600 mark, which would be very, very impressive.
Overall temperatures have come down a lot too. Yesterday when we started, we were at a track temperature of 31, and I know it's still early. Well, we only got 2 hours left, and it's only 23. So that's got to be helping.
Absolutely. It's been a great race. I believe Mr. Terry Rayton is now in the 999 car. I wonder if he'll be doing a double to the end. I believe I didn't see his name too much in the first half of the race, so they might have just been saving him to do all the heavy lifting here at the end. Get a nice fresh driver, no pressure. You just got to do it where it matters most.
That 4x400 relay system where you put the fastest person last.
Yep. Definitely don't put the old and decrepit, shriveled ones at the end.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks. I felt like I was in that sentence.
It was not targeted. It was more targeted at myself personally.
It's one of the great things about this hobby, though, is you don't have to be, Lewis Hamilton levels of fit to drive, and even for 24 hours, there's people here doing 8 hours out of 24 in the chair. That I can't imagine doing it. It's not even on my bucket list, but it's a feat, and you guys are gonna be sore. There's no doubt about it.
I already am. But I mean, yeah, I didn't even drive for that long. Like, I drove for 6 hours, and another 6 was being a race engineer for my teammates. So it was certainly an experience. I never drove a 24-hour race before, and I am 50 laps behind the leaders, but hey, I'll finish. And I think yeah, exactly, and I think that is an accomplishment in itself.
If I remember, we had 37 teams start, and it looks like we've got 23 left. So that's
33. We got a lot more.
33.
A few more.
I forgot that the scroll doesn't show the whole list.
No, we're just going to cut it off there. It's an elimination.
Everybody below this doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, goodbye. I was going to say, I believe,
how many have we still got running then? Or did you say 33 still running?
33, yeah.
At last check, yeah.
That's good numbers.
Apparently we might have lost our last Lambo, which I believe was the 499. When did we lose that? Is that?
I think they might still be running.
Someone has said in chat. We might have lost them.
This must be the caster's curse, where I don't even have to speak. Because just before the end of my stint last night, the 42, which is the car number I run, was in an incident, and then I come 42. Back today, and the Lamborghini that I run is also in falling out of the race. So maybe I am the curse.
Okay, Kevin, you run number 42.
Yes.
I run number
I have the
42.
Answer. Yes.
So you essentially caster cursed me without being a commentator.
You might even have been in the car at the time.
So now look at this. Oh yeah, you can see me. Number 42. There we go. 57 laps down on the lead. Impressive.
Still running, and you've still done damn near 500 laps. That's that's impressive. I don't care who says anything different. That's a tremendous amount of time. I used the fuel bot yesterday before this started in the perfect race with no stops. I think I said it earlier. 625 laps was sort of what fuel bot predicted. That's 2,500 plus liters per car of virtual fuel. It's 24 pit stops per car for 37 cars. It is the numbers behind a 24-hour race just get boggling in a hurry. Never mind the effort it takes to run one. P.S. Thanks to all the people that put the effort in to run this.
Yeah. 100%. Unfortunately, and this deserves a shout out, is that Mr. Callum Gibbo in the Discord has reported that he did the last 45 minute stint with no force feedback, unfortunately. Which is not optimum. Yes, I think it's like, probably it's like trying to swim through Eau Rouge with that. No feel at all.
That deserves a slow clap at least. That is impressive.
Yeah, that's brilliant. 45 minutes, like, yeah, I'd be greyhound out of that seat straight away as soon as possible. Hopefully that hasn't affected their strategy too badly. It's a feat and a half.
It is indeed, yeah. Like, when you look at it, 500 laps around Spa. That is what my team has at least done so far. And, wow, that's a lot. That's really a lot.
That's
wow.
500 times through Eau Rouge and Radion, holding your breath and various other things. Yeah, that's 500 times through every tricky little corner. 500 times through every chicane. It's boggling.
And if Sean Muller was here, he'd say 500 times through no name.
500 times around this beautiful track. That is really insane.
The leaders
in
will
the
be
wet, in the dark, in the dry, in the day, no matter what conditions, you gotta keep circulating.
The little rain right after the start was something to watch. They were just starting to settle down, and then we got this, 30 minutes, 10 minutes, and you can hear it. Then it started to rain, and people started changing tires. And then when it stopped raining, it did something I've never seen before. It went from greasy to optimum. There was no in between. They just pop, and the track dry, go. And then everybody, of course, stuck on wets. They had another big change, which put everybody off the ideal timing. All the scripts went out the window, and it went from there. So it's fun to see.
Yeah, just a little second there. Just an update in the race. The gap from P1 to P2 has decreased to 39 seconds apparently, and the gap from P1 to P3 has decreased to 57 seconds. So,
thank you very much
just
for
a
that,
thing
Glenn.
to note.
It's
Yes.
all up for grabs from a minute 40, just over 100 minutes left, and the could well be a three-way fight for a winner. Almost like we planned it. Take a bow.
And then we cut to this, which I feel like I've been watching for most of 24 hours. This car in various hands fighting with somebody within a sec. They were within a second of somebody for hours last night.
Absolutely.
It's just they're just great fun to watch.
I think
They're
they've
still
been
within
fighting.
6 seconds of their target.
Indeed, I apologise for that. And yeah, they've been fighting with the Drea car, I believe the 111 at times, the 191 Kovacs purple car as well. The Drea 70 FPS Evolve car. Yeah, they've been scrapping with everyone. They will not be selective. They will fight anyone that comes at them, and have done a very good job at defending as well. Maybe not the best all-out pace, but definitely been giving a really good effort in their defenses as well as their attacking as well.
I definitely didn't give them a shout out just because they're from North America. Definitely not that.
Well, I mean, still deserving of a shout out, so yeah.
I have the pleasure of chasing Ben around every Thursday night from a distance, so I figured I'd at least give him a shout out in this. They've been going, like all you guys have,
You gotta be
close to a
careful
full
saying stuff
day
like
now.
that. That's open to interpretation in sim racing or just in outside.
Officially, as far as anybody knows. Yes. He hasn't seen me in the bushes yet, so we'll just stick with sim racing.
You're just following him with the microphone, just like commentating behind him while away goes. Look at you, that's you, odd looks. Michael Babby, affectionate Babby, very popular member in the community. Looks to be 15 seconds behind the excellent 555 car. Take a bow, 555 team. You know, don't look into why I'm praising you too much. But hopefully, Mr. Babby, I've got a lot of time for you, Mr. Babs. But don't catch my car, please. Thank you. Bye.
The bin liner car, it's an extra laugh for me because I've seen a number of very creative liveries driven by Mr. Bab. It's a pile of bin liners. Apparently, it is a tribute to your white ibis, or as I believe, I was informed last night, the bin chicken.
Yep, the bane. I'm not sure if it's loved or hated, the bin chicken, the ibis. Yes. Iconic, bird, and I feel like that and like the kookaburra are more iconic than the kangaroos. Let's not get behind the kangaroos. Let's get behind the bin chickens. It's more representative of the real product, in my opinion. I'm exceptionally lucky in that category. I live in Canada, so our national bird is the cobra chicken. Cobra chicken. But, that's just a great name.
That's the Canadian. Yeah, that's the Canadian goose. Like the pretty one in the farmyard, except feral and nasty and travels in packs.
That doesn't sound so fun. I just thought this was some kind of elegant, decadent camo wrap, but it's been
it is a pile of garbage bags. I am reliably informed.
I do love that, and I think it's
and there's even an ibis there. Look at that.
Oh, bin chicken. It's so great.
I'll be honest, when they told me about the bin chicken last night, at first I thought I was being put on, so I actually looked it up while we were on stream because I thought you buggers were lying to me, but it turns out you weren't. So
I can understand on someone with no context given does sound like a lot, but very much real.
Well, we've got trash pandas. Yeah, we've got trash pandas, which is our raccoons.
Raccoons.
So, yeah, ours don't fly.
Trash panda or treasure pandas.
Yep, let me just have a word here. I have just found out my teammate is stuck in the pit lane, and there is nobody else from my team. So
you need to,
I am now going to drive until the end of the race.
It's gonna run straight from the comm booth right into the car.
Go ahead, Carlo.
Lights on, engine on. Boom. Go, have fun.
Go ahead, Carlo. Have fun, man.
Make it to the end.
Goodbye.
You're nearly there.
See ya.
Bye. Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, no.
You gotta. I've said this multiple times. Big ups to this team. Yeah, you're a long way back even from the next car, but you're still here. You're still going to the end. Yeah. Kudos.
Absolutely. In one sense, I mean that takes more guts than coming out here and winning. Coming out and win, you're out here in first or second, like the Laundry House team. They've been in it the whole time, right? They got a reason to stay. But when the fourth or fifth or sixth incident hits and somebody's wheel breaks and the excuses start piling up to just go, I give up. And for anybody who doesn't, that's extra kudos for me. That's doing it the hard way.
100%. It's just so boring and self-serving to come out here, put it on position, just be fast, win, yawn, be a robot. Come out here, end up backwards, pointing, looking the wrong way down Camel, drive through here, drive through there, disconnect here, disconnect there. That's how you properly do a 24. No one's gonna remember the winners.
Well, even right at the start, the dream team got out in the front and everybody sort of waved goodbye. But even before they had their troubles, they weren't flying away. I think it was 5 or 6 seconds before the difficulties hit that team, or started to hit that team. But it's been hyper competitive at the front right since the start. And we might have a 1-lap lead now, but they earned that.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. There is a few, like, it was getting quite spaced out for a bit, but there's like some packs that are slowly kind of finding form, which is great for the narrative towards the end of this race. We've got Convoy and Kairunen in P7 and P8. That's very tasty. Those drivers are pretty much on the same level. I believe there's 25 seconds between them, and I'll be eagerly waiting to see if that comes down, because those are some OOR staples, Kovacs, and I believe what used to be BDE Esports. It could be someone else now for Kairunen. They've been here for a long time, and they are very fast pedalers.
Yeah, it's the list of the usual suspects for sure. With the qualifying process to get into this, only the best got in, so we're bound to see some exceptional driving, very good times, and consistent times over 24 hours.
100%, especially in the mid-pack. We've got like, the echelons of like the upper, like the top operators at the end, but the mid-pack is still incredibly quick still and consistent. Like, you only have to look at the qualification times, the amount of people in 17s, even 18s is not something to like shy away from. Even the 16s, like it was, I think there was probably about 40 people just in the 217s in the qualification. So by the time it was all well and run, which is the level is it's great. Love it. That's why I think a lot of us come to OOR. There's generally always someone to race, people to race at all levels, and even if you're not at that level, there's plenty of people around to share the knowledge, to bring you up if you want to invest your time into getting speed.
Oh, I can speak firsthand to that. I came here, this was the second league I ever raced, and I left the first one because I got sick of finishing last. I finished last when I got here too, but people helped me and then I didn't finish last anymore, so I stayed, which really says it all. This community is a special place. There's a lot of communities out there that are just toxic, nasty, and rude. There's whole race platforms that are toxic, nasty, and rude, but OOR is exactly the opposite of that. People from the other side of the world taking 30 minutes out of their day to laboriously type out a helpful paragraph or two and respond to you, and then you watch your times just drop and drop and drop and get faster and faster, and it's just, the payoff is huge and saved me thousands of hours of practice.
Absolutely, like it can, sometimes you can find a wall, not necessarily physically, but you can also find on your skill level. Sometimes it's hard to break through that. Sometimes you'll smash through it straight on. You'll gain the confidence. It's like a whole new world, and you'll find that you've got more time here, there, and everywhere. But it can be difficult sometimes to break through that slight edge, to find out that line, that setup. It's not always about setup, guys. I think there's some people fade a bit too much into that. Learn how to drive the car in the condition that you are currently driving. Don't try to always second guess and jump too far ahead. Lots of nuggets of knowledge to be shared around.
Oh yes, and there's a lot of people here to help, even just willing to look at replays of going through corners, anything. It's a really, really supportive place, and you end up with drivers like this and events like this. I mean, events like this don't happen because one person said, let's have a 24-hour race. They happen because a lot of people put in a lot of hours and a lot of planning. And that's everything from the drivers who, I mean, let's face it, commit, hundreds of hours to practice and team training and all that stuff. The, toot our own horns for a second, the broadcasters, the people that are doing the streaming, that's all multi-person jobs, driving, doing all that at the same time. For an event, just to make this event work, also says a lot about the community.
Indeed, there's a long laundry list of people who bank. We've victory out of everyone and could. We do appreciate it, as well as to our sponsors as well, Permobil for sponsoring this event. You know, can't always, you know, it's not on one person to always pay the bills. You know, you have to sometimes share the effort around a little bit. More than grateful to help for Permobil to helping us enable us to do this great series.
And we're at that point now where they might not be technically racing each other, but it's still race drivers in sight of each other on a track with the green flag still waving. So these people aren't done. A lap up, if you're 4 laps up at this point, you're looking at 5. If you're 4 laps down at this point, you're trying to get back to 3. So it's they're still racing hard, as we're seeing right now.
Indeed, you know, sometimes you've got a driver ahead, might be a lap ahead, but you're quicker. I think that's what's happening now with Mr. Graham Hill and the FBS Evolve is behind. I believe, is that actually on the MRT car? Is that actually the 600, which might be laps ahead? Yes, that is on a hind. So even though he's 4 laps behind, you know, I'm quicker, I want to get ahead. You know, racing drivers, there's simple beings, you know, car in front, I don't like, me want to be ahead.
Yes. And our back marker doing an exceptional job there in a less than ideal place and still managing to get out of the way without splitting those two that seem to think they're racing.
Yeah, it's all on the, it's all for egos and pride. It's all, you know, all very simple like that. And kudos to the one Aston Martin that I believe we do have running. One of a few cars that we have along with the Bentley BMW M4. Just having a look through the field now, I can see my teammate, my team of 555. So in this case, just to point out, like, you know, unfortunately, we were off kilter. We've had to pit now at pretty much 90 minutes to go. So I believe, unfortunately, we'll be doing a splash and dash at the end. And, you know, I don't think we'll be the only ones, to say the very least, in terms of you know, not being on the hour for all the stints, and that's unfortunately just the way it goes. Happens. Deal with it. And Mr. Cos is in the car now, and he will be speedy as ever, because that man is so quick in this car, and he's been a great help in many of us in the team to learn the Ferrari, because I came from big buses, front engine buses like the GTR and the Mercedes. What is this mid-engine rubbish? I didn't like it. It felt foreign. I didn't like any of it. It was like, you know, it was a 5-year-old with a new food. It's like, took me a long time to find my feet in this Ferrari, and it's a very good, a very capable car, but it wasn't the easiest thing to pick up and drive straight away, especially if you don't drive mid-engines like I do.
I was going to say, yeah, the mid-engine is a very different beast. I'm in the other boat. I came into this game 1,600 hours ago in the McLaren, switched to the Ferrari when we got the 488, and then switched to the new Ferrari. I wanted to like the Ferrari, and it's a great car, but then I tried the Lamborghini, and now I'm hooked because it wants to kill you. It's just got that extra little special thing about it that, yes, it's fast if you do it right, but it feels like it wants to kill you all the time, and I just don't get that from the Ferrari.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the Ferrari is definitely one of the nicer. We had a lovely setup done by Mr. John Carter, and nice and lovely Furo Rouge. But yeah, I can understand also liking. I like a car that has a bit of zest and a bit of bitey, you know, kind of like, you know, look at me the wrong way and I'll throw you into a wall.
Sure.
I've driven Porsches before, GTR, you know, that thing's a space hopper with a turbocharger. But, speaking of space hopper, I've been practicing Oulton Park this afternoon before I came back on to announce here. That's just a pogo stick simulator. I love the track, but holy cow, no 2 laps are the same because you never hit the same bump the same way twice. Yeah, curb RNG, as I like to call it.
Yes.
Yeah, very much can feel like a random number generator. We were at Zolder not too long ago in the sprints, and well, I don't even need to say which corner number it is. You know that curve, that massive, speed bump that they put on in the chicane.
Especially since North America, we did that just this last week because we skipped the week for American Thanksgiving.
Yes. It's like
so yeah, that was. I got 9 cut warnings, 2 drive-throughs, and a warning in 36 minutes on that track, and it wasn't raining. So, oops. Yeah, I got a warning between getting the drive-through and getting to the pits to serve it. It was not my finest hour.
Yep. It's like, I think we definitely with sim racing, you have good days and bad days.
Yep.
You be on it. Completely, feel like you're top of the world. And then some days you get sent out on dry tires in the wet.
Well, I kept laughing, and it worked out in the end. I ended up with a top 10 finish. So, there's some. Yeah, let's talk about this race. That was a bang. Was that for position?
That is for position, and he has redressed it. That is very courteous of you, and I believe Mr. Kappa that we're following now in the Benetton Mercedes, lovely job, by the way, has sent it up the inside, but I believe he probably went in a bit deep, hence why he's redressed the positions, which is very nice to put your hand up to it if you feel like it is clear. Don't kick yourself because the stewards are always watching.
Absolutely. That's for me. That's something that goes back years. I used to race remote control cars, and that was what was done. If you wrecked somebody, you pulled over and waited till they passed. They were put back on the track and passed you, and then you start to drive again. And don't hit them a second time. That's just really bad form.
No Christmas cards. No Christmas cards for you. Sometimes there's no malice, but sometimes it feels like it's just it doesn't go the way you want it. As remember our good friend Mr. Babbage is maybe I'm not sure if he's in the car trying to get in the car.
Oh no, stuck.
Oh dear.
Perhaps they have a bigger issue than not having a driver ready.
Yeah, hopefully they can keep going because they've come this far. If they've come this far only to lose, I'll be genuinely heartbroken for them. It's Mr. Cicluna, our ex-co-host of the Breakfast Channel that we had a few hours ago in the comms booth. It was great to have him in here, and great opportunity for OR to let us come in here. I've always wanted to give commentating a bash, and it's been a really great way for me to stay away because I was falling asleep if I wasn't driving. Put it that way.
I was just going to make exactly the opposite point. I suspect that they're happy to be back in the car because it'll be a little easier to stay awake at 200 kilometers an hour, I presume.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's a blessing in its own way. Thank you for Mr. Joshua Hill as well in the chat, echoing the many a sentiment that's been centered around it's like thank you for everyone who does make this what it is possible, because it's no small feat. Computers overheat, as we heard today. Servers, no matter how NASA level they can be, still it's not always relying on I think what we had in the qualification server at the very least, 174 drivers. You've got to think they're all trying to connect to this one race right now over 24 hours from various parts of the globe. America, Singapore, somewhere called Australia, I've never heard of it, fake country, paid actors, from the UK, all sorts, everywhere around.
All the fake birds, yeah.
Absolutely. Bin chickens, who would call it? You call a bird a bin chicken, gotta be a fake country, surely. But apparently
no place
number
could possibly
42.
be that happy.
No, absolutely. Although, I dare you to watch Kookaburra laughing and not smile. Otherwise, you are a dead soul inside a husk.
I'm completely with you. I'm Canadian, and I'm willing to take close second as far as happiest place I've ever experienced people from.
Indeed. As I believe we've been told, number 42 is leaving the pit after 40 minutes. Which is kudos to you.
Keep
Get
going,
out
man.
there, make
Yep.
it to the end. There they are.
There it is.
Onto the straight. Mr. Jared
Yep.
Ellis of the Alliance Gold Car. Yeah, very good job to see him out here. I'm not sure how much, like, that Livery was white on pink. Really having a bit of a moment as well. All the dirt, speckles, and really covered up what detail there was left, along with the actual 2K resolution in-game resolution limit. Sadly, a lot of these liveries do get downscaled for the race, but if you want your PC to survive, it's strictly necessary, I would say.
Especially if you got a potato like mine.
I upgraded my PC like desperately. I was always planning it, but I desperately got it already done just before this race. I think about 6 hours before the race, it was all fresh Windows installed. And I was like, oh, Fanatec software this, bugger this, and it's like, so it doesn't work. It's just like pulling my hair out here, there, and everywhere.
It still smells like new computer in your house.
Well, I think that's pretty much gone now. It smells like just
14th,
warm air.
Yes, which is not a bad thing. I don't know. Oh, actually, never mind. It's 1 degree Celsius here, so I could probably use that heat. But it looks like Bab and Vintner are certainly not done yet. We're still within half a second of each other. They're racing everywhere, but these guys are actually nose to tail for position.
Porsche versus Ferrari, 2 big names in endurance racing, that's for sure. And sadly, like Sean Muller now. I wouldn't actually even mention the Ferrari. Just all Porsche. Yeah.
All Porsche.
Maybe Sean's behind the cameras now. We're just focusing on the Stuttgart Mobile.
I need somebody who drives a Porsche to explain to me how they get tire rubber on one side of the car. If you watch it come around the corner here, there on the rear bumper, but not on the other side.
Yeah, that is quite weird. It looks like they've had a small fire at the back as well. I'm not sure what's going on with the dirt map on the Porsche. Who knows?
It's had a bit of a leak, but I noticed that was pointed out to me last night, and now I can't unsee it.
Indeed. Ben Vintner will be relishing in trying to hold off the bin chicken 296.
Speaking of can't unsee it, right?
Indeed. Just turn
we are
the
now
off. Don't need to see it.
We're about 12 minutes away from seeing the first of the last stops, if that makes sense. It's 1:05 is the timer, right? 65 minutes?
Correct.
So I imagine team comms are all a bustle right at the moment, figuring out how far into that they can make it and who they want in the car for that last stint, if they're going to change. I haven't done these kind of distances. Is there anybody double stinting tires?
No, I don't think there's any need to, because some series I've raced a 24-hour in the past has had limited amount of tire sets, but I believe everyone has full access. You have unlimited wet sets regardless, but you also have up to 50 dry sets, which is more than sufficient in this race. Fill your boots, take them home with you after the race. Do what you want.
And I guess you're doing a full refuel anyway, so you're not going to save any time by not changing tires. So.
Relatively, I believe us in the Ferrari, we were taking a bit like around 105, which is not the maximum we could take, but we didn't need to. It's also you're limited by the 65-minute stint timer rather than the fuel tank size, which I remember back in the day when I drove the old Mercedes back in 2019 at this track. You were definitely fuel limited by the tank size, because that thing chugged like Kimi Räikkönen at the bar. And also Philippa in chat says you'll probably pop your tyres if you do double stint, especially in the Ferrari. I can say we were very hard on our rears. I think that's just the way that car is. And speaking of Burton Motorsport also says, unfortunately, Austrian, the 499 Lamborghini, which I think has been absent from the server for a while, has had a DC and can't get a hold of their lead driver, which means if they join, they will unfortunately have like create an invalid entry, I believe, which is if someone's unfortunately driving to their house, so to speak. So they're persevering. I appreciate it.
Love it. Yeah.
Get to the end. Got an hour and 14. You still make it to the end. Not to be harsh on par 42, you might still be ahead of them. But we love them at car 42. They can have maybe a buddy to race with at the end.
Putting in real world miles to accomplish virtual miles. That's a story.
Yeah, that's no other team could probably claim that.
Well, we were talking about how far apart the drivers are, and I know we looked this up before, and there are OR drivers on 6 of the 7 continents. So as soon as we can get somebody to Antarctica, we're 7 for 7.
That is impressive.
And there's some patience paying off. A slip from the car ahead and a freebie, which with an hour and 13 minutes left, I'd take all the freebies I can get.
Absolutely. Is that no, that's not that Jamie. In the rear view mirror on what Sean Muller referred to as the ugly phone rear view camera. It looks like one of those cheap knockoffs, we'll say.
It absolutely does, yeah.
Looks like Babby is doing his best to try and stay with a bit in there, but might just be lacking a few tenths.
Well, you mentioned the tire situation. Perhaps that's got something to do with it as well.
Oh, as funnily enough, Mr. Ben that joins the chat, we have rain in half an hour.
Oh, rain
ding,
bracketing
ding,
the race.
Hit the rain gong.
Oh, I love it.
Cross it out on your bingo card.
Rain in the first and the last hour.
All over.
Oh, yeah.
We do not script these races, we promise.
I was just going to say, if you wrote this script, they'd say, take that back and write something realistic. But this is perfect. 40 minutes from the end, right after the maximum pit stop allowable time. So now everybody's got to see, can we stretch it 30 minutes? Can we get to the rain so we only have to do one more stop? Or do we try and finish in the rain on dry tires? You're the driver. You tell me the choice. I don't think there's a good one there.
Well, to not be biased as well, but also the car 555, I think it works quite well for us if it does rain, because we were off kilter anyway. Mr. Babby goes up the inside of, I believe it's the 959 Ferrari. Boys, I think they're called amateur spin, if I recall. It's the word amateur but backwards, if I recall.
Oh, that, okay. I knew there was a trick to that name, but thank you for clearing that up.
Oh yeah, it's Rutama spin. They tried to dupe us a bit. I see what
the old LU card. Yeah, the LU card for Dracula trick. I see it. Thanks for pointing that out.
Another good car, in the AM field, currently P3 in the AM split, trucking away as ever. Good on you, boys. And yes, that rain in 30 is really going to shake things up. It's currently still 25 Celsius track, 21 ambient. So if it does rain, it might take a second to actually get full wet, depending on the intensity. It's now actually gone from light rain to medium rain, I believe, by the infographic. So, yes. And I can tell you from when it rained when I did my stint, when it comes down, and you better be ready.
Oh yes, yeah. They were off all over the place in the first stint of this race, almost 24 hours ago.
My last stint. Yeah. Unfortunately, I feel like I did the perfect stint and then had a snap as it was raining on the dries and put 12 seconds of damage on the front spoiler. Not great, but it was still a good stint.
Well, if you were going to do it, way back then was the time to do it, right? You got time to actually recover from that. 30 minutes from the end when it starts to rain, I think there's going to be some very, very tightly gripped steering wheels and some drivers that forget to breathe for most of a lap. It's going to be interesting.
Be some very sleep-deprived brains right now, which are having to work overtime to figure out what are we going to do, are we going to pit. And the problem is right now you can't call it until it's about 2 minutes away. It's when you can pretty much decide whether it's going to be worth it or not. This is, I think the integrity team still needs to check. This feels too scripted. It's too convenient. I'm not buying it.
Better than reality.
Yeah, like you're saying, someone wrote that script that said, "What have you been smoking?"
It's ham-fisted writing. That's what that is.
Take this to Michael Bay. I am not reading this.
But it's what we've got, and I'm loving every second of it.
100%. 100%. Will we get 100% intensity? Because that would be hilarious.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see that medium go to 10 and see what pops up in the 30 window. We'll find that out, I guess, in about 15 minutes.
Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. Do not leave your seat as Mr. Convoy is crunching that car. Unfortunately, it looks like he hasn't been able to make much headway towards the 711 on Kairunen. This gap is still at 30 seconds. As the back marker just gets out of the way, but still has a no. I thought that might have been from the perspective that we had. It could have been still side by side. I was worried for Mr. John Convoy.
If I saw that correctly, it was a case of the nuclear-powered flashing lights that caused that pass to finally happen.
Absolutely.
I can, as you said, those sleep-deprived brains, the slightest delay in that back marker getting out of the way is going to mean so much more to you in that state where you can see the end, you can see the light, you can see a finish that you're happy with, and it's like, get out of the way! Yet another reason why I don't want to do this.
Indeed. You got to make sure you also dissipate that energy, get it out of your system straight away. Don't tense up, don't get angry, don't miss your line in the next corner, don't lose time. You gotta forget about it straight away. And that is an unwritten skill in itself in sim racing. Know how you reset from a bad moment. Bad moments, they're gonna happen. You gotta deal with it. It's happened, it's done, learn from it, but you have to try and shake it off, reset. As anyone who might remember from the old F1 days with Felipe Masses, radio engineer Rob Smedley, Felipe baby, stay cool. We bring it, reset, stay cool. It's not exactly how it was, but you get the message.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, it's the tendency to go hard is not usually productive.
Ooh, as car 400 Grant Begg is in the pits, was just exited the pits, so I get the feeling they had no choice, and they can't even get to the end now.
That's too soon.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And if it
One
rains,
lap.
I'm amazed actually still how sunny it is if rain is on the way. So I think this is going to be an intense burst because it happened early in the race when I was racing. It went from just got dark like that. Someone turned the light off. No one put $1 in the meter, and it just got dark instantly. And then the clouds open the side and says, "What's up? Deal with it."
Oh, that's exactly what the infographic is telling us, right? Slight cloud, rain. No intermittent, nothing in between. So this jagged weather, to coin a phrase, has made it really interesting. But it's going to make this really interesting in about 25 minutes.
I don't think we've even had it rain for more than like a few hours. I was fast asleep for the first parts of the race, so I couldn't say for that one. But we've had sort of these 1 hour showers, you could say.
Yes.
And they kind of be on, they come, the rain stops, but because especially at the night time, the track takes a long time to actually dry up, and unfortunately, with let's just say a unrealistic bug regarding tire pressures, it can have a big difference of whether you are on dries or wets.
Yes. I had just heard about that the other day, so it's bound to happen. There's too many people, not too many, there's this many people experimenting all the time to try and find ways to be faster. They're simply going to do it. That's what engineering is about. It's the same thing they do in the real life too. If we tilt this pipe this way, it's still within the rules, but we get a tenth of a second. Let's do it.
Absolutely. It's all part of bending the rules. As I've just noticed on our Twitch stream, there's the tag "Pineapple Sucks."
Yes, there is.
That's a reason to use the Twitch stream.
One of the many reasons I'm over there.
And it wasn't flooded with puns as before, as Stick Def brilliantly points out. Chat, 87 incidents for 23 hours is extremely impressive given the 37 cars circulating for the most part of this race.
Yes.
Very, very impressive. I think everyone can be. There's been no outliers, no major offenders, what I can recall. It's just cars racing, cars hit each other. It just happens. It's not a time trial. We all share the same track.
I just did some real quick maths. It's well over 20,000 total laps between all of the cars in that 24-hour period. So that few incidents is remarkable.
Indeed, as we have another car, is Kai Runen in the 711 GSR Esports Ferrari 296, the Christmas tree livery in my words, is coming into the pits. Now they're going to be good for their stint timer, but you're going to take those tires to the end in the conditions that are coming up.
They've got
wait and see. I'll watch this space as Corey Sweet, as many of these cars that were kind of ideally set up to be boxing right at this moment, ideally at the end. Also big boxing now, but it could be irrelevant as the rain is coming, as the bender has willed it so.
100%. This looked like perfect timing, and maybe not.
Should be good for the 818 AVR car, as they were very marginal. So if they do have to come in and change tires, that's them saved. So they'll be rain dancing. As looks like we have a slow car on Camel 147. Hopefully they're going again. Looks like they are. That's good to see. I think overall, it's coming. Eagerly going to be anticipating to see when that time weather indicator updates, when the 10-minute changes from sunny to rain. That's when it's all hands on deck. The wind is only at 4 kilometers an hour currently, so the rain isn't coming as quick as it could be. That said, I believe we have an update at 499 is apparently back in the race.
Haha! Never surrender.
Stuff.
Never surrender, never say die. Keep driving.
Indeed. We'll have to have a check see on our pit wall live timing.
They are still ahead of Cardis too.
Yep. They are still.
Thanks for the update.
Logan Burton in the Lamborghini. Excellent livery as well. Green and gold. I'm a fan, or bronze, whichever it may be. Jared Ellis is like brewing. It's all gone wrong. They're actually last. But maybe they can make up the 34 lap difference in 59 minutes. All to play for here. Do not turn away.
Nice spread of silver drivers in this event, up as high as 5th. That's always nice to see too. That's, to my mind, that always tells me somebody's outperforming themselves, so to speak. They're driving beyond what they thought they could, and that's always good to see.
Indeed. I think in this car in particular, the silver class leader, driven now by Graham Hill, the FPS Online Racing Yellow, they have done an exceptional job. This car, I feel like a lot of cars I can recall over the last 24, 23 hours have had various incidents. This car, I feel like it's been neat. It's been under the radar, and therefore that's why they're in 5th position with a lap on the car behind as well. They've been exceptionally faultless. Not the quickest, but they've made it count where it matters. And good luck for the rest of the 58 minutes. I hope I haven't given you some ill will.
But I agree completely. That's endurance racing. You don't have to be fastest, just the least mistakes, the least epic mistakes, because it's so easy to make them around here. Again, 600 times through Eau Rouge and Radillon. That's not easy. So it's still all to play for, even for the people in the front. A really bad wreck, one lap is not an unassailable lead at this point.
Absolutely. I think we might just get 600 laps, but if it rains, I think we might not, because 576 laps now currently for 999. They would 57 minutes, roughly, at most a 220 lap. That's I don't think there's much in it. It might not be enough, but let's see if we can break the big 600 mark. As we now have 191. Jamie Conboy. Unfortunately, I don't know why I was calling Jamie Conboy John Conboy. I think I know too many Johns. I think it's at least 2 in my team. Jay. We'll just say Jay. They're in the pits now. Could be trouble for them as well if it does rain hard enough for wets. As the Kovacs cars have a bit of fun with the purple and the blue. Cheeky wee little face. It would have been embarrassing if he actually missed his box for that reason. But he's a consummate professional.
In-car high fives. I'm not going to knock that. That was impressive.
Madison down in the Kovacs blue car. I feel like I haven't seen this car too much over the years. I believe it is the car of our co-commentator George Cook. I believe is in this car along with many other regulars in the OR scene. Slowly trying plugging it away. It is actually, to be honest, looking at that sort of 19 to 15 or even 14 is only like 2 laps covering that whole group of cars. That's all still a lot to play for, especially as Mr. Shane McAdam in the 666 BMW. That guy is very quick. I really struggled to catch him and failed to do so at times all the way for me. So he is being a level 1-2 watch in the RJ Batteries M4. Maybe they are sponsored by RJ Batteries. I feel like this livery looked pre-crashed at times. Basically, from the rear, I keep thinking it's always damaged. That's not a discredit. I think that's just maybe it's the felt tip art style by the looks of things.
Like it's that trunk, that hood, bonnet and trunk art is, I love it. I'd like a creative livery. I like the historically accurate ones too, but I really love the idea of doing something that you would never do on a real car.
100%. Kudos to especially a lot of those, even the real life racing teams that will do liveries based on even kits like drawings and sketches. Something a bit out there, a bit wacky, a bit different.
The art cars,
They always I think they always the winners at heart of the fans. So I think a lot of liveries, like it's a big area. It's hard to stand out. A lot of people I think end up kind of congregating in the same sort of direction area, sort of stripes and angles and stuff like that. But it's hard to stand out with liveries. But that's a
at a professional level too, you have to work with what your sponsors are requiring as well, right? They require this space to be blank so that their name shows. They require that this space be this color because that's 100%. Their colors. So the freedom to do it in sim racing up to a certain level, because some of these folks are sponsored, paid drivers, but up to a certain level, that freedom to be able to do that is just part of the fun.
Yeah, some people can take that on as a challenge, but it also can be a little bit restrictive, to say the least, especially with certain big brands.
Sure.
I've heard.
Well, there are certain car marks in the real world that are...
ones in particular, definitely not energy drinks with green claws on them.
No, absolutely no sponsorship complaints at all about any or all of the sponsors who may or may not be part of this show.
Hence why my Rossi diecast models are always delayed because of that damn energy drink sponsor.
It's too late in the race to be doing that. Too late in the race to be sliding about like that. Pay attention.
But it does look good for us. Do it again.
Oh, yeah.
Do a bigger one. Bigger skin.
You were talking about it earlier. It's tired brain time. I don't know. Even the 6 driver teams, they've got to be beat up by this point. 4 hours in the last 24 in the rig, plus probably at least that much coaching, engineering, whatever you're doing on the side, plus potentially announcing as well. It's tired brain time. The fact that they can continue to drive these cars at anything like this pace, even close to the 218s, is just, I keep saying the word, but it's because it's true. It's impressive.
Indeed, as our weather indicator is now updated to 10 minutes, light rain incoming, followed by a medium to heavy intensity burst in 30 minutes, if not less. It could be straight after, because I believe when we first saw that, it was showing light rain at 30 minutes and then quickly went medium heavy. So I think it's going to start light and then the floodgates will unleash, the heavens will open, and you all better have your little inflatable Paddy little favourite armbands on.
So does anybody have the fuel to get to the rain before they make their final stop? That is the question. I have no idea. I just have the question. I don't have the answer. But it's if somebody does, it's going to be the rabbit out of the hat trick of the whole 24 hours.
Indeed. So let's check the chat. Thank you for everyone who's still in chat engaging, keeping us awake, not just the weatherman. Indeed. Hats off to everyone's ventured into this race 100%. We're charging 8 hours sleep for us doing the back end. We got this. Yeah, absolutely. Nick Miller thinks they have the track loaded drive-through record. That's going to be hotly contested. So,
yes.
Good luck with that one. As we get a Houlihan update, I believe this is the car. I believe they must be on their last stint now. I'm not sure how far they are. It looks like, I'm guessing it seems like a while ago now, but they weren't able to. They have boxed, so I believe Rayton still has to do one more stop, because they were about 30 to 40 minutes after Houlihan did the 999 to do their stop as well. Still doing 18.6s. It's crazy. As we look at the weather now, we got medium to heavy in 10 minutes, and in 30 minutes with an extra plus, just a little tick on there to say, get ready. Do not go anywhere for the next 50 minutes. This is going to be fantastic.
I suspect there's a lot of swearing going on in the TeamSpeak right now, in a lot of channels.
There's going to be some very raw and bloody scalps as people will be scratching their head. What do we do?
I don't want to do the last stint anymore. Yeah. You do it. Yeah.
As I think many of us, I think a few of us in our team, we were guilty of not probably doing as much wet practice as we should have.
Yes.
It was a bit alarming, a bit of a eye-opening experience once it did come down. Eau Rouge is even more intimidating. It's not to just do it flat. Although, to be honest, I feel like in our Ferrari, I felt more comfortable doing it flat in the dry than in the wet, to be honest, because you can just brake for Eau Rouge and then just coast through it. It's actually much easier in the wet, to be honest.
Yes, yeah. It doesn't have the same expectations.
No, it's all the exit curbs in the second sector in the wet is what I find. As we can see from the ambient light, it is getting dimmer and darker. We are not far away. Laundry house, 2 minutes 30 left on stint time.
Oh,
they
do
will
you go to wets?
That is a
that means this lap.
deciding decision.
That's this lap. 230 is 230 is not enough to get around another one, so they have to stop this lap. Rain in less than 10. That's all they know.
What will 999 Laundry House doing?
Now,
Laundry
to be fair,
House,
they've got a lap in the bag, so
indeed. But I think it's a bit like Sochi 2021. It's whoever the car behind is going to do the opposite to what you do, and that might be the deciding factor. I'll adjust to that.
I almost said
Lights
fuel map 8,
again.
but it's timings, not fuel capacity. So, but yeah, lights are on. So it is. This is where you're in the car, just waiting for that first splat on the window.
Indeed, and if I guarantee Mr. Rayton will be like, I want it right now.
Oh, right now. Yeah, now. Yeah.
Even though it's still medium and heavy intensity, it does have a minus now at the end, so I think it's going to get really heavy and then die off. But I think as they come into the pits,
by then it'll only be 15 minutes from the end. So
I think we're going to have a wet for the next half an hour for sure.
And I don't see how these guys don't go out on wets. I mean, I'm no expert, but I would have to.
I
know
think
it's coming.
With the unfortunate new features of the wet tire at its maximum PSI, they can afford to run that tire even now. Not ideally, but it would be better than running, I can tell you for sure, running the dry on the wet track. So we are now watching Julian hunting down, eagerly watching what Rayton is doing in the pits.
They've still got sort of a third of a lap, so they've still got that sort of 45 seconds to see if it starts raining. Worst case scenario is it starts raining for you just as you're heading up onto Kemmel.
91 Bentley of Michael Pickford is also in the box. They will also be scratching their heads. What do we do as well? Same decisions whether you're at P1 or P16.
Anybody that thought that this was just a drive to the end, no, no, it is not. This is going to be another 45 minutes of very, very interesting racecraft.
Now it looks like 999 is just starting to move. Be very interesting to see what do they have. They have yellow markings on their wheels, which is really annoying to see whether they have yellow markings on their tires or not. But I think they must be wet tires. Do they have yellow sidewalls? I am gonna say no. Decision made out on wets on a bone dry track. That is a tough decision to decide. Do not envy anyone who's making it, as it is now Bruno Gallo in the car, replacing Terry Rayton, who's done an exceptional job in this latter part of the race for 999.
Yeah, decision made. Now it's time to figure out if it was the right one, and that's going to be about how long it takes for the rain to get here, I think, is going to be the answer to that. Although now, if I think about it, they're in the better position when it does start raining because they're already on wets. They're not going to have to do that half a lap or a quarter of a lap on wets to get to the pits to switch to them.
Yes, indeed.
As long as they don't burn them off.
Which they will be roasting on this tire. They need the water. They need the water between the tread blocks to cool down. As in real life, the tread blocks, the tire heats up, the blocks start to move. That's essentially like standing on a table, and
Yes.
as it rocks to side, it is not in any way stable. Do not envy Gallo's position right now, hence why he's also been overtaken now by lap cars that are obviously still out on dry tires.
Now we've got the rain fading in 30, but still, I mean, that's only 13 minutes from the
Rain
end. So.
is now here. Just
there it is.
Now.
Oh.
I think that might be just a saving grace now for Launching House, as Team Iris I saw just dip into the box as they were perfectly timed. I feel like in ACC now, it doesn't take long to actually transition from dry to wet. It's very instant now these days.
It's already gone green. In the length of time it took you to say that sentence, it had gone to green.
I guarantee by the time these guys get up, and then we're up greasy
already by the time they're into the pit.
By the time I finish this sentence, it'll probably go to down, already down to track. It's now 24 Celsius. Houlihan is now in the pits. That was well timed for them, but I think Gallo, that was a masterclass decision to go onto wets. It was only one lap of torture for those tires, but that is 100% the right decision, as Matthew Lamb has gone out. It's going around again on slicks in the 587. Maybe this is their card. They're gonna try and maybe stick it out with him, but if they can keep it going, it's a big gamble for them.
Here comes the first test. Up the hill in the wet.
And they got some confidence. They got some cojones on those.
But yes, I agree with you completely. The 999 team has got to have gone from chewing their fingernails to high fives and happy dances, because it turns out they did that at they were forced, but it turns out they were forced to make the perfect decision.
Indeed. And I think even though it is a short shower, I think it will be enough to make this track wet enough for the wet tires to be sufficient for a good portion of it, whether that's all the way to the end, whether they can keep the pace, whether the exploit will probably just make that redundant, probably for the PSI. To say it's an exploit, but it's also not probably as the developers originally intended, to say the least. But it is what it is. You play the hands you get, you use all the cards in your deck, regardless of what, because the win is on the line. Ben here, now in the pits, the Belgium flag NG. I can't foresee Mr. Lamb continuing at this pace, because while he is still going on track, he is not going that quickly, and even if he stays out, he will be caught very clear, I can imagine. It's now Mitch Hobbs gets into the 818 for the final stint, and I feel like I haven't seen Hobbs in this whole race. Maybe he's like yourself, a bookend to the race.
Had to run the first 100 meters. Now they're going to have him run the last.
Yeah, he's coming in.
Yeah, it seemed like a very last-second decision, almost like a slide. Oh well, I'll go. But I can't imagine them wanting to stay out for another lap after that.
Yeah, I think they've got enough of a gap to the car behind anyway. I think maybe they probably just left it one lap too late, but they can afford to.
So we've just gone to damp track now, but it's still heavier in 10 before it's done in less than 30. So
Minus, plus, minus, you can't decide what you want. Excellent stuff. Pat on the back, Bender for cursing the entire field this rain. But the content gods is delivered. As Mr. Mitch Hobbs, he should reclaim his second place from Lamb, I imagine. And we'll have to maybe hope for some misfortune from 999 at this rate.
I think they're, after this, there's still going to be a full lap clear, I think. But, again, in these conditions, a race-ending crash just becomes that much more likely. So, it's never over.
Absolutely. And looking at our latter half of the top 10, looks like Daniel Cicluna has managed to pip Johnson Eakins in the pits for P8. I believe it was Sonikas that 191 was around 30 seconds behind Kai Runen, which looks like Cicluna has now taken over that. He's got a big ass to keep Sonikas behind him, though. He's only 13 seconds behind them. Whether it's Jean-Pierre or John Sonikas, they are both big, effortlessly fast paddlers. I can imagine they're no slower in the rain, that's for sure. And they're going to be hunting him down, for sure.
Yeah, there's, I've said it a number of times, these drivers are all exceptional, but then it rains, and you see the stratification gets a little finer. They're really, really elite drivers show you what they can do in these less than ideal conditions. We've just gone full wet on the track now, so now at least it's a full match. Tires and track are now working together. So
excellent stuff. Down the field, a few close fights. Looks like Price in the 800 Porsche is fighting the 90 Porsche of Vintner. Probably 5 seconds between them. Number one to watch. On board with Cicluna and Team Iris. Only one of the few cars, 3 drivers in the field. Absolute, big feat to do 8 hours each. Maybe even, maybe one driver's might be even doing 9 or 10. That's a lot of effort. I felt exhausted after doing 4. Give up. Just give me the wheelchair now.
I forget which team it was, but one of the 3-car teams had plans for one of the drivers to drive, I believe, a triple stint in the middle of the night by themselves with no engineer. So I hope they got through it, because that would have been lonely like space travel.
Yes. Some drivers may even like that, to be honest, as well. Like some drivers might want to keep to themselves, let them just focus, no information. We've done a lot of praising of drivers, and granted drivers and race engineers are kind of probably the same people overall. As you get out, you race engineer for your next driver, but the race engineers have done a great job as well, coaching the drivers through. It is so incredibly helpful to have someone to do the thinking for you and just let you do the driving. It can take a massive amount of load off your brain, and you can just focus on, for me at least, missing apexes and going forward.
We're coming up with another excuse to explain that 3/4 of a second loss on that lap when I was trying to figure out if I had enough fuel left or not. But we're getting spray, which I absolutely love this moment in a race when it's, oh boy, the closer I get, the harder this gets. So this is, So whoever wrote this did a hell of a job, and extra kudos for being really, really brave and just making it even better every minute.
100%. The spray is definitely a big factor of racing in the wet. It is a challenge unless you're one of the weirdos and races on bonnet cam, which negates all the spray.
Yeah.
You're not doing it right. I don't care what you say. Or as Gano is sawing at the wheel.
Yeah, it's magic fingers time now. These guys are driving with the fingertips at this point.
Yep, and what he doesn't need is another car ahead, which nicely gets out of the way. Well done. You know, not fun being blue flagged, but we appreciate when people do their due diligence and get out of the way nicely and cleanly.
Which is, to be fair, it's a skill in itself. Getting lapped without losing time, especially if you're in a race with somebody else. Then there's that magic moment where you let them go at exactly the right time, draft them, and break the fight that you were having with the person behind you and actually use it to your advantage. So it is absolutely a skill, just like any other one in racing.
Absolutely. On board right now with Bruno Gallo. I'm scared because he's driving in all the places I would be terrified to touch on the curbs, on the Astro. I don't care if your tires have tread blocks. Those things are equally slippy. They do not take any prisoners, but these aliens, robots, inhumans can somehow make it work. And I do not understand, to say the least.
That's the perfect example. The car ahead thought vaguely of making an apex and then thought better of it, but the car we were on just in there, like you said, like it's a dry line.
Yes, looks like we're going to be raining still for at least another 10 minutes, which I cannot imagine this track will dry up sufficiently for anyone to think about hitting it again for dries, wets, or whatever.
I think it's supposed to drop off, but right now it is coming down. This is, it's going to take a while for this to dry, even at 22 degrees, although our track temperature is dropping rapidly too.
Yep. Indeed, it's 11:34 in-game time. It's not exactly cold, but it's not exactly super and humid enough to make it warm up. Unfortunately, might be having a bit of a technical difficulty. Oh, I just saw the
the
coming back.
Twitch is running an ad, so it seems like we're...
Yeah, I think the stream's actually back up on Twitch. We still hot mic, I'm guessing. Thank you for bearing with us, guys. Stuff happens, even if it is half an hour to go. Never technical difficulties will make no bones about it. Will take us all, no matter what our situation. It's up for me. YouTube back. Yep, it's live. Yep. Yep, so YouTube back. Yo, thank you for bearing with us, guys. Yep. Technical gods, wrath will unfortunately. Oop, we got a car stopped. Track well missed by the leader Bruno Gallo. Give him a little scare. Just getting back in. So we'll just need the. Are you able to put the link back, stream back up in Discord? Right.
We are working to get everything back together here, folks. It's we are 28 minutes to go. The rain is definitely getting lighter. I think it's fair to say that. But with this much time, I don't think it's got time to get dry yet. We'll see.
Absolutely. As we are back to you guys, we are briefly our eyes. You can see. You the people who need to see it, that you guys are most important. We can just commentate on what you guys say on chat. We're reacting to chat. We're having them on track now. It's 588 laps completed for Bruno Gallo. Might still make that 600 mark at this rate.
We have about 14 laps left at 27 minutes. It's going to be right there. At the very least, we should be over 590.
Yes, indeed. Might be
Which,
marginal.
considering 3 periods of rain, that's still pretty impressive.
Absolutely. To be honest, even these aliens can do lap times that are not far away from my dry times in the wet. It's very different.
We were talking about the quality times right down at 217 flat or even into the 216s. The first stint of the race with full tanks, they were doing 217.1. So it's the skill level is stupendous, and we're seeing it now. Every time we go in car, watching these hands just dance on the steering wheel. The car from the outside, you see a slip now and then, but inside, these things are constantly slipping. It is never going quite where you want it to be going.
Absolutely. That said, though, having watched some of these aliens drive the McLaren, they do look like they drive like this in the dry still, getting every millimeter of speed and track they can.
And as you said, all over the shiny, slippery curbs, all over the AstroTurf, and still brutally fast, and still on the track. More impressive.
Yeah. Is it fair? I say no. Yes, we are looking at so 10 minutes and we'll transition to light. So I think we're gonna be. No one is gonna be high and dry to the end. That's for sure.
If anything, we're having a little burst right now, a little bit of a cloud burst. But first one of those in a while. We got a 15-second penalty.
That's unlucky, unfortunately. It sounds like for a collision. Hopefully, people weren't too badly affected in that one. So lucky. If you are still with us as we enter the last 25 minutes of this 24-hour race, thank you for staying with us. It's been a long slog, whether you're driving, race engineering, spectating, in the chat, doing a stream, anything. Thank you for hanging around. It's not always easy to stay around for these big streams, as that rear wing looks like it needs a spirit level on it on the McLaren behind.
They're still pushing. They're still all over each other here.
And this is actually pole position. Corley right on the back of Michael Crick in the 700 MRT Ferrari. And despite a rear wing that would make race engineering as he goes for a little wee slide, and despite the front of his car and the rear of his car caved in, he's still all over the back of Mike Crick, throwing under pressure. But Mike is not conceding just yet.
Well, there's some. Yeah. The vehicle just behind them isn't making things any easier either.
No, that's the number 42. That's the last place car. They've got a turn of speed now. Maybe the wet is all they want. The wet running was the key to their success. As I believe, unfortunately, the Mercedes behind this pack is also looking a little sorry, as Macaulay is up the inside. play nice boys, leave each other space, as they do side by side, coming into the bus stop. The quality's on the outside. Quick brakes early, but might not be able to get it stopped in time. Oh, well done. Avoids any kind of collision, and they can afford to drive for another day.
Meanwhile, the 42 is trying to make it only 34 laps down.
Good
I
on
love it though. That's exactly. That's the right attitude. I got this car in front of me right now. I'm not going to wreck their race, but I am going to race.
Car ahead, I shall pass.
Yes.
But indeed, yes. As Michael is going a bit wide, is he going to avoid the wall? He does. Goes for a little bit of an airtime. As 42 is on the AstroTurf, equally making us all,
He's still
cover
not
our
got
eyes.
that. Yeah. That took a very long time to recover for that 42 car. I think they're going straight now, but just barely.
Yeah, indeed. Oh boy. And thought we were going to have a nice easy stream to the end. Tea and biscuits, relaxing, but not the case. Not the case
I was
at
just
all.
thinking,
All
I was just
here for
thinking
it.
I need to do more announcing. This is fun. This view, this helicopter view, this late in the race, watching the dry line try to develop and fail to do so, is it's adding a whole new level. I'm so used to being in the car for races, not the endurance races, but for your sprint races and whatnot. It's fun to see it from out here.
Absolutely, as we still also have a tight battle for P12 as Price and Bittner, as I said a few minutes ago, only 5 seconds between them, so any small mistake will be decisive in that battle. You're right there on the edge of the top 10. This is when it matters. 20 minutes to go. Any position is a position. Go for it.
And the 676 car has had an eventful event, I think it's fair to say, but they find themselves now back up in 6th place, which I think very early on they might have said, we'll take it, wave the flag.
Absolutely. It seems like a predominantly American continental crew in that car, and they've done a very, very good job. They've locked down this mid top 10 position, been fighting it for it with the 70 McLaren FPSLO car, and they've done a very good job. Hopefully Skylar Lovering bring it to the end. Only 20 minutes. You do not want to throw it all away now.
And we've got rain off and on, or is that switched to clouds towards the end?
That is just clouds overcast, so it's fine. No sunshine for the end of the race, by the looks of things. As we are quickly approaching noon currently. I believe also, speaking of Skyline, the inputs on their wheel is giving me concern. I thought they were having an issue just then. But they've also got Tyrone in the 711 Ferrari, only 20 seconds behind, so they cannot afford to lift off the gas at all.
Not at all, no. This is where we get the longest 19 minutes and 18 seconds in history for these drivers and their teams, I'm sure. I think I'd rather be in the car right now than sitting in the TeamSpeak, walking around the room at the length of my headphones, being nervous.
Yeah. Left, right, left, right.
That horrible feeling of not being able to do anything. But the ones in the car are certainly working. They might be thinking they wish it was somebody else in here, but nah, I take that back. No real race driver wants to be anywhere but in the car.
Yes, thankfully, unlike real life, these cars are pretty much still factory fresh whenever you get stopped. However, the brakes will be a little bit worn out, not too severely, especially as most people would have taken a pad change in this race. I doubt anyone is on the same pads they started with, especially you guys, Sean Brimblecombe, who put pad ones on at the start.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to Sean Muller for leaking that one. That's we're gonna If you're gonna tell us such information, then we're gonna. Where's Mitch Hobbs is left hand down, right hand down. Still not off the throttle because he's an alien. Refuses, just does it all through the wheel. Excellent stuff.
Just added an extra chicane, and we're all good.
Absolutely great stuff. A lot of just up and down the field. A lot of great driving. These sudden bursts and rain showers that we've been getting throughout the race multiple times. Just you have to just instantly adapt, and it's easier said than done. It's so easy to put it into the wall, into the gravel. Thankfully, gravel doesn't completely ruin your day, unlike real life racing. I think we would not have nearly 90% of our starters. Car stopped on the right. Just clearly had a tank slapper on the exit there.
It's what, 8 laps left, something like that for the leaders. These are long laps. I mean, they're long laps in the dry in a 1-hour race. In the wet, in a 24-hour race, just I can't help but think part of your mind has just got to be screaming, "Don't make a mistake! Don't make a mistake! Don't necessarily dive bomb this guy, but you have to because you have to get by," and it worked. So that constant mental stress, I suspect there's going to be a lot of sim racers sleeping very, very well in about 2 hours' time.
100%. There may be some late sleep-ins if they are able to on Mondays. Those of us who are not working on Monday, thankfully you have your rest of your Sunday to enjoy or to be sleep deprived for the rest of it, to say at least. But
our North American drivers are in a position where this finishes at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, so they could still end up having things that need to be done after they're done here. So I don't know how many of them are going to be in shape to do those things, but yeah, they've
Sunday at least.
Yes,
that's not too bad. That's pretty good. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I used to race in European leagues, and they would start say this time on a Saturday in Europe, but the problem is then it's 10 hours later by the time it comes over here, so I would finish an endurance race pretty much at the end of the Sunday, and I'm knackered, I need a day to recover.
And yeah, somehow bosses just don't think I spent 24 hours in an esport race is an excuse for you being tired on Monday.
Generally does not lie.
Just lie and tell them you were hammered drunk all weekend. That seems to be acceptable.
Yeah, funny how society works, isn't it? Being absolutely off your head on beer seems to be more acceptable than driving 10 race cars, but we'll have all the fun, put it that way. We'll have more fun. It's definitely Bruno Gallo now in the lead, doing a very good job in their own gap, long big gap to the car ahead. So it's all on Bruno to keep it straight, to keep it clean, because that's all that matters right now. He doesn't have to push at all, especially as the P2 is only just coming up to the bus stop right now. So they've got a lot of time to lose if they want to lose first place, put it that way.
It's finally getting to that point where they can maybe start taking a breath. I'm sure they won't. I'm sure it's 10 times as nerve-wracking for them as it was 5 minutes ago. But yeah, it seems like they can almost start to breathe.
Indeed. Almost time to have that nice ice-cold shower after the race.
Yeah.
Have a bit of a rest, have some lunch on this fine sunny Sunday as P2 is just clearing out of that car now. Of the bin chicken car, looks like we've got there are definitely cars that are within gaps with each other on the same laps up and down the field, but not anyone who's right up close right now, but we'll keep an eye on things.
Has it stopped? It has. It has technically stopped raining.
Stopped raining 26 degree track as well. So we maybe might just get a dryish, maybe a damp towards the end, or even maybe a greasy.
Just one more twist to the tale of this story.
Indeed. So with 10 minutes to go, we'll run through the current order. We obviously have Bruno Gallo in the lead, 999. Mitch Hobbs in the 818 ABR car, P2, followed by Lamb, 587, 27 seconds behind P2, and followed by the 600 MRT car of Hamilton on pretty much their own little gap right now. They are following a replay. No worries, thank you, Glenn. Oh, as the Ferrari loses it, hold your brakes. Does anyone survive? Well done. No.
So far, Did
Oh.
they? Yep, they managed to. Wow. Yeah, for anybody that was getting tired near the end of the race, that's woken them up. That's that. It turns out you did have more adrenaline in your system. Wow.
Exceptional stuff from all the drivers avoiding. Well done for them to also hold their brakes. Didn't skate left and right across the track too much, out of their control. That could have been very, very bad day.
Yeah, that one made me sweat, and I don't have a horse in this race.
Absolutely, that's the great thing about being a spectator. You don't have anything to lose, but you've got a great show to gain. And just to continue, we had Leo Dreyer in the P70 car, P5, Livery in P6, the 61676 Mercedes, Kai Runin in P7, Cicluna in the Porsche, still holding on to P8 in car number 8. Sanikas is 12 seconds behind in the Kovacs 191 McLaren, and to round off your top 10, Albert in the 101 Ferrari in their own little bubble. Just keep on like
Yeah, this is the grind. This is the you've got to be thinking, just get me to the end. Just get me to the end. 4 more times through Eau Rouge, 3 more times through Eau Rouge. Maybe I fix it on that corner because but it's just, it can end your day. That's one of the few corners in all of ACC where one corner can absolutely end your chance.
P4, I believe, has just had a spin, the MRT 600 car. I believe they just had a brief yellows at the end of the track. We've also had P11, J Brown 400 has gone through a crash at Eau Rouge. Looks to be front damage. Oh, that's not very good. That's really bad for them.
And that worst possible location, 1 full lap away from being able to come in.
Yes, and I think he will have to box with that amount of damage as well. That looks pretty bad.
They'll do the typical try this corner and see how it feels. And
feels awful.
It feels bad, yeah.
I mean, at least he's got some semblance of steering. For 9 minutes, they may just try and get it out because they have Vintner in P12. A while behind, Vintner is only just in the second sector now, so they've got to come a long way, pretty much 2/3 of the lap, to catch up to Brown in car 400. So they may stay out if Brown can hang on to it. 2 laps ahead. I think that more than certifies that it might try and stay. We'll see. Don't have the accident in the first place. That's what I would have done.
That's the correct answer.
Because I can say that from the commentary booth. Never put the car in the wall. Never. Just choose not to. Not that I did earlier.
Well, I think by this point in the race, pretty much every team. I'd love to see if anybody has made it this far without a drive-through for track limits. First of all, and if anybody has made it this far without damaging their car in some way.
I think only I'd say probably maybe the top 3 for the drive-through, and I don't think anyone's gone home with clean panels, put it that way. Just to recover back, it was all kicking off when it was going on, but then Hamilton did go for a spin just into the last sector, on the last corner of the second sector, sorry. They did have a small spin, but looked like they recovered well, didn't lose too much time, and importantly did not suffer any damage as well. As we can confirm, Brown has stayed out and it's going to continue circling around. I think that's a viable decision.
Yeah, even at this point, even if you're 10 or 20 seconds a lap down, you've got to do it. Just with that 2-lap lead, you do not want to give up most of one coming in.
Yeah, as we have a drive-through for King as well, unfortunately, in the 92 Mercedes. That's going to be rough, and Gardner in the 103 Mercedes is only 34 seconds behind him according to the timing, so they will lose that position for 20 seconds.
Looks like they're in the pit as well.
Yep, there's currently serving the driver.
Oh, serving it as we speak. Okay, I thought they'd just gotten it.
I am sorry. No worries.
My brain's tired too, and I'm not even driving this.
I can talk, and I think that's as far as that's it. I can push this button to let me talk. I'll push the talk, and that's as far as I'm going right now in terms of brake power. As it does look to be sunning up a bit on track 27 now, so it is drying out. You can see it getting a dry line forming a bit.
But yeah, with only 6 minutes left, especially with the tire, as we've mentioned a couple times, the wet tire situation. Three laps on those. It's not going to be great, but it's not going to be devastating.
Absolutely.
I think that's all that's left. This lap that they've just started, and 2 more, and that's going to be 24 hours plus the rest of a lap.
Indeed. Gallo, I think a few of the drivers now might be just looking for a little bit of the receding water off the racing line just to keep their tyres preserved. Not that it matters apparently with this tyres. Anyway, but best to keep your car in optimal as possible.
We have gone back as far as damp, so
sun's out.
This is burning off those tires kind of time. It could still very much be happening for some of them.
Yep. Well, I think the few leaders, I think there'll be drivers who can definitely not push it too far, but definitely a mistake can be had here or there, and that could be a position in the last 4 minutes of the race, which will be to lose a position in the last 4 minutes of a race.
Yeah. That's a long walk in the dark after the race is over. Where you're talking to yourself for quite a while, I think.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But the passion for the sport is just something to behold. I'm just looking at some of the team names, like the Sim Seniors. As somebody who is approaching, I'm not there, but I was approaching that age. That group of folks is going to be looking for some muscle rubs for the next couple days. They're not going to pop back in 12 hours like some of these young fellas. Some of them are going to have to take Monday and Tuesday off. But I appreciate that level of commitment and effort.
Screw those aging bones.
Oh, yeah, my shoulder hurts just watching this stuff. So.
I missed the days where I used to live, fortunately, in a place which had a pool on the hot days in summer, especially after something arduous like sim racing or going for a long walk, something like that. It would be incredibly soothing. sadly do not have a pool to jump into after this, to say the least.
I can go out and roll around in the snow after, if I don't want to, but I could.
Yes, not ideal. So we've got a yellow flag out there. I think that's P3. Lamb has gone for a spin.
Oh.
The Legumes, I believe it is. Thankfully, he's in his own little bubble enough to survive. Remember the replay now. Thank you very much, Glenn. Unfortunately, it might be a party involved in this one. Oh no!
Oh, no.
He just unfortunately braked a bit too late. Tried to brake on a nice slippery curb, which unfortunately does not have any grip whatsoever. But thankfully, no wall, no one else was armed, and managed to recover nice and safely.
Did his very best to turn that car into a front-wheel drive. It didn't like it, so we went back to the more traditional rear-wheel drive for the last lap of the race.
Absolutely, and also well done to, I believe, the car that was he was trying to pass 959 for having the awareness to see him coming and not add any further incident to incident.
And I think we are coming up on our final lap for our leader. It looks like we might be doing the ride along. They've got to be feeling pretty good about themselves now. One more lap.
I think they're milking it right now.
Got to get that sponsor time. Got to get that sponsor on TV.
Absolutely. Oh, yep, they're flashing. I think maybe they have the stream on in the background. The flash. Cheeky buggers. I think you can go around and do another lap because you got 1 minute and you're about to approach the
yes,
bus
they
stops.
are. Yes, they are.
So another lap for you. I hope you have fuel. Be surprised if you didn't.
Oops. There's an apex back there, guys. You're not quite done yet. 48 seconds. You got to go around one more time. Don't listen to me. Don't ever let me be your race engineer. I can't math.
As they start the 599th lap.
Oh,
wow. Unfortunately, this will be the final lap for our leaders. If they make it towards the end, anything could happen.
We've got a yellow flag, speaking of which, but it's cleared itself by the looks of it. Got themselves moving again.
It's good to see. Nearly at the end. Get it home, people.
Close. Our resident Bentley.
Bentley went for a little paddle.
The rain. It missed the rain. Oh, look at this. Leaving to cool the tires.
Yes.
They deserve it. They deserve a whole last lap of flashing lights and spinning tires. Just don't, for the goodness sake, don't put it in a wall now.
Yes, to say the least, that would go down like a plate of sick or Vegemite. Not at me.
I was just going to say, note, it was not me that made that comparison. I don't think I'm allowed.
Alright, one last time through Poo on for the 999. We were promised 600 laps. We're not going to get it, but we've had an outstanding 24 hours at Spa. Rain, shine, dusk, dark, sunset, sunrise. We've persevered, come through to the end, and I believe we're going to have the confirmation is on 34 finishes at this rate.
That is impressive. Only 3 cars out, and I know at least one of those was a physical hardware breakage issue, and I believe another one was a computer issue. So that's impressive.
Stream went and drove to get their car back in the race, had to drive to their friend's house, the driver one's house. But regardless, today is all about 999 Bruno Gallo's team at Laundry House as they enter the final bus stop chicane for the last time, 599th line, and coming across the line, flashing the lights. Well done, guys. exceptional stuff. You are the winners of the Permobil OR Spa 24 hours.
That was 600 laps, was it not? It says 600 now, does it not?
I guess
they were done 599, so we did it exactly and precisely 600 laps for our leaders.
To the not one more, not one less.
By 30 seconds.
Exceptional stuff to Bruno Gallo's team, Laundry House. They've been the class of the field all race, to be honest. Not a foot wrong to Paul Britt, Bruno Gallo, and Terry Rayton. Take a bow as we are now following Mitch Hobbs in the Alpha Venturi Racing, currently 2 onto the back straight for the final time. Piloted by the aforementioned Mitch Hobbs, Sean Madison, Pignata, Zachary Smith, Ryan Houlihan, and Rathmat, the 81A car. Exceptionally staffed. They gave it their all at the end. Unfortunately, I think there was too much of a bridge to gap, but here they come for the last time to finish P2. Valiant effort, well done. No shame in finishing P2 in this mammoth.
Oh yeah, flash those lights and go do some donuts at the end with the winner, because yeah, anybody who finishes this race deserves some celebration time. We still got a lot that still haven't quite finished yet. Our third place car is still coming in on the end. I'm happy to report our North American team finished 6th overall by the looks of things. Very happy for that. I'm looking forward to hearing the stories next week during our league race. Hopefully they'll be recovered by Thursday. Oh, look at this little dance across the finish line for Lamb and company.
Well done. Good job.
Very well done.
Stack it, not like we were watching. As
hover car. That was impressive.
Well done, being P4. Silver class winners at FPS Evolved. Going through. We got donuts for days. Well done to everyone who's got to the end of this race. Is no small feat. Lots of time, lots of effort. Well done. You can all be very, very, very happy with your efforts.
Now you can all go and have something to eat and maybe a shower and a nap.
Absolutely.
What a race. I had the pleasure of being here for the start and the end. My only regret is I missed a bit in the middle. That was a tremendous amount of fun. I think we can, with the little hiccups and things that happened, I still fully believe we can call this a success on all levels. The racing was great. The production was great. The production team overcame some stuff. The drivers overcame some stuff. And it turned out to be one hell of a show. Thanks for everybody involved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As it looks like we'll be having a few interviews after this, but we'll go through the finishing order.
Yep, just bring the race up.
No worries. Yep.
I'm going to quickly take this opportunity to leave the two of you with the interviews. I unfortunately have another event I have to get to. So thank you once again to everybody involved in this. I had a blast. Next time you guys have a 24-hour race, I will absolutely come back and announce. Had a great time. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you very much, Kevin. Pleasure having you here.
Thanks,
you
Kevin.
for doing it with us.
Okay, we might just run through the top 3 in each category.
Yep, so we have aforementioned Laundry House of Gallo, Britt, and Rayton, and the winners. Then AVR Racing, with Hobbs, Madison, Pignata, Smith, Houlihan, and Rackman in second. Then Lamb, Sweet, Floyd, Burrs, Reynolds, and Hewley in third.
Silver class, we've got Dreyer, Hill, Cook, Johnson, Stoddart, and Fry in car 70. Second, we've got the Convicts and Colonials, Loverink, Carpenter, Bartlett, Frizzer, Keogh, and Landry. And in third position, the other three three-person car. Forgive me, I'm a bit tired.
Oh,
Of Iris, the Team Iris, Cicluna, Bell and Davis. In Pro-Am, we've got Price, Brimbleton, Thircolini and Muller in MRT 800. In second place, Bubnow, Pickford, Mans, McLean in the only Bentley. They'll be wrapped, as we all are. And
Well
third, McAdam, Ricker, Smith and Christensen in the BMW. It's a nice variety there. M class, we've got I can never pronounce the name, I'm sorry Pete. I'll just say Pete. Tui, Sandu, Wenzel and Williams in team name or team first name or team last name, depending on what day it is. Second, we've got Name, Davey, Slade, Brickley, Thomas in car 22. And in third place, Lewis, Dale and Brooker. That is another three-person car by the look of things. In car 959.
Exceptional effort.
An excellent race. I'm not sure. Nobody's got back to me about whether there are interviews or not.
I believe so. I think we have a few people waiting.
We have Terry,
the leader,
and we have Sean there. Okay, we'll drag our second place getter, who is in
Sean.
there. Sean, drag you in. Sean.
G'day, mate. How you going?
G'day. Good, thank you. Congratulations on a great result for the 818 car. How are you guys feeling about it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It's always a bit of fun with the boys doing a race like this, so that's probably the most exciting part. But yeah, went alright. A few mishaps here and there, but you're gonna get that in a 24. But I don't know. Overall, I think we're alright. Pretty happy.
Good one.
Big congrats to I do want to say to Bruno, Paul, and Terry for three-manning it and being pretty faultless. Not one track limit or anything. Being 24 hours with three people was impressive enough, but to take the win is pretty nuts. So good on you, boys.
100%. Well
Very
said.
good. Well said. Yeah, so anything else to add for today? Happy with the weather?
I think the weather being changing, it's always fun, but instead of just just one thing over 24 hours will probably get a bit tedious. It throws it in there a little bit. I like it. I enjoy that. I don't know if everyone would agree, but the rain's a bit fun, so
bit of a challenge.
And I think it changes. Yeah, each driver has a strength, and I think when the rain does come, you see other people in the team actually have a bit of a moment to shine. Terry specifically in the laundry house car was pretty rapid in the rain. It was really quite fast. So I don't know. Yeah, really good.
Good one. Mel's telling me I got a message here that we've got some
I got some questions for you. I saw also you guys were a little bit marginal on the last few stints as well for your driver times, pitting right on 2:10 if I remember, 2 hours and 10 minutes to go.
Yep.
Thankfully the rain kind of might be saved you guys a bit, or made it easier at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. So we knew we were very much on the edge, so we were trying to drag out your stint timer to pretty much seconds left. So one of my stints, I came into the pits, crossed the pit line with just under 10 seconds left. It's risky doing that sort of thing because if anything happens on track, you're in trouble. But it was really the only thing we could do. But you really don't know where that's going to be until with only a handful of laps left in your stint. And if you go too fast, then you're going to approach with 40 seconds or so. And so we were trying to think of some creative ideas, what we could do to try and limit that. But the rain did save us, so it ended up being pretty easy to sort out by the end.
Go ask away. I don't even know where they are, Cam.
Oh, good, no worries. Yep. So this year has been Natalie McGloin's first involvement in proper sim racing, and she's told us many times how much she has loved being part of the season. What has been your favourite part of this endurance season?
straight up, 5-second penalty at Valencia. I've never seen the sim community so united on one front, I'll be honest. That was, yeah. If you're asking me straight up if you said, what do you think of straight away when you think about the Endurance Series, I just think that moment sticks out to me because it was so, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be a bit fired up about me saying it. I'm just being having a bit of banter with that. But, yeah, no, it's like things like that. There's like, everyone's getting involved. There was a lot of bad with that, a lot of good too, but I don't know. It was a big moment. It was going to affect positions and all that sort of thing, and it just shows like across the season, I don't know, what little things can affect massively in a big way. And for better or worse, it was definitely something that stuck with us a little bit. Shout out to the other guys who they know who they are.
No worries. I'm going to pretend I actually know what that's referring to. I'm
Yeah,
not
sorry,
watching it
boys.
around for the endurance season, but we'll put that iron to bed. And as aforementioned, congratulations on your second place. 24-hour races up in a race of attrition. What have you learned from this race that you'll take into the next 24 that you will compete in?
Yeah, you're pretty right with the attrition thing. Well, honestly, at the beginning, we're like, the laundry house car, 3 boys just doing it for 24 hours. They're going to wear down, they're going to be tired, there's going to be track limits. Spa's rude with the track, with the drive-through. It's about 57 seconds, so we'll see how they do. And they end up being one of the only teams not doing it. And yeah, so the attrition didn't work. So even more reason to applaud what they did. But what we've learned, I don't know, learn a bit more about what the tyres do in both sort of I don't know, weather sets and what you can do with them, how much you can push them here and there, what car not to do. I don't know. What will we take into the next race? I don't know, just the same sort of idea that we usually do, is just make sure we have fun. That's the main thing, I'd say. And if it ever doesn't get any more fun, or if it starts not being fun anymore, then something's going on. So as long as we have fun, and yeah, pretty much just keep doing what we do. And yeah, everyone's been great. So yeah, don't know. There's not really much more to say about that, I guess. Yeah.
No worries. I mean,
Thanks,
you hit the
Sean.
nail on the head. It's fun is the reason why we do this, along with the sweet taste of victory when it does come along. But
Oh,
thank you very
absolutely.
much, Sean, and well done again on your second place finishing.
Cheers, guys, and thanks to OR and everybody who sets it up. I know it's a huge thing. So, and obviously to the other guys on the podium.
Cheers. We'll bring our third place getter, Matthew Lamb, in now. Sean, I'll drop you out of there. Matty Lamb, you there?
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks. Good, thanks. Great end to an incredible season.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, to compete and finish on the podium, a 24-hour race, whether it's in real life or sim racing, is quite an achievement. How'd you cope with the challenge of being awake for 24 hours, and what were your rest strategies?
Well, to be fair, I probably slept, so I got it off a little easier than the others. But you know, Cooley came on pretty late. That was a pretty good job by him. Burrs stayed up for nearly. He only went to bed at 6 o'clock or something like that. So we weren't too bad in terms of the stints and managing who gets in and when. We're just sort of on the fly and working it out as we went. But in the end, it panned out okay, I think.
Yeah, very good. And the question I have is, next year, Permobil would love to see more women involved in the series, as well as more disabled races. Hopefully, even Nat McGloin, who will be one of them. What do you want to see more of in next year's races?
In our races, or
Yeah,
with
in
the
our-
women in general? Or?
In the Endurance Series?
Oof,
Anything in
I
particular?
probably personally miss the shorter ones. Definitely miss the combined quali times for sure. You know, we used to do the combined quali times, and that's just how it was and how you qualied and start the race.
Mm-hmm.
Can be a bit of a grind doing the old qualification the week before the race.
Okay.
So yeah, that's definitely what I'd like to see again. Even if it's not every race, still have the longer enduros, probably every, I don't know, couple of months or so. But yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree. The qualification have provided a bit of a unique spin on this race in particular. Even though, like, third step on the podium is still very impressive, and also to still be on the lead lap at the end is incredibly impressive. So well done to your team. Yeah, really impressive. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Thanks, Matt. We'll let
Too
you
easy.
go.
Catch you later.
Sorry, mate?
I said too easy. Catch you later.
Too easy. Okay, see ya.
Take care.
See ya, mate.
And I'll just grab our winning team representative. Terry Rayton, I believe, is representing the team. Terry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing, guys?
Oh, we're well. How about you?
Yeah, we're pretty
Save the best to last.
Tell us how you guys are feeling about making it through a 3-man team in a 24-hour event.
Yeah, I think Britty and Bruno took most of the night stints, well, all of the night stints really, so all credit goes to them. They're probably some of the best endurance guys I've ever raced with. And yeah, like just being able to fill in some of those wet stints was a lot of fun. And yeah, just massive congratulations to Group B Garage, the drivers there, and especially Alpha Venturi. Those guys were just neck and neck with us for most of the race. So.
Yep. Never let you get too far away. Hey, always on or about that lead lap. So winning a race like this at Spa, it's more than out and out speed. It takes strategy, endurance, and strength. Did you do anything differently in terms of your preparation to secure the victory?
Yeah, we didn't get a track cut in the whole 24 hours, so I think we did an amazing job with the setup, getting that just right so that we could push in all conditions. Whether it be wet or dry. We're a little bit down in pace in the dry, but I think we made up for that in the wet. So yeah, all credit goes to really Bruno and Britty for sorting that setup as well. So
excellent.
Yeah,
excellent.
It's insane to not get a track cut the whole race. That's seriously impressive.
Yeah, a couple of close calls there, but
how many warnings were you on?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that we didn't receive any.
So... Oh, you didn't receive any warnings either?
Yeah, not a single one. So that's, yeah, great stuff by
so I wouldn't believe you if you told me again. That's seriously impressive. It's well done to Bruno and Britt as well. That takes serious skill.
Thanks, guys. Heaps big ups to Octane for putting on a 24-hour race. I'm sure it's pretty difficult. So.
Yep. And lastly, Natalie McGuire has described the series in 3 words as fun, fast, and friendly. If you could give us your analysis of the season in 3 words, what would they be?
Challenging, fun, and I guess the third word would just be mateship. Get out there with a bunch of friends that you like racing with and have a good time.
Good one. Well, congratulations. It's a massive effort. An enormous kudos to everyone in the team for the organisation that you've obviously the effort you put in beforehand and the last 24 hours. So go and enjoy maybe a quiet drink or two and then a big sleep.
Won't be quiet, but yeah, we're all pushing 40, so I think we're all getting on the grog. So
good on you.
Take care, mate. Exceptional stuff. Well done again.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. All right. Now, where are we? We have something. We got cars on our 3 cars on the grid. Didn't break, so. I'm not sure how we want to wind this up, guys. It's been a huge week. A lot of people to thank, the stewards in particular.
Stewards, organisers, yourself, Glenn. It's a mammoth effort on all fronts, to say the least, as well. As aforementioned stewards, people who make graphics, people who do race directing, on their time. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone else who hung around in chat at the end.
Yeah. Huge shout out to Permobil too for supporting the series and supporting OOR. We've had a great relationship all season. It's been great to have Nat and other associated people from Permobil in the broadcasts and chatting to us and spending time finding out more about OOR outside of the normal sort of event structure. So there you go. We are going to wrap it up, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you one and all. We shall say goodbye with our sign off, if I can find it. And here we go.